Another day, another grind. Stuck in Tangia, losing my mind. These Vargoth wannabes think they're so elite with their cute little teeth. The cat girl obsession, a sad pathetic procession. No real challenge, no real fight. Just pretty colors blinding the light.
Oh, listen to the grumbles from your mighty world of tumbles. We have actual stories, not just recycled glory. Your graphics are dated, your combat's deflated. A clunky mess, a total bore.
Wow, explore, exploit, with lore.
Lore, you call that lore?
A bunch of sparkly, more like a chore for children with too much time and not enough spine. Degenerosity stand, a controller in each hand, fighting battles never won underneath the digital sun. Which game is better? Who can say? We're both just wasting life away. A game of fools, a pointless strife, this virtual pathetic life.
At least our housing's decent, not some shacks are recent. Your character models are rough like they've had enough of your ugly armor sets and your endless petty threats.
We build community strong and true.
Well, you're not trolling me and you. Community, that's a laugh.
More like a cult's behalf.
Your fashion's absurd. Your emotes a crime.
Wasting precious playtime.
We're out there slaying dragons. Stories whispered, sound your reason.
You're just dancing in a circle.
A digital circus.
Degenerates wasted, a controller in each hand, fighting battles never won underneath the digital sun. Which game is better? Who can say? We're both just wasting life away. A game of fools, a pointless strife, this virtual pathetic life.
What up? What up, Lord Fitna? Vanity, Frenchie, Lithy, Green Sky Wizard, how you doing? I see it, don't worry, I see it. I do see it. I see what you sick fucks want. I see what you dirty fucking animals want. Don't you worry, just give me a second. I'm fucking all over the goddamn place today, you know. Today has been a fucking painful day. A very painful fucking day. You know, I have, in my life, I have been homeless twice. I've had the fuck beaten out of me, both non-consensually and consensually. I have been through a fucking miserable 5-year-long relationship that ruined my soul. I have failed a degree. I have made very many fuck-ups, but nothing is as fucking soul-destroying as dealing with fucking government bureaucracy. Nothing I have ever dealt with in my goddamn life is as excruciating as filling out fucking forms, getting them stamped, signing this thing, signing that thing, fucking drawing fucking pretty pictures for the retard behind the desk, doing all of that shit. I'm single-handedly convinced that the entire bureaucratic system is perfectly designed as a soul extraction tool for any fucking human being out there. Any fucking human being. Erectile dysfunction? No, that's fine. You can just put a toothpick down it and strap some tape around it, and you're good to go. There is nothing as bad as having to do fucking paperwork and sit there and stare at some fucking retard flipping through papers telling you no, but this stamp doesn't look okay because the edge of the corner isn't perfect, and you want to fucking kill yourself and take everyone else down with you in that office. Nothing hurts more than government bureaucracy. Fuck, I hate paperwork. And that's been my whole goddamn day. I know deep down you'd love the politicians, but don't fly. If I could, I would love them the way that the Unabomber loved them. If I could. That's a joke. That's a joke. Before that's taken seriously. That's a joke. There is nothing as fucking painful as going to some bullshit government office, filling out a bunch of forms. That's why I got wife aggro yesterday. Because my wife and I had to go to obviously immigration offices, fill out a bunch of forms, talk to some fucking retards, submit documents, blah, blah, blah. And those people do not give a singular fuck about whatever the fuck you're dealing with. They don't give a shit. They are just there to make life as excruciating as possible. We sat there for 5 hours today. It was supposed to be a document submission thing, where you just hand over the fucking documents and you leave. No. 5 hours. Today has been set on fire, shit on, and burned because of that. It was fucking excruciating. Dear God. Would you gamble that South Africa bureaucracy is worse than Japanese Korean bureaucracy? Yes, I would. Do you want to know why? Because at least a lot of their shit is digital. The stuff in South Africa, they still use filing cabinets. They still use physical documentation. And they lose shit all the time. And they can't transfer fully over to a digital system because the power keeps fucking cutting out. It fucking sucks ass. God damn, I hate it so much. It's meant to destroy souls. That's what it's made for. Is Guild Wars 3 clickbait? No, it's not. We're going to be looking into some of the Guild Wars 3 stuff. We're going to be looking into that. So, I did see the call. I did see the screaming. I did see the shouting. I know what you want. I know what you're here for. There you go. Demored's unbanned. There you go. Let's see if he comes back. Fucking hell. Now, today's stream. This is how we're going to work today, right? Because I'm up late. Because we're doing this way fucking later in the day than I wanted to, just because I had to deal with bureaucratic horseshit all day. Apparently, everyone is popping the fuck off with the Guild Wars 3 video. Everyone is losing their fucking minds over Guild Wars 3. But before that, there's a video I've been waiting for. There's a video I've been waiting on. There's one I've been holding on to for a long time. Just to see 4 months later, what would things look like? So this is how today's going to run. First thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through a list of all the games that have been played in the MMO space, ranked by player count, by player base. Then we're going to be taking a look into some of the Guild Wars 3 bullshit, right? I'm going to be honest with you. Knowing none of the new information that's come out, seeing the Captain Crapface video that you posted in my Discord, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. I don't think Guild Wars 3 is the thing, as of yet. Will you watch Tea Time Guild Wars 3 video then? Yes, I will. I've got that queued up. I still don't think Guild Wars 3 is real. And if it is real, I am genuinely fucking concerned that it's not going to be what you think it is. What's up, Super Sploof? It's been a while since I've seen your name. How you doing? I think this is all speculation and bullshit. And if there is going to be a Guild Wars 3, I expect it to be a burning pile of dog shit. Not because Guild Wars 2 devs are incapable of making a Guild Wars 3. I think they are fully capable of making a fucking bang of a game. As much of a problem as I have with ArenaNet moderation and all of that, Guild Wars 2 is still a bang of a game. Hands down, one of the best MMOs I've ever played in my fucking life. I think they have the skill, the talent, the capability, the ability, the complete skill set to make it an amazing game. But I don't think they will, because just, come on, let's look at the MMO space. Let's look at everything that's happening right now. Destiny 2 is going into maintenance mode. Warhammer MMO was cancelled. Lord of the Rings MMO was cancelled. All the old ones are still standing, like in the old age home, wobbling around, keeping their player bases. Every new MMO that comes out is not actually an MMO. It's some other thing that's just using MMO as a fucking marketing term. It is so excruciating to know that MMOs, true MMOs, are dead. They're gone. They're old school. And the new ones don't seem to last very fucking long. The whole live service model is a nightmare. In my opinion, Guild Wars 3 will be a sidestep like Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2. I hope that's true. That way, they wouldn't compete and cannibalize the player base. I hope that's true. That would be the most optimistic, joy maxed, optimism max take you can have. Is that it's gonna be a sidestep the same way Guild Wars 2 was from Guild Wars 1. Why are all my messages getting errors? I don't see no errors on your messages. They look fine. Maybe you need to hit a reload. I don't know. Looks fine here. Looks fine on my end. I remember going to the Department of Home Affairs here and just seeing a desk behind the receptionist just full of files lying on top of each other, not even a shelf or anything, just files stacked. That was exactly my experience today. They had a file. So, we walk into this office, we go talk to the most miserable fucking woman on planet Earth. We get up there, we submit our documents. She looks through them for 5 fucking hours for no goddamn reason. Bitches about every little thing, questions us over every little stupid fucking thing. Takes our file and tosses it backwards onto the fucking pile. There's 3 filing cabinets behind her. All of them have the drawers pulled out and they're all empty. South African filing system is a fucking beautiful thing. Jesus Christ, it was fucking disgusting. I fucking hate bureaucracy. I imagine the old slug lady from Monsters, Inc. No, she looked there. She was way more competent than the person we dealt with. That slug lady from Monsters, Inc. knew what the fuck was up. She was miserable, but she did her goddamn job. Right? She wasn't getting fired. The bitch we were dealing with today fucking hated the universe. She hated everything. And she took forever to do the most basic bitch shit. God, it was excruciating. Now, like I said, this is the way today is going to work. I have one video that I've been sitting on for 4 months because I wanted to wait a few months to see where is every MMO on this list sitting. Because this is a list ranked by player count for the MMO space. Then, we're going to look at all the Guild Wars 3 shit. We're going to look at all the bullshit that people are spewing about Guild Wars 3, see if it's real, see if it's fake, see if there's actually any real information, or whether it's just a bunch of bitches speculating because they're desperate for something new. Then, after that, I have a problem. I have a problem that you're going to help me solve. I've been thinking about Final Fantasy and ESO all day, since the last stream. I can't decide which one's better. I think ultimately we're going to have a little bit of a great debate here. I'll put up a poll a little bit later on whether ESO or Final Fantasy works better for you guys, which one you prefer, which one beats out the other one. We're going to have a whole bitch fit. We're going to argue about it. I'm going to go through all the details of what I see from each, from a new player perspective, obviously, because I haven't been to the end game. I don't know what the end game looks like. They are very different fucking games. Hey, thanks for the follow, Mortal Drum. So, but this is something weird. This is, like, I've got to say this now, because this is just so fucking weird, right? Dungeons in ESO, based on what happened yesterday, is exactly the same as the dungeons in Guild Wars 2, where everyone is a fucking Formula 1 racer trying to hit pole position, blasting their way through the goddamn dungeons with no care in the world as to what's going on around them. However, I had a lot more fun in the ESO dungeons than I've had in the Guild Wars 2 dungeons. It was actually fun and engaging. As insane as the pace was, I was having a good time. That was actually fucking wild. I actually loved that. It was nuts. And I thought it was going to be, based on the way a lot of you were talking, a bunch of hot shit about the ESO dungeons, saying they're trash, they're dog shit, they're bad. And I thought, okay, this is going to be an easy decision. I'm obviously going to play ESO. I'm going to run through a few dungeons, and I'm going to be like, this is dog shit. This is trash. I'm going to have to stick with Final Fantasy. Why ESO dungeons better than Guild Wars 2 dungeons? I'll tell you why. Because ESO dungeons are more reliant on the gameplay, the action combat system, the way the world works, your battles, your fights. It keeps you engaged. You're fighting all the time. Whereas Guild Wars 2 dungeons are core fundamental lore experiences and story components. And if you are not lucky enough to find a group that's gonna fucking sit there and allow you to experience those lore components, you're fucked. I still remember when I was offline, when I was playing Guild Wars 2 on my other account. I ran through the dungeons and I was like, hey, I'm a new player. I really want to try and figure out the lore of this. Is this okay with you guys? Do you know what the response I got from the people in the dungeon was? Watch faster, bitch. We're moving on. They were done with like boss number 3 in the dungeon, and I was still fucking stuck in the first cutscene. They did not give a fuck. They did not give a singular shit when I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I eventually did get lucky and did get like players that did want to like stick around and wait and give me the chance to fucking get through the lore. But it's the gameplay that really holds ESO dungeons together and makes speed running them actually kind of fun. Also, thanks for the sub, Jungle Falcon. And like, I can't believe I'm saying that. It's fucking insane. I learned nothing about ESO dungeons, and they were so goddamn fun. Just because of the gameplay. Watching the cutscenes is considered toxic, even if it's your first time. Yeah, no. I had a lot of fucking shitty things said to me in dungeons because I decided that I wanted to watch the cutscenes in Guild Wars 2. No one was willing to wait around. They were like, get me through this shit as quickly as possible. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how common that experience is because I made a new character and posted LFGs for watching all cutscenes and people were chill. Maybe you had a better time than me. I can only relay my experience. I'm not living your life, right? Maybe you got lucky. Maybe I just got unlucky. I don't know. That's just the experience I had. That's just how it is. But before we get there, because now we're jumping ahead, right? I want to leave the ESO Final Fantasy debate to the end of this, right? I'm going to put up a poll. I'm going to give you 3 options: ESO, Final Fantasy, or other. And other is the hidden choice that I'm thinking about. Other is the third hidden option I'm thinking about. And I'm not going to tell you what it is because you'll probably all pick it. Maybe. I don't know. SKG News in React request from Slopula. Oh, the stop killing game stuff. Okay, well, maybe we'll look at that. We'll look at that if we got time at the end. First off, I want to start off in a very special place. I want to start off in a real, nice, neat, special place. There's a video I've been waiting on for a while. I've been sitting on this one. I've been sitting on this shit for a while. It's a list of every single fucking MMO that is the most played MMO in 2026. If I don't see Ashes of Creation on this list, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Because this is a 4-month-old video. If I don't see New World topping the charts, I'm gonna call bullshit. New World and it's 5 fucking players. So let's get fucking started. Let's get into this before I fucking waste more time and get distracted again. Because goddamn, Wizard 101, you know what? Wizard 101 is not fucking bad when it comes to player population counts. It's not fucking bad. So this is how we're going to do things, right? This video first. Then, Captain Crapface's video, because I trust him for Guild Wars 2 news more than anyone else I've seen make content on it. He seems to be ahead of the curve. He seems to have a brain between his fucking ears, right? He seems to fundamentally understand some shit that people are just skipping over, and that's why he pisses people off sometimes. Then we're going to go through Teapot's video here, talking about Guild Wars 3. Then we're going to look at Caffeinated Dad's video. I've seen a few Caffeinated Dad's videos. I haven't focused on them. I don't know anything about the guy, but yeah, fuck it. Let's get his take. Why not? And then someone I haven't watched for a very long time, Ebonheart. Now, Ebonheart, he seems kind of mild. He seems kind of, milquetoast, but that's fine. Maybe we need that. Mod Orion Chef? No, only the sword names will get modded. Only them. I'm not going to mod Orion Chef. Not even Muckluck fought ArenaNet on your behalf. Of course he didn't. Orion Chef. I do not blame Muckluck. I could not blame Muckluck for doing that. Think about it this way. Muckluck's job is streaming. Muckluck is fundamentally tied to the nutsack of ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2. If Guild Wars 2 bans him because he decided to push back against me, then he loses everything. For what? Some fucking random internet autist? It is the right decision for him to make from a business perspective to never defend me. It would be an even better decision for him to shit on me. It'll disappoint me, it'll make me sad, but it will fucking make me real, like I'll understand. I get it. I completely get it. Why the fuck should he go out of his way to lose everything for me? I've said this before. If I go down, then I go down alone. That's just how it works. Oh, hey, Crapface. Yeah, well, good thing we're watching his video second then. Excuses, Guild Wars 2 isn't for your neo-Nazi community. Oh, well. Too bad, then. Oh, well. I guess I'll just have to play something else where there's not a bunch of little bitches who get upset at jokes. Oh no, how fucking terrible. Gee, I wonder why Guild Wars 2 isn't the #1 king MMO like it deserves to be. Oh Jesus, how fucking bad. If only the ArenaNet moderation team wouldn't keep on shitting down everyone's throats. And they've been doing it for a decade. No fucking wonder it's always a background MMO. No wonder the content's so bland. No wonder no one makes anything interesting. No wonder when anyone has an opinion they get fucking banned. Oh, fucking astounding. Shocked by that. Neo-Nazis, I thought we were Zionists. No, you see, this is... You don't understand, Faith. We are what is considered Schrodinger's Hitler, right? We are both ultra-Zionist and neo-Nazis at the same time, but also we're all born in Palestine, but we're also gay. That's how it works. You see, I have this thing that I do where aside from the really, really funny bands that we get out of Demored, I let people talk. I let people do whatever the fuck they want. You know why? I'm not afraid of fucking words. I'm not afraid of people saying shit. Let people have their fucking opinions. Why does it upset you so much? Why does it get under your skin? Why does it cause your heartbeat to increase? There's no fucking need for that. They're just words. Who gives a fuck? Really? Some random internet spurg managed to fuck with your emotions? The only emotion you should be feeling is humor. You had an Israeli flag on your fucked up AI art. You do have a Zionist, a genocide supporter is in your community. Okay, how many people do you think he's killed? Oh no, I have someone who supports fucking Israel. Oh no, how fucking terrible. You think I don't have people who fucking support Palestine? You think I don't have people who fucking said racist shit against whites, against blacks, against Asians, against everyone? Oh no. You see, what you're trying to do there with that, Orion Chef, is you're trying to slap a label on something. And by slapping that label on something, you don't have to think critically. Instead, you just need to rely on a basic label as opposed to applying some common fucking sense, right? Israel number one. There you go. There you go. Do you know how many Jew jokes I make, Orion Chef? Do you have any idea? Go back to the last stream. I was making fucking Jew jokes right there. Do you think I fucking care? Oh no, someone supports some political thing. Oh, how terrible. Oh, you know, you know what? Actually, Orion, you're right. You know what? That's not a fully formed human being with their own opinions and thoughts and ideas. That is someone that I mentally control by streaming, right? He's my community. He's my Goebbels. He's my Huns hitting the switch on the fucking Auschwitz wall. Are you fucking out of your fucking mind? Are you cracked out of your goddamn head? These are human beings. They can decide for themselves what they like, what they don't like, what they think, and they're allowed their opinions. Good for them. I don't give a fuck. You know why? Because I'm not a political streamer. Oh no, how terrible. Someone has an opposing political view. Oh, fucking terrible shit. Oh, miserable. Fuck, what loser mentality. What retard mentality that is. Oh, there's a guy who put a Jew flag in an AI image. Oh. Fuck me. He also put a bunch of Asura in there, and I would have put every Asura in the fucking oven. Politics is 24/7 part of our lives. No. Politics is 24/7 a part of your life. It's part of your life. What if you have a Trump supporter also? Well, I personally don't support pedophiles, but if they like the orange man, then good for them. Good for them. You have a platform. Be a decent role model? No. This stream is marked as 18 plus. This stream is not for children. This stream is for people with fully formed frontal cortexes. They can decide for themselves. I'm not going to sit here and fucking tell people what to think and do. Do you know why? Because I'm here for the reasons of entertainment, you fucking moron. Do you know how fucking stupid you gotta be to log on to Twitter and that's your entire worldview because some fucking guy said some shit and manipulated you? Use your fucking brain cells, dude. I know they're there. God damn. Okay, that's taking us off the path here. Right, back to MMOs.
God, what a pearl clutcher. Go back to Reddit.
I agree. This may not be the place for you if it's gonna upset you that much. How dare you? How dare you have your own opinions? I know, I'm the devil. I'm Satan for that. I'm both a Nazi and also a Zionist. I'm both for and against the Jews by having opinions and making jokes. God damn, welcome to 2026. Everything's just fucking labels and people losing their mind. You're not allowed to say anything funny. You're not allowed to have any fun. It's just fucking people. Hey, politics! dicks all the fucking time. I laugh at all of them. It's great. You know what? You know what? Actually, based on what you've said so far, Orion, let's see. I would say you're left-leaning, which means you probably believe in multiple identities, and I identify as being correct, right? And because I identify as being correct, if you go against me, you're actually being a racist and a bigot. How's about that? There we go. Debate ended. I'm on your side. I'm just always correct because I self-identify. That's my agenda. That's my gender. That's what's between my legs. I take off my pants and I whip it out, and there's just a big sign that says, I'm right all the time. There you go. There you go. Debate settled. Done. Let's watch some fucking shit about MMOs. Let's see what the list is from 4 months ago. Right? Now, keep this in mind. I will have this sent to Reddit community and ArenaNet. Oh, well, too bad. Reddit already hates me, so who gives a fuck? ArenaNet's already banned me from all their games, so they don't give a fuck either. Oh, no. Okay. Back on track. MMOs. Right. When it comes to MMOs, 4 months is a fucking decade of time currently. Things, they blossom and die in a fucking weekend. They grow from the earth, and seconds later they're dead. What the fuck did I turn into? I thought you talk about Final Fantasy and ESO and not Hassan thematics. No, I'm just having fun with it, Carol. That's what I'm doing. I don't take any politics seriously because it's all just a shit show. You might as well just laugh at both sides and have a good time. Yeah, you know, think for yourself. You can think whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I don't care if you're the left or the right or the... I don't care. That's up to you. You're an adult. You've got a fully formed brain. Doesn't bother me. Even if I personally disagree with you, it just doesn't bother me. This is not part of my fucking life. I don't care. Now then, MMOs are in a weird fucking space when it comes to population counts because they rise and die in months. It has been 4 since this video released. I wonder how many MMOs on this list are dead. I wonder how many have gone and fallen by the wayside. Will he talk about New World? Will he talk about Destiny 2? Will he talk about Ashes of Creation? Because if that's the case, that's already 3 on this list that's dead. Let's find out.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Lucky here, and it's time for the 2026 update where we look at the most played MMOs right now. A lot has changed since the last time I made this video. We've seen some MMOs move way up on the
God, I miss Guild Wars 2.
list, and we've seen some move way down. This video is strictly by the numbers, which means I'm not ranking them by quality, simply by active player base size. Which MMOs are dying and which MMOs are thriving? Let's find out. Starting from the bottom at number 8.
Jesus Christ. It made the top 20 list and it's dead. Oh no. 4 months ago was the beginning of this year. That was February. 4 months ago was February. This made the top 20 list and now it's got like a few hundred people playing it until it dies. Gone. And you know what I say? Good fucking riddance. Fucking right out of the gate. Good fucking riddance. They fucked with people for too long. They never fixed the bugs. They lied to the PC player base. They said they were going to fix the game. And then instead of fixing the game, they dodged over to console and pretended like they cared about console and no longer the PC player base. They fucked this game up so hard. And they had such a goddamn gem. But they decided, because a book salesman was in charge of the fucking game, to shift from this open world building and crafting full loot PvP kind of game where you build up like a clan and you're all fighting against each other, kind of like fucking what's it called? Kind of like a discount version of Rust. And they threw that all in the trash to make it a fucking another instanced game that was theme parked. Right out the gate, dead. He banned Orion Chef. I didn't ban no one. I ain't banning no one. If he left, he decided to leave. He's off to Reddit to report me to cry about me.
And falling farther than any other MMO on the list this time around is New World.
Dead.
New World dropped from number
And now it's fallen off the list entirely.
12 to number 18 after being assassinated by Amazon, who announced they plan to stop supporting the game in the not too distant future. As a result, the population of the game immediately collapsed, and it's not likely to recover unless Amazon sells the IP to someone else.
That is such a cope. That is such a cope. Holy shit. No one is buying New World from Amazon. Every single project that Amazon's game studio has touched has been a burning pile of fucking dog shit. No one should trust these guys with the game. Like, wait a few months, and then if people are saying it's actually good, then maybe hop in, but never trust them out the gate. Never trust them again. Don't let Rose shit talk you like that. And look at how he's dodging your logical argument. Yeah, I'll dodge him. I'll dodge him all day. I'll slip and I'll slide. Don't you know I'm in a majority black country? Don't you understand how good black people are at boxing? You got to learn to dodge. As a white guy, you're not hitting back. They move too fast. So you got to learn to dodge.
New World was getting better and better from one expansion to the next, but Amazon wanted to move out of the MMO business to focus its spending on AI-related.
What the fuck was that? Was that Gwen Stacy? Please be Gwen Stacy. Please don't be a dude. Please don't be a dude. There was too much ass on that to be a dude. Fuck. That was just Spider-Man. Fuck. He got me.
AI-related endeavors instead.
What brings you out to the match today?
My grandson's number 7, and I never miss when he's on the field, even if it's cold. Oh!
It's tragic.
People want to say AI has no value. People want to say AI has no value when AI can do dog shit throwaway jokes like that in a second. Beautiful.
To see one of the few fairly monetized MMOs die like this. It deserved better, but it is what it is, and New World sits here at the bottom of the list. Next up, continuing its steep descent to the bottom of the list, is Throne and Liberty.
Holy shit, is Throne and Liberty really doing that bad? I never played Throne and Liberty. I had plans for it in the future, but is it really doing that fucking badly? Jesus Christ, just above New World? Throne and Liberty is on Steam, right? Throne and Liberty, how you doing? Fuck. Oh, it looks like I'm looking at the New World chart all over again. Ooh. It's doing better than New World, I gotta be honest. It's still got 3,000 people in it right now. It hit a player peak of 6,000. It's doing a lot better than New World. It's actually doing better than Marathon. Jesus.
This MMO has definitely fallen short of expectations. It's a gorgeous PvP-centric MMO, but combined...
Wait, Throne and Liberty is pay-to-win garbage. Well, it is an Asian MMO, so I 100% expect that. I 1,000% expect that it's got like gated content, that it's got timers in it, that it's got pay-to-win, that it's got pay for convenience, pay for power, pay for cash, multiple currency systems within the game, some of them linked to real world money. I 100% expect that from Throne and Liberty. Throne and Klarna, there you go.
Combine that with the fact that it's got massive pay for power, and you end up with an MMO for a very niche audience. Players complain
People with money.
About the lack of content and a repetitive daily gameplay loop burning them out on the young game. Fans of the game love the group PvP battles. I really hoped this would be the next big MMO, but sitting down here at number 17 on the list, it's not looking likely. Sadly, given how heavily pay to...
Wait, I think they're shutting down global servers and keeping Korean servers. Fucking seriously? Let's ask the Tectone research device. Is Throne and Liberty shutting down global servers? It's spelled servers wrong. Are they shutting down global servers? Holy fucking shit. Surely the Tectone research device here won't lead us incorrectly. Surely AI is 100% reliable and will never lie to us. Please, fuck me. Are you telling me that there's 2 that are dead on the list already? No, Throne and Liberty's global servers are not shutting down. Okay, official server status page, ongoing operations, recent patches. Yeah, so it looks like they're not shutting down, at least according to AI, which might be outdated in information. You might know something that other people don't.
To win, and PvP centric they decided to make it, the results really aren't that surprising. Next up, rising 1 slot for the first time in a long time is Lost Ark, moving up from 17 to 16. Lost Ark is a free-to-play top-down MMORPG that
Another Korean game. I've heard that this game is filled with bots.
launched in the East in 2019 and then finally here in the West in 2022.
I saw all of Benji's videos about Lost Ark, and like the amount of bot activity he showed was fucking insane.
Players have attributed the steep player decline to the game's repetitive daily gameplay loop and its pay-to-win monetization.
Okay, 11,000. 11,000, how's it doing right now? How's it doing 4 months later? What's Lost Ark looking like? Oh, we got a little bit of a bump here. 10k peak players, 8k on right now. Nope, it's just the new world chart again. Nope, never mind. Okay, that one might be in the trash as well. I want to love Lost Ark, but not with how pay to win it is. Korean MMO again, you just expect that that's a lost battle. It's never going away. It's always going to be like that.
On top of that, Lost Ark seems to really be struggling with new player onboarding. Getting players through those early levels and into the endgame content with its current player base is not easy when it comes to the game's massive grind. Lost Ark is trying to address this, but clearly it's struggling. One of Lost Ark's biggest strengths is its combat. On top of that, the game has a wide variety of classes with more on the way, each with their own look and feel to make sure that anyone can find the right class for them. If we look at Lost Ark's trends, we can see that interest exploded in February of 2022 when it launched in the West. But
that's normal for any game that releases. It always pops the fuck off when it's about to release, because that's when the biggest marketing push happens. So people start searching the game because they're seeing all the marketing, and then interest dies because no one's searching it ever again. If you look at any big launch of any game ever, you will see this exact same chart.
But then quickly lost those players as time went on, leaving it all the way down here at number 16 on the list. Moving up one position to number 15 on the list is Albion Online, a fantasy sandbox MMORPG that was released in 2017 and is
Honestly, I thought Albion would be higher on this list.
available on PC, Mac, iOS, and Android, and is free to play and full of pay for power. Next up, if you're
Let's see what Albion Online's looking like. And the thing is, it's also a mobile game, so there's more players than what you're seeing here. I know that. A lot of people play this shit on mobile. Again, kind of the same position as Lost Ark, at least when it comes to playing through Steam. Kind of unsurprising, but they do have a higher total player base count, but I don't know how much higher than it is right here. And I'd be really curious to know how Lucky Ghost got the numbers for this. I would be really curious to know how he got these numbers. I double checked, I confused the MMO, it was Closes, whatever the fuck that is. Okay, I don't even know what the fuck Closes is. Honestly, I absolutely hate where you have a percentage of upgrading your gear, or if you fail, you lose all the upgrade materials. You don't like gambling? What? You don't like our Lord and Savior spend a bunch of money and lose shit? And lose all your time investment? What's wrong with you, Max? How dare you speak against our Lord and Savior gambling in the year of 2026? I'll have you know, if you made that statement 2 years from now, you would be banned off of the internet.
you're burned out on the games on this list, maybe try something new. Something with epic gods and elite assassins. Right now,
that's an ad.
Shout out to Raid for sponsoring this segment. Now, let's get back to the video. Not for the faint of heart, Albion is a full loot PvP MMO. Once you've been looted by an enemy, you'll have to go and buy replacement gear, but fortunately, the game has made this process incredibly easy by letting you save loadouts so that you can repurchase your loadout with a click of a single button after you die. The game features a pretty massive progression tree where the more you use something, the more you level.
They just stole it from Path of Exile, and it's like a really, really discount version of the Path of Exile tree in Albion Online. I'm gonna be honest, when I played Albion Online, I had fun, but the grind gets excruciating unless you start credit card swiping. Unless you start spending actual money in this game, you are gonna be spending a lot of fucking time trying to build up your character. And the second you step into a red or a black zone, you're fucked because people are scanning for people with gear that they can steal.
It up and unlock things down that branch of the tree. Albion Online does not require a mandatory sub, but does offer an optional sub that will greatly reduce your grind towards max level. The game has attracted and maintained a sizable audience and seems to have carved out its own space in the MMO sphere. Next up, holding on to the number 14th spot is Lord of the Rings Online.
Now that's a surprise. That's a shocker. Is Lord of the Rings Online actually a banger of a fucking game? I'm shocked to see Lord of the Rings Online above Albion. This list is so retarded and wrong. This list is 4 months old, Sawman. And also, I understand why you're saying this. That's why I said I'd be very curious to know how he got the player population counts for this. Right? I want to know how he got the player population counts for this shit. I'm very curious as to how he got that. Considering most things are multi-platform, multi-region, different regions are playing different things. It's not all correlated on Steam. It's not like there's only one platform. He uses Google Trends. The most infallible source of information, what people Google search. It was wrong 4 months ago. How is a mobile game less than Lord of the Rings Online, which has about 1K players? Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah, Albion's doing a lot better. Hey, gorgeous. You okay? Give me a sec. All right. So, we already know that this list is bullshit, right? If we're going by proportions of people who play, even if Lord of the Rings Online was on mobile, it wouldn't proportionally have as many players as Albion Online. So this list is already dead fucking wrong. And if I look at this list and we go back 4 months, so we go back to January 2025, we had 1K players on Steam through Lord of the Rings Online. And if we go back to Albion, good night, gorgeous. If we go back to Albion and we take a look at January 2026, 11K. Go to bed. As a non-white woman, it's very important you get your sleep. Otherwise, how are you going to enjoy Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey when Low Potatoes Nyong'o represents all of your people? Now she's threatening suicide. That's fair. After the day we've had, that's fair. Go to bed. Love you. Okay. So we already know that this list is dead fucking wrong, right? We already know that this is a dead fucking wrong list. Sawman's correct. Sawman is wrong about nothing, it turns out. It turns out that this list was bullshit. I want to know where the fuck Lucky Ghost got his information from. How the fuck did he get this list together? When this is what we're fucking dealing with here. I heard shoot myself. She's so done with Nolan. Yeah, no, she's really pissed off because she really loved the Batman movies. She thought those were bangers done by him. And she's like, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if he got murdered and replaced with a clone, but that's not Christopher Nolan. How the fuck does he have 720k subs? Because he's been doing this forever. Or he bought them. I don't know. I don't know how trustworthy of a news source Lucky Ghost is when he's already fucked up the bottom list ranking here
This MMO was released back in 2007 and then in 2000.
Source, I made it up every year for the past 3 years. No, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Now, let's be honest. Lucky Ghost, I've seen some of his content. I've seen some of his stuff. Yeah, he seems to pump out a bunch of shit in order to try and like capture the algorithm as much as possible, and he doesn't really. He's kind of like a mini Extra Life, where he's not really that obsessed with accuracy so much as he is about cranking out content.
2010, the game went from being a subscription-based game to being free-to-play. Lord of the Rings Online is a classic theme park MMO. It's got a respectable Lord of the Rings-inspired story with some really solid voice acting. Like many of...
Is it good, though? I immediately want to distrust every opinion this guy has. Is Lord of the Rings actually good? That's what's more important. I trust any one of your opinions more than I trust his opinion currently. Purely based on him putting Albion lower than Lord of the Rings Online, because that makes no fucking sense. Makes no sense at all. Lord of the Rings Online would be good if it wasn't expensive to buy all the shit you need to play it. It's pay to win as hell, like Wizard said. It's not a bad game, but it's very pay to win. Fuck. So Lord of the Rings Online, what I do know about its history is once upon a time they did have a sub fee, and then they switched over to a free-to-play model, and they put a bunch of shit in a cash shop, and they like amplified their profits to the goddamn moon. Lord of the Rings Online is one of the games that's actually the reason that people now create free-to-play games and then sell a bunch of shit to people. This is one of the games that caused that. Lord of the Credit Score Online. For me, the pay-to-win shit ruined it. It made me so sad I rage quit it and made a whole blog just to document all of it. When you decide to look into Lord of the Rings Online, well, I'm gonna have to nag you for that at some point when I do decide to look into it.
The free-to-play MMOs, it's not massively popular, but it's alive enough to enjoy it. It's worth noting that in order to have access to all the races and classes, you'll either have to do a hefty grind of cash up currency or fork out a little bit of cash. You can also
A little bit. As in your yearly wages.
choose to sub to the game for $15 a month in order to get things like extra inventory space and extra quests. If you're looking for a good story and a classic MMO experience, Lord of the Rings Online could be a good time for you. Next up, holding on to the 13th slot and sitting here as the oldest MMO we'll talk about today, launched all the way back in 1999.
Really? Really? EverQuest is still going? People are still playing EverQuest? Fucking really? I mean, what the fuck am I saying? I shouldn't be surprised. Like, old school RuneScape's one of the most popular MMORPGs out there, but fucking really? Not even EverQuest 2? Fuck, give me the numbers. EverQuest, what you looking like, bud? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, those are New World numbers. Ooh. Maybe it was doing better 4 months ago. Nope. Nope. Not at all. Never mind. How the fuck is this higher than Lord of the Rings Online? When Lord of the Rings Online has more players. Oh, God. What the fuck is this list? What crack is this guy smoking? What is this just? Hold on, I've got an image for this. Is this just? Oh fuck, where was it? I had the perfect image for this. Like I know he runs a faceless channel, right? I know Lucky Ghost runs a faceless channel, but I'm just wondering, like in real life, is this what he looks like? He's just shitting out misinformation nonstop. Hey guys, it's your host, Lucky Ghost. I'm gonna tell you some bullshit that's not true. I'm just gonna fucking shit out a video to get money from a sponsor because I've got the numbers and you don't. Is this a real life image of what he looks like? Just sitting out there, spraying misinformation in everyone's faces? Dear God. Good fucking Lord. That's fucking terrible.
is EverQuest. EverQuest still has a small but respectable population and is surprisingly still popular enough to be on the list.
These are the Steam numbers. Most don't play EQ or aren't on Steam, but you could say the same for Albion Online, right? You could probably say the same for Lord of the Rings Online. What I'm looking at is proportionality here, right? Whereas you can't really get the actual 100% number here. What I'm doing is a proportional comparison using Steam, right? What you can expect is if both games have their own launchers, the proportionality that you would see from own launcher as opposed to Steam numbers would be kind of similar when it comes to proportionality. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not like basing it 100% factually on the number I'm seeing off of Steam, because if that was the case, Albion Online would be like number 5 because a lot of people play that shit on mobile. A lot of people play that on mobile.
Today. Before WoW, when no one knew what an MMO was, there was EverQuest. This game is full of the classic MMO formula because it invented a lot of it. It's still getting expansions today, which is definitely contributing to the fact that it's still around today. It's worth
Really? Fuck, I know next to nothing about how EverQuest has gone. Like I played EverQuest a very fucking long time ago and then never played it again. I'm shocked to hear that it's still getting expansions. That or Lucky Ghost is lying to me.
Noting that it might be hard to do group content if you're not someone who is willing to multi-box, as this is one of the most popular ways to play the game today. Dropping one spot to number 12.
You should try some of these for a stream and see how they are actually doing for yourself. Why do you think I'm looking at this video, Dread9? I'm looking at this video so that I know which ones to look at. Oh, look. Next up on the list, the Pirate Software game. Did you know that Pirate Software developed this game in a basement while he was working for Blizzard? And also he's got some of the most epic stories where he's the hero at all points in time and he never did anything wrong in EVE Online ever. And he's always correct. Always. Did you know that? Also, did you know he works at Blizzard? His script literally sounds like a ChatGPT wrote it. I'm waiting for him to fuck up and actually say the word extended hyphen. Then we'll know that's true.
12 is EVE Online, released all the way back in 2003. EVE Online is an MMO where your goal is to build and upgrade a powerful spaceship so that you can join up with others to vie for control of the most.
This one I've actually thought about playing. I'm a huge fan of sci-fi space fantasy shit. That I was inconsolable for a week after Rey Skywalker happened. I was fucking mad non-stop. My autism flared the fuck up for an entire week. I couldn't speak to anyone without losing my fucking mind. But I do still want to try out EVE Online.
Profitable sectors of space. It's free to play.
Did you ever play Freelancer? No. Don't even know what that is.
With the option to pay money to do things like access more spaceships sooner, it also has an optional sub and...
Right. There's more variables than just divide between the Steam and the off-platform numbers. Time released before being put on Steam. Yes, I'm aware of all of that, Alex. I 100% understand that there's multiple variables that go into this. There's a sliding scale. There's the time before release, time after release. There's the private launches, whether it's on mobile or not, which regions we're looking at, which isolated zones are separate from others, where the servers are based, what the funding is like, what the size of the development team is like that keep people coming back, what the turnover rate is for players who play the game and never come back versus the people who stick around. But you know what the problem with all of that is? The big problem with all of that is no one knows what the actual fucking player numbers are. No one knows what the player numbers actually fucking are. Which is why this is so curious to me that he was so confident to call this sorted by active players. I figured he had a formula for this. It turns out no. He hit the crack pipe and he started talking.
And this sub is the most expensive subscription on the entire list, sitting at $20 per month. As with most optional subs, fans of the game will often tell you that if you intend to fully enjoy the game, the sub's not so optional. PvP in EVE Online is high stakes, as when your ship is destroyed...
All I'm saying is Google Trends is the most accurate list we could create with public info. Yes, potentially. However, one of the issues with Google Trends is that there are a lot of people who don't Google shit and still play an MMO, right? There are a lot of people who've been playing for the last 10 years. They love their MMO and they never Google shit because they already know everything. And the closest they get to maybe Googling something is every now and then they're watching their favorite content creator on YouTube. That's it. That's the closest they'll get. So yeah, it's impossible.
It does not respawn. Instead, you'll have to build it again. So be prepared to spend days, weeks, or months refarming materials to get your ship back. EVE was never the biggest MMO, but it and its fans and its developers have kept it on.
Everyone in chat, have you considered in following either a dog electrocutor or a guy who keeps child porn on his hard drives and sucks Nick Fuentes' dick? Being jobless neo-Nazis are not worth living for. This man's in the trenches. This man's the one Christian dude who went to fucking Israel and started preaching on the street. Oh man, what a hero. What a hero. You're winning me over, Orion Chef.
On this list for over 2 decades, likely because there's nothing else like it. Next up, we have a new MMO on the list, Ashes of Creation, sitting at number 12, but as with all MMO launches, it's falling fast.
Yeah, okay, so it seems like he's 100% reliant on Google Trends. He's 100% reliant on that.
The game has launched to mixed reviews and
Sorry, what numbers? Ashes of Creation? Sorry, what number is Ashes of Creation?
but as with all MMO launches,
What number?
list for over 2 decades, likely because there's nothing else like it. Next up, we have a new MMO on the list, Ashes of Creation, sitting.
Now, if we go to Google Trends right now, what are the chances that Ashes of Creation currently has higher search volume than MMOs that actually exist? What are the chances that Ashes of Creation is getting more traffic off of Google Trends than Lord of the Rings Online, or EverQuest, or Albion Online? Let's find out. Ashes of Creation. Let's do worldwide as opposed to my shithole. Now, how do we do a comparison? How do we do a comparative for the past 3 months? Albion Online. Oh, look at that. Albion Online's actually fucking killing them. Jesus Christ. God damn. Maybe Google Trends is actually accurate. Fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, EVE Online. Online game. Look at that. I'm actually surprised by that. I thought Ashes of Creation would be above those two. God damn. A lot of you are still lost. Okay, well, whatever. Ashes was on Steam only at that point. Why the hell didn't he show that? Maybe he took a sponsorship from them. Who knows? But look at that. Okay, so it is getting killed by older games. It is actually getting killed. But I thought Ashes of Creation was supposed to be the savior. I thought it was supposed to be the savior of the genre. I don't understand. I didn't know Albion Online was this popular. It is massively popular on a phone. It is massively popular on a phone. Wait, you actually just made a really good point. You made a good point. It was already dead 3 months ago, Newgash. You're right about that. Let's take, oh, there we go. There we go. That makes sense. So February. February, when the game was being killed, it was higher than all of them. And again, here, higher than all of them. What other ones do we have? New World. Video game. New World, massive spike, dead. He made this video 4 months ago, which was about February. So if he's basing this off of Google Trends, it's effectively a lie what he said here, where he said that it's sorted by active players, because it's not sorted by active players, it's sorted by searches on Google. And if we look at this, Ashes was killing it in February when he made this list. A game that doesn't fucking exist. The trend requests also highly depend on the amount of completionist content. If there's more shit to wiki. Yeah, so if I do this, right? If we do Guild Wars 2. Because Guild Wars 2 has an integrated wiki, I expect that Guild Wars 2 should be higher than all of these. The wiki is integrated into the game. They expect you to look at the wiki. People are constantly pinging it through Google. So his entire thing with how he's couching this is just fucking wrong. Guild Wars 2 is dragging its fucking nuts all over every single one of these games then. So that it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. This list is bullshit. This is more just a list of things you could potentially play before they die. If you go back 4 months.
Sitting at number 12, but as with all MMO launches, it's falling fast. The game has launched to mixed reviews, and the upside
Does it go through Google or just keywords, the hyperlinks? I'm not sure, but I would assume it's going through Google if Guild Wars 2 has such a massive fucking massive fucking breach of everything else. Well, let's compare it to another big game, because this one should have massive search volume, right? Regardless of what people think, massive search volume on this one. War Within. No, give me Midnight. No, I suppose Midnight wouldn't be accurate. Oh, we can't get like a general for this one. Really? It's that low? No, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be... come on, that can't be right. Topic. Maybe it's more accurate to use top... Wow, fuck me. Guild Wars 2 has /wiki in the game. Yes, and I think it's going through Google. Because it's fucking killing everything else. So, by this list, what we should see is that Guild Wars 2 is somewhere here at the end of the list because it's more played than everything else, according to him, if he's using Google Trends.
is that it aims to be an open world PvP MMO that is free of pay to win. The downside is that it's still very much an unfinished game, with only a fraction of the promised content. The decision to release the game felt like it came out of nowhere, as they skipped from alpha to Steam launch as interest in the alpha waned. The first impressions of the game are similar to what we saw in alpha. The developers really want players to group, and as a result, they have made solo play.
Try OSRS. Okay, you know what? Fine. OSRS is also another huge fucking game. People love it. People care about it a lot. That's probably a good one to test against as well. Old school RuneScape, online game. Jesus Christ. God damn. That's so much search volume that every other line looks flat by comparison. God damn. The only way this gets worse is, yeah, if we add in other kinds of game experiences like Roblox, right? That's going to just take everything else and turn it into a flat line. Yep. Yep, that's about right. But what's terrifying is you can still kind of see some of the motion here in old school RuneScape. God damn, Jesus. Those pedophiles be eating good in Roblox. They got a bunch of kids to hunt down.
An incredible slog. In order for an MMO that almost demands group play
By the way, do we have a subreddit? Who the fuck would run a subreddit? Who the fuck would allow a subreddit of the degenerate, retarded shit I do on stream? That's never happening. Also, I'm a literal fucking nobody. Why the fuck would there be? Subreddits are for people who are the size of Asmongold and shit. There's no subreddit below that kind of size. Why would anyone fucking have that shit going? That would just be the funniest shit ever if that actually existed.
to survive, it needs to have an incredibly large population, which isn't a luxury that a niche PvP MMO usually has in 2026, which
You mean a dead MMO?
means Ashes of Creation's design and reality might be at odds with each other on this front. Here's hoping they figure it out, because man, do we need more Western MMOs that are free of pay to win.
Bye. Bye. Bye, Ashes. Goodbye. See you later. Maybe next
Sure to
time.
sub to the channel to see where this MMO lands when we update this list in 6 months. Falling 2 spots to number 11 is Star Wars: The Old Republic. BioWare handed this game off to a new developer to keep it up and running as they move on to new projects.
Okay, Swator, how's Swator doing? It's been a long time since I've checked in on Swator. How's Swator doing? How are you doing, buddy boy? I'm sorry, I gotta take RuneScape off the list. I can't fucking see anything otherwise. It just becomes one line. Swator is the light blue line. Not bad. It's seeing some increase in search volume. It's not doing bad. It's catching up a little bit to RuneScape over there. That it's not actually doing bad. Swator is shockingly not doing bad. I don't know if it has a wiki the same way Guild Wars 2 does, but it's like neck and neck with Guild Wars 2 right here. Wait, no, never mind. That's not Guild Wars 2. That's fucking Albion Online. It's neck and neck.
Projects, which has definitely caused delays to new content and has also seemingly resulted in smaller content additions overall.
Wait, what the fuck is wrong with 7TV on YouTube? That is because of the AI tools that they've strapped to YouTube moderation that I have no control over, so they decide which messages get deleted, and I have no say in the matter. And I think because 7TV is third party, if they don't keep up with the updates of YouTube, it breaks like every fucking week. That's why.
This is another MMO that is now free to play with an optional sub. That optional sub will unlock a lot of things, but most importantly, it'll give you access to all of the zones in the game forever.
Okay, before he gets there, top 3 that I'm going to predict here. World of Warcraft, obviously. Final Fantasy, and old school RuneScape. And I think 4th place is probably going to be Guild Wars 2.
Even if you only sub for 1 month and then cancel. Star Wars: The Old Republic is known for its amazing class stories that immerse you in the world of Star Wars, which are fully voice acted and are incredibly well fleshed out and written. Perhaps the most unique part of the stories is that your choices actually have an impact on the ending of your story, with up to 3 different endings possible for each class. It's not a bad game to pick up and play with a friend, as it does feature level scaling.
Yes, okay, fine. That's all good. That's all great and wonderful. But does Palpatine return somehow? Does Palpatine return? Because if he doesn't, what's even the fucking point?
The downside of this is that it's made the questing experience very, very easy, perhaps too easy. So you'll definitely be jumping in for the story rather than the challenge. Now it's time to dive into the top 10. And if you're enjoying this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
Palpatine doesn't exist in Swator, 0 out of 10.
To be kept up to date on all the latest
How
and
could they
greatest
not?
MMO news. Sitting at number 10 is Final Fantasy XI. Released all the way back in 2002, it was the first MMO in the Final Fantasy universe.
This is the one that 14 was based off of, right? Where this is the real old school one where they based Final Fantasy 14 off of, and then they needed to fix everything for A Realm Reborn. it's difficult for me to keep in check which fucking Final Fantasy number is related to which other Final Fantasy number. Because there's too many of these goddamn games with a number at the end. So I can't distinguish them from one another.
And this game has definitely stood the test of time. It was one of
11 is the original, 14 is the WoW clone. Okay, so it was 11.
the first, if not the first, cross-platform game that let PlayStation 2 and PC players play together. A while back, the developers announced they were putting Final Fantasy XI into maintenance mode and letting the developers move on to other things. But then more recently, the developers moved in the other direction and announced a flurry of updates and changes.
It's because the Japanese couldn't apologize enough for putting it in maintenance mode, so they had to go back and put more shit in it.
I'm guessing that this was a response to the resurgence of players, some drawn into the free login event last year and others just looking for a change of pace from Final Fantasy XIV while they wait for the next update. Whatever the reason, it's a welcome change for the game. The MMO has aged more gracefully.
Holy shit, and I thought Final Fantasy XIV was slow with its combat. This is next level slow.
Than most. It's
God
still
damn.
a sub-to-play MMO with zero pay-to-win 24 years after release. It doesn't sell WoW token equivalents, mounts, or cosmetics in its cash shop. Everything is earned exclusively by playing the game. Between that and its incredibly unique design, it's no surprise that it still has a loyal following all these years later. Next up, moving up one spot to the 9th spot is Black Desert Online.
Really? Really? Black Desert is that low? Really? I figured it would be like top 5. With all the ass in that game. I mean, 18K. That's better than everything else we've seen so far. I expected, purely because of the ass, the jiggle physics in this game, I expected it to be a top 5 game.
Online, which is known for its beautiful graphics and its flashy combat. It's an open world game with very little in the way of instanced content. You don't play BDO for the dungeons and for the raids. BDO is a Korean MMO grind mixed with a dash of PvP. It's important to note that it's an always-on PvP game. Once you hit 50, the PvP is on. For the most part, anyone can kill you at almost any time. This doesn't mean
Black Desert UI is garbage. That's because the players aren't looking at the UI. They're trying to smell their character through the screen.
that they will, but this is definitely one of the unique qualities of the game that makes it popular among PvPers. Unfortunately, BDO has recently started to slide back to its more pay-to-win ways after it had briefly improved things for a year or so. Between the increasing pay-to-win and the 3 optional subs that total more than $40, this pay-to-win MMO has the type of monetization that it seems only PvPers are willing to tolerate.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 3 subs? Jesus fuck. God damn.
Still, it's one of the best PvP MMOs out there if you're looking for one, and so it's been able to hold on to enough players to keep it in the
Okay, so he's doing this by Google Trends again. That doesn't even show up. Black Desert Online game, where you sitting? It's up there. It's up there in searches. It's up there. It is up there.
top 10. Next up, falling 2
So this is again another problem with using Google Trends to try and figure this out, because I bet there's a bunch of people searching for Black Desert Online porn. Right? They're not playing the game, they're just jerking off.
spots to number 8 is MapleStory. MapleStory launched in 2003 in the East and 2005 in the West. It was
God damn.
immensely successful and still manages to stay relevant nearly 2 decades later. So far, the game's reached over 260 million registered users worldwide. It's got over 40 different classes for you to try and offers an incredibly unique and accessible experience. This side-scrolling MMO has done a good job of staying relevant over the years, even outliving its intended successor, MapleStory 2, which died almost
I have a problem with the 2D MMOs. But maybe MapleStory deserves a pass because it's been around forever. It's been around forever. And people who play MapleStory really fucking love MapleStory.
almost immediately upon launching. Which brings us to another old MMO. Holding on to the number 7th spot is Wizard 101.
There it is, Gambling Simulator 101.
This
There
MMO
he
was a
is.
gateway into the MMO scene for many children around 2008 when it launched. It's still going
I still remember all the shitty fucking banner ads that you would see on every fucking website advertising this game.
strong today and still getting new updates regularly. The game lists itself as free to play, but veterans of the game will tell you that it's more honest to call this free to try, as you'll need to sub in order to access all of the game's best and most relevant content. It's definitely
Don't play this. That makes me want to play this. Don't say it like that.
a unique
Was this written by AI? Most likely, yes. The intonations, the speech, the way that everything's put out in a paragraph, yes. Very likely.
entry, featuring a card collecting style of combat. It also includes your more usual MMO staples like housing and fishing. And despite its humble beginnings, it's still here holding down the number 7 spot over 16 years after its initial release. Next up, falling 2 places to number 6 on this list, is Elder Scrolls Online. This MMO is going through a bit of an awkward transition in monetization models right now, but we should see some clarification on that front soon. Elder Scrolls
I mean, let's be honest, Elder Scrolls is not doing bad. Let's be honest. I've played that new play experience. It's not bad. It's really not that bad of a game.
Online is one of the few MMOs still getting massive expansions every year. Some players love ESO for its almost
So Wizard 101 is bigger than Albion, Lord of the Rings Online, SWTOR, and BDO. Yeah, I don't think so. I know it does have a large player base, but I don't think it's bigger than Albion Online. Again, because of the mobile player base on Albion, I don't think it's bigger than BDO. I don't think that it's bigger than SWTOR. Lord of the Rings Online, though? Maybe. Maybe.
infinite number of Elder Scrolls quests tucked within, while detractors complain about the homogenization of classes and combat, stating that everything plays the same. The recent addition of multi-classing has definitely
That's not been my experience. I haven't had an experience that everything plays the same. I played a cat with a fucking bow and arrow, and that didn't work out nearly as well as when I was playing a Dunmer Dragon Knight. My Dunmer Dragon Knight, it feels way fucking better. Infinitely better.
exacerbated this already problematic issue greatly. But on top of ESO's massive amount of single-player content, it's also got 12-player raids and 4-player dungeons, both of which are fantastic. ESO definitely leans towards the casual MMO player and stands out as one of the more
I don't know if you can say it leans into being for the casual MMO player when it's got like a million different monetization systems strapped to it. That sounds like bullshit. I'm detecting bullshit in his speech. I'm detecting horseshit when he says that.
story-driven MMO experiences out there. Since its release in 2014, ESO has cultivated a large and loyal fanbase, and it continues to hold its own against the heavy hitters at the top of the list. Next up, moving up more slots.
But you'll understand what he means by homogenization later. As you progress, you unlock more and more skills that are shared between all classes. Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense because there's a bunch of skills that you get from light armor, from joining certain guilds, from joining, from weapons. So I can see how that would be the case. How you could play one tank that uses a sword and a shield, that you would technically have other skills because they're related to your class, but you want to keep on relying on that one pierce taunt all the time, so it doesn't actually play that different from a different tank who's in heavy armor as well.
Than any other MMO on this list is Guild Wars 2, sliding its way up.
Oh look, Guild Wars 2. Why am I not playing this game? Ask ArenaNet. Ask ArenaNet why. I thought this was going to be number 4.
To number 5. Guild Wars 2 had an explosive launch back in 2012 and has since been one of the most popular MMOs on the market, and recently it's seen a huge resurgence.
Guild Wars 2 deserves to be high on this list, and it never will be because they refuse to fix their new player experience and because of ArenaNet moderation.
Of players. As MMOs go, Guild Wars 2 does an excellent job of encouraging zone exploration and completion, and tried hard to break the mold of having players run from one yellow exclamation point to the next. Guild Wars 2 features a very generous free trial. The first 80 levels are free, and the game does not feature a sub, not even one of those quote-unquote optional subs. So when it says you can play it for free, it means it. After the first 80 levels, there's a lot of great content to be had in the expansions. However, those will need to be purchased, and these expansions are definitely where the game's best content content is. As you've heard me say before, Guild Wars 2's mounts are better and more fun than any other mounts in any other MMO. Its
The mounts are fucking fantastic.
lack of rigid
He's
trinity
right about
of
that.
tank, healer, and DPS have made it a unique entry in the genre as well. One of the most memorable parts about Guild Wars 2 is its world events, where upwards of 100 players will group up to take down world
Did I get banned? Yes.
bosses that can be as big as the size of a skyscraper, and it's really cool to see that many people in the community get together to take these things down. How is Guild Wars 2 trending? Well, after sliding for a few years after its End of Dragons expansion, it's recently started to climb rapidly, showing
Wouldn't this kind of not be this entire thing that he's doing? I just thought about this now. It's purely dependent as well on when the next content release is happening, right? So he's trying to do a snapshot, but even if he's doing a snapshot based on the Google Trends, a lot of his information is wrong if he's relying on Google Trends. So I don't know how he came up with this listing.
massive player growth over the last 6 months. Next up, climbing up one spot to number 4 is World of Warcraft.
Really? Number 4? Oh, wait, Classic. Okay, Classic. Okay.
Classic.
Okay.
In March of 2017, Blizzard finally caved and announced they would be making World of Warcraft Classic. World of Warcraft Classic was a return to WoW before its controversial additions like raid finders, excessive cash shop items, and the WoW token. WoW Classic is the classic MMO experience, slower combat, and the strict adherence to the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS.
Strict adherence, slower combat, more definitive decisions that you can make, more options and customization for your character when it comes to your talent trees. And also there was more uniquity in the classes, and you were playing a class fantasy and you were just a person in a world as opposed to someone who was the superhero who was going to save the universe from the big dragon fart, or the next fucking robot dungeon man who was the ultimate evil of death, but actually he was just the middle management of the next guy in the next expansion that was going to be pushed forward because they needed to bring Sylvanas back because Feet Mommy wasn't doing it for them. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
WoW Classic's developers have gone quiet as they work on the next major iteration of the WoW Classic experience. I've been saying for a long time, I hope WoW Classic will eventually do what old school RuneScape did and carve it
100% he had an AI write this. The deeper we're getting into this video, Syro, the more I believe you. This list, this entire list could have been fine. This entire video could have been perfectly fine if he just said that this is a list of the MMOs you could probably play at the time, barring New World and Ashes of Creation.
its entirely own path, completely forking from retail WoW. I hope in this new version of WoW they do everything they can to avoid it becoming just another dungeon queue simulator. We already have retail WoW for the times where all we want to do is log in and jump into the dungeon and raid finder queues. WoW Classic is sitting at number 4, further proof that there is a strong appetite for the classic MMO experience, untainted by WoW tokens, microtransactions, and loot crates. Next up,
Classic Plus is coming. Classic Plus is coming. It's going to be discount Turtle WoW. And they're probably going to put the WoW token in it. I don't trust fucking Blizzard as far as I could throw those fucking pieces of shit. They're going to fuck up Classic Plus. Hey, does anyone remember Season of Discovery? No? Neither do I.
up holding on to the number 3 spot is Final Fantasy XIV. This MMO is no stranger to the top 3. Final Fantasy XIV continues to earn its position with its constant and massive content drops from one expansion.
Right. Also, he said Guild Wars 2 lack of Trinity makes it unique, but it reintroduced Trinity in the first expansion. It's not a hard Trinity system. Like the comparison between a Guild Wars 2's Trinity system and WoW's Trinity system are like two completely different games.
And patch to the next. Final Fantasy XIV is...
You mean Ascension WoW? No, I mean hardcore classic WoW. Or Season of Discovery, or WoW housing pink-haired millennial writing World of Warcraft. There's like 70 different versions of World of Warcraft that have lived and died.
Is a fantasy MMORPG that places a massive focus on the story. And its newest expansion, Dawntrail,
I'm surprised Final Fantasy is in second place.
started a brand new story arc after they concluded the previous 10-year arc in the Endwalker expansion. It features 22 different classes and the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS, and a new Beastmaster class is on the way in 7.5. Final Fantasy XIV has a best-in-class free trial, now allowing you to play the
This dude never played the game. What clued you in to the fact that this guy has obviously not played most of these fucking games? What is it? What? I'm curious. What about his channel? Where he's talking about Subnautica 2, where he's talking about Diablo, where he's talking about Crimson Desert, where he's talking about fucking Warframe, where he's talking about fucking Elder Scrolls Online once and then going to Path of Exile. What clued you in on the idea that he doesn't fucking play these games, he just kind of makes content? What would ever give you such a ridiculous idea? Say it isn't so. No. Really? I would never expect that shit. No. Truly? No. No, okay. This guy is 100% the normie content creator. This is the guy who does normie vids for normies and doesn't actually play these games. I can tell this instantly.
For 70 levels and the first 2 expansions for completely free. After that, you'll have to buy the game and pay for a mandatory sub. Thanks to this mandatory sub, however, the game is free of pay to win, it's free of loot boxes, and it has hundreds, if not thousands, of cosmetics and mounts that you can earn in-game by playing the game.
That is true.
Final Fantasy XIV players love the game, but they are asking the developers to mix up their formula a little bit in future expansions. Next up, falling 1 spot to an impressive number 2 is Old School RuneScape. The only MMO on this list.
This is completely unsurprising. Boomers shit their pants over how good Old School RuneScape is. There are millions of people in old age homes right now who have an internet connection that's just strong enough to keep playing Old School RuneScape. They might die and never log out, and they just think Grandpa's really, really focused right now, but he actually died in the chair. But people really fucking love Old School RuneScape.
That has seen its population steadily increase over the last 10 years is Old School RuneScape. This MMO is unique because players literally get to vote yes or no on anything that the developer...
Wait, I'm nearly 40 and I can't stand OSRS. Wait 20 years. Wait 20 years. And then maybe you'll be old enough to enjoy Old School RuneScape.
Want to add to the game. Old School RuneScape launched as a result of the community not loving some of the changes that were made to the game. Retail RuneScape added WoW-like abilities and a massively pay-to-win cash shop, and so the community begged the developers for the creation of Old School RuneScape. Jagex finally agreed and created servers that were based on the 2007 version of the game. RuneScape is unique because it does not have the player follow a linear storyline, but instead has the player choose their own path through the game. Players can choose to...
Wait. Old School RuneScape really is just something to keep your mind occupied while watching videos. I think Old School RuneScape is actually the perfect ADHD game, right? Because what you do, right, is you don't actually have Old School RuneScape up on your main monitor, right? What you have is you have Old School RuneScape sitting over there on your third or your second monitor, and then on your main monitor, you're like watching a movie. You're doing something, and every now and then you just kind of lean over and you click on something, and then you go back to watching your movie or whatever the fuck you're doing on your PC. I bet more people play Old School RuneScape at their job than any other MMORPG out there. I think this is the perfect MMO for being second monitor. Every now and then I just want to click on something to satisfy the ADHD urge I have.
Kill monsters, go off questing, or level up one of their many different skills. RuneScape is a very sandboxy MMO that allows for a lot of AFK skilling, and thanks to its slow pace and incredibly low computer requirements, it's very...
A movie, yes. What? You don't like the new movies that are coming out? You don't like them? You don't like pirating all those fantastic new Star Wars movies? What do you mean, Eucharist? Come on, get with the times. Don't you wanna bang a labubu millennial, as General Apple would call them? Don't you want one of those pink-haired 300-kilogram bitches bouncing up and down on your dick while you lean over, click on your second monitor, and go back to watching that one fucking old thing about why McDonald's is actually the devil?
very accessible. It's got some pretty involved quests that would be near impossible to figure out without the help of add-ons and guides, but it is as old school as it gets, with a very clunky combat system and user interface, which means it's going to take a lot of patience
My
and getting used to
Zoomer
if you're going to be
remote
trying
worker
this game
colleague
for
is
the first
chronically
time
on
in
OSRS.
2025.
It's Boomer
fans love it.
ADHD bait for sure.
My Zoom. Hold on, I missed that. Give me a second. I missed that. I was lost in the old school RuneScape source. It was like stealing my soul. My Zoomer remote worker colleagues is chronically on OSRS. It's Boomer ADHD bait for sure. Yes, it's the perfect game. Old school RuneScape is 100% the perfect game to be playing on a second monitor. It doesn't require your attention. It doesn't require you to focus on the game. It doesn't require you to be like engaged with it whatsoever. You're just clicking shit around a map and then your character does actions until you want them to do the next action. 100%. Also, I do see that video, Jimmy. I'll take a look at that. I'm debating whether I should look at that before or after getting into the Guild Wars 3 stuff.
Because it's nothing like the MMOs that are released today, and
So it's the cookie clicker MMO. Yes, it's 100% the cookie clicker MMO.
honestly, that's understandable. And last but certainly not least,
Of
reclaiming
course.
the #1 spot is World of Warcraft. The World of Warcraft population is ramping up as we approach the release of its next expansion, and when that drops, it's likely to see another measurable jump in players yet again. The Midnight expansion will be bringing with it a massive revamp of some of the older zones, as well as a brand new, heavily monetized housing system, and
This is how you know that the entire MMORPG genre is fucked. Is that in his entire slop list here, that makes no fucking sense, the one call he's got right is that World of Warcraft is still the biggest MMORPG out there. That's how you know that the MMO genre is in fucking dire straits.
a new Demon Hunter spec. World of Warcraft is a massive, seamless MMO that still handles scale better than any other MMO I've played. You can see locations multiple zones away, get on your mount, and fly there.
Yes, but when you're seeing locations and you're getting on your mountain, you're flying there, you don't actually give a fuck about the zone because the entire world and universe now exists as a fucking loading screen for you to hop between quest nodes before you keep going and ignore the fuck out of everything around you.
You feel tiny when you walk up to huge structures, and these are things that a lot of
Also, it's sickening to see someone play a gnome.
other MMOs created well after World of Warcraft are still unable to deliver on today, thanks to them being broken down into smaller zones with rampant load screens in between. Depending on who you ask, WoW has a love it or hate it art style. Some call it timeless, others call it cartoony.
They upgraded it. They upgraded the art style and they somehow made it worse.
Regardless, this is one of the most polished MMOs on the list today, receiving some of the most
Sickening.
massive expansions of any MMO on the list. World of Warcraft features the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS, and has 13 unique classes, each with multiple different specs. If you're not into multiplayer content, there's a ton
I like how he said heavily monetized housing system like it's a good thing. I don't think he cares. I don't think he gives a fuck. He's raking in that sponsorship money and he does not give a fuck what he says to people.
of single player content for you to level your way up through before you bother with any dungeons and raids. The king of MMOs has reclaimed its throne, but how will the next expansion be received? Be sure to subscribe to find out when I do my next
No, thank you. I'll pass. I don't feel like being subscribed to find out. This list, I think Sawman was right. This list felt like bullshit. This list felt like a pile of fucking bullshit. This is not sorted by active players. This is sorted by Google searches, which we know are not the correct kind of thing to do. That seems like a crackhead list. That seems like a bullshit list. Right. I'll give you guys a choice here since Jimmy really wants the SKG thing, and I do give a fuck about SKG. I do care about the Stop Killing Game stuff. Do we do the Guild Wars 3 stuff and then the Stop Killing Games video, or do we do the Stop Killing Games video and then the rest of the Guild Wars 3 stuff? Because there's a lot of Guild Wars 3 stuff I want to look at. SKG, Guild Wars 3, SKG. It's tied. I'll give you a poll. I'll give you a poll. How does that sound? It's the one poll you're getting that is essentially not fucking do we ban Demored? Let me just do that. Just fucking do that. There we go. Start a poll. SKG or Guild Wars 3? Which one of these two? There we go. There you go. Poll's active. I'll give you a fucking minute for that one. Jesus Christ. That video actually hurt. I'm gonna be honest, that video hurt. That hurt to watch. Because it's obvious this guy is just cranking out fucking videos non-stop. That he's trend chasing. That he doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. That he's just putting out shit. I don't trust his list at all. It's not sorted by active players. It's sorted by fucking Google Trends. Gotta respect the grind. I think he's got a system. I think he's pumping out slop at a rate that no one else can keep up with. Which is, to be honest, it's impressive in its own right. Poll ban Demerit or Orion. For what we're deciding now between them? Nah. You see, Orion seems like he's very left-leaning, so if you said the N-word to him, he would probably, like, feel himself catch on fire and have a stroke. So I don't think Orion's not the same kind of danger as Demerit is. Orion's not even close. Orion's level 1, Demerit's level 100. It's not even close. Teapot is the same as Lucky lying his ass off. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't watched much Teapot content. I haven't seen much of him. I've had no interactions with the guy. I don't know what his opinions are. I can't judge the human being. I know nothing about him. But this video, this shit right here, this one hurt my soul. Dear God, this hurt my soul. Oh, look at that. By a narrow margin. By a very narrow margin. It looks like it's the Guild Wars 3 stuff first. Democracy.
Watch Orion's brain short circuit when he sees you bandy moored for alting.
I might not ban Demerit. If Orion and Demerit get into a fight with each other, I might just watch the fucking fireworks. I might go make myself some popcorn and we could go watch that shit go down. That'll be great. That'll be a fun time. I'm up for that. Right, Guild Wars 3 shit it is. Let's find out now. How real is this? And I think the number one trusted news source on any of this is probably Captain Crapface. I feel like this man has a brain between his ears. And that's why he will never be a big content creator. That's why he will always be small. He's thinking. The very real and very legitimate Guild Wars 3 leaks, not made up, I promise. I expect nothing but the 100% accuracy that I would get out of a site like IGN after seeing that title.
It is time for the prophet to speak its truths. Time for me to unveil some of the secret sauce that I have pieced together from insider information my trusted informer inside ArenaNet, Shiro Tagashi, ominously whispered into my ear in an overtly homoerotic fashion, which
I mean, that's the only way to whisper in someone's ear.
Combined with what was revealed to me in a prophetic vision by the microplastics in my balls, and with what I received by fortune-telling from battery
For entertainment value alone, this video is perfect.
acid. Between the confidence of mine, the scientific reliability of my methods, and the credentials of my trusty informant, you can easily conclude that contents of this video are the objective and only truth. And I'm not just shitposting for the fun of it.
This is just one massive shit post, isn't it? August we get Mistbound announcement as the final Guild Wars 2 expansion, like Eye of the North and Guild Wars 3 announcement alongside it. I'll put 5 gifted on. I won't take you up on that bet because you're probably right, Callum.
And if ArenaNet ever comes forward with any information that contradicts what I have told you, simply know that everything they made is purely a work of fiction. Meanwhile, I have a history of not lying, provably, to my audience. And I am not on partner program, meaning I have no reason to keep their dirty little secrets.
You have no fucking idea how bad the partner program is in Guild Wars 2 until you start reading it. It is filthy. It is so fucking bad. I've read the partner program for Guild Wars 2. It makes me understand exactly why all of these fucking people are so captured. How bad is bad? I'm talking like they will send you cease and desists, and they will sue you if you say certain words. If you make even the mildest of jokes, they are up your asshole. They have gone after so many fucking people. I have had conversations with multiple ArenaNet partners who have done nothing but bitch endlessly at how bad becoming a partner was for them. They've told me, like, every single ArenaNet partner who's spoken to me, I'm not going to reveal who they are, has told me how fucking narcissistic and insane everyone working at Guild Wars 2 is. Like all of the ArenaNet people are. That they are so up their own asshole that they respond to you with legal shit. If you make a mistake, they are insanely draconian about it.
Other than the pipe bombs I occasionally receive. So, as you can see, I am a more credible source of information than ArenaNet on what ArenaNet is doing.
I agree.
And with that established, let us proceed.
But Rose, look at the variety of tutorials they make. I know, right? It's almost like they're just pumping out the shit that is the safest stuff possible, because the second they do anything interesting, they get in trouble.
Unfortunately, I can't show you what I saw, as ArenaNet would strike down the video if I did.
They probably would. They would send him a cease and desist. I know this as a fact because of the conversations I've had. People get sent cease and desists from ArenaNet a lot more often than you think.
And there's certain difficulty in putting hallucinations into DaVinci Resolve, so you'll have to trust me on my word. However, as you may or may have noticed, Visions of Eternity story is already setting up a retcon. They give Borderline unlimited power and a newly developed kink for rewriting reality to 3 feet of Goblin Savior.
Finally, Guild Wars 2 is starting to learn from WoW the way WoW has learned from Guild Wars 2. It's about time.
And they are going to use all of it. Effectively, Guild Wars 3 happens in alternative timeline put in place by Vlox's reality rewriting attempt. So it's somewhat like Steel Ball Run is to the main JoJo timeline.
I haven't watched Steel Ball Run yet. I'm still working my way through the most recent JoJo, or at least the semi-recent one, the one where they're in prison and it's about the woman main character, and she's got the magical powers of sewing. So they gave her a needle and thread as a superpower. I still can't get over that. The Japanese were like, "Oh, woman protagonist. She's good at sewing." The fucking Jolene, yeah. And you know what the fucked up thing is? She's actually a very well-written character. I like Jolene. I like Jolene as a character. Yes, it's called Stone Ocean. That's the name of it. I never fucking remember the names of this shit. I actually like Jolene and the way she's written. I like the entire prison arc. It's cool as fuck.
It is the same world, just completely different. And the first drastic changes you'll notice are already in the character selection screen, as a lot were done to Tyria's inhabitants, because ArenaNet realized that their target audience are more down bad than Ubisoft.
At the end of JoJo Part 6, the bad guy gets time rewrite. Okay, I'm not reading that. I want to save that. I was also very brave of the Japanese to turn the black guy into the villain. I've gotten to the past where I can already tell he's the villain because he's got the cool white haircut. I know he's the villain. I know he's the main villain.
Stock prices. Least changes were done to the carpet citizen as they are, and here I quote, already perfect. But that might also be partly because Char's base rig is used by few other races that weren't playable before. And one of them we got with a bang. You know Mystic coins, right?
No.
Do you ever
I wouldn't know Mystic coins. I got to use the Mystic Forge once with Muckluck, and then it was all taken away from me. All of the systems that I was going to look into. All of the expansions I bought that I'm never going to be able to play because ArenaNet stole my money.
thought to yourself, why are those coins different from the gold in our wallets? And if gold and riches doesn't really interest the gene in any way, shape or form, and it is basically trash to them, what makes those coins have intrinsic value to the master of Mystic Forge? Well, the answer apparently in Guild Wars 3 turned out to be enriched uranium. An unspecified amount of time before events of the actual game, someone dug too greedily and too deep, and then was careless with the spoils. The result is a big crater that connects to the ocean that Quagans settled in, because it's safer from crate and shit than open sea is.
Okay.
And those Quagans over the generations started mutating due to radiation, and eventually grew into what's easiest described as a Deathclaw, but aquatic and much friendlier.
I mean, that would look better than what the fucking the shitbags they currently look like are. I would actually take that. I would take that law.
That's why they're sharing some models with the Char. Essentially, fat Char are where slim Quagans begin. Those big Quagans needed more robust habitat, so they eventually built a city in the crater. And once radiation subsided, another city was built on top of the Quagan one. So now, in place of LA, we have two cities, one under the surface and one above it.
And they're both going to be called Lion's Arch as well.
Which is very bloody cool. But speaking of cool cities, Ratasum is in the fucking orbit. It's functioning as a geostationary satellite.
Ratasum should have been blown up. It should have been nuked until it no longer existed.
There's just a bunch of cubes clamped in the sky in one place that's just permanently visible.
This is a huge meme. No. No. Nuh-uh. Never. This is definitely not a shitpost. I trust Captain Crabface more than everyone else.
From everywhere in the world. But speaking of its denizens, Asuras didn't change physically, but their technology got more fleshed out and more integrated into the player model. That integration into player model happened
and ironically, this does actually feel like better writing than what ArenaNet's been doing. Because every time they write a fucking banger of a story, they fuck it up with the ending. This actually feels more coherent of a story than what I expect out of Guild Wars 2 when it comes to doing a finale.
because Guild Wars 3 is developed as somewhat of an action game. Not a straight-up shooter, but with hitboxes mattering just enough to the point where we can no longer justify having a dude half the size of a human, where humans are already smaller than every other race in the game.
Wasn't Janthia we beat them and they fucked off? I wouldn't know. I never got to experience that. I had to sit there in the fucking cuck chair and watch other people do that. I have to go and do shit like this, where I open up General Apple stream and I have to sit there getting cucked, watching him fucking stream the goddamn game, because this is the closest I can get to fucking playing the goddamn game. That's it. That's the closest I get, is watching someone else go through the fucking experience while I work through the day.
What Ain't ended up doing is astonishingly simple. You have a golem that follows you around outside combat. Both your character outfit and the golem itself are part of your character's fashion.
Okay, so everyone's a rifle mechanist.
And you enter combat by hopping on its back and commanding the golem from the top of it.
What's my favorite part of the story in Guild Wars 2? Of what I experienced, I can give you two answers. My favorite bullshit answer to give people is the part where they took Marjorie, the Ching Chong lady, and they did the most anime bullshit ever, where her sister dies and becomes a Spiritu Sordo, and they gave her a fucking katana to run around with in the most fucking memeable fucking way possible. My real answer is Balthazar. Balthazar was fucking peak. I loved that shit so much. It was so goddamn good. Fuck. Oh my god, it was amazing.
Which is kind of funny, because it makes humans and Sylvari the smallest races in the roster, sharing the hitbox size, while Asura share hitboxes with fucking...
Also Joko. I can't forget Joko. Joko was fucking exceptional. Joko was amazing. Actually, I take it back. It wasn't Balthazar. Balthazar's a close second, but Joko is amazing because he's like the perfect Saturday morning cartoon villain. He was so good. His voice lines were good. His acting was good. His fucking flamboyant, pompous attitude. The fact that he's taking credit for other people's work. He was fucking brilliant, actually. There's so much good about Path of Fire. There's so much good shit when it comes to Path of Fire. Joko was exceptional. Balthazar, close second. Just because the overarching story was really good. And I really liked the final showdown with Balthazar.
King Norn of all people. Speaking of Sylvari, their origin was slightly altered. Sylvari appeared in this timeline earlier, and partly because some divine nature being saw this and thought to herself, I can fix him. And
typical woman.
Apparently she succeeded to some extent, because even though veggies are much more hardcore in this installment, there are still few screws loose away from reaching Char or Asura level of Unhinged, and also there is no mention of Molem as a threat at all. Still, having the law of Sylvari being summed up to when Plant Daddy and Plant Mommy love each other very much isn't exactly what I was expecting or hoping for. But still. Sylvari also look more fucked up in a good way. The plant parts of
So basically they look like the Nightmare Court is what he wants.
the design are much more pronounced, and you can make very unhuman looking Sylvari if you put your mind into it. But leaving the veganism behind, let's thank to whatever god other than Melandru because she was busy that manifested this miracle, but Norn's connection to spirits no longer results in just them having a fursona. In this version they straight up go to the spirit world on regular and tend to the spirits more directly, communing with them to the point of permanently developing partial animalistic features.
Please tell me that would mean that in his future universe of Guild Wars 3, that means all Norn women have to run around in micro bikinis, because that'll make the game peak. That's all I want.
Yes, you heard that right. 7 feet tall Viking cat girls are real. And not only that, you can
No, fuck the cat girls. Just make the Norn woman taller.
have whatever horns, tails, wings and shit they bothered to add. Just limited to coming from one animal at a time. So you can't have moose horns and raven wings, for example. And yes, all of those features are unisex, so your barely manly male Norn warrior can have bunny ears and tail.
Disgusting. It's turning into Final Fantasy 14. He's fucking it up here.
To why this was done, I received 2 answers. First boiled down to the cop-out of we wanted to differentiate them visually from humans, while other, the real one, was a plain statement that cat girls sell. And lastly, of course, there are humans, which have pretty much no clear visual changes, only narrative ones. But I don't know if I can talk about lore details, as that runs a little too big of a risk of revealing to Ainit who my informant is, so I'll wait with that until I know the risk is at least worth it.
What if he ends up being right? What if his bullshit shitpost here actually is right? What would you do with this information if it turns out that Captain Crabface is 100% correct? What if his entire shitpost here comes true? What will you do with that? Please tell me I can make Sylvari with Venus flytrap head and googly eyes. That would be great. That's why it'll never happen. They don't have the creativity to think about doing that. And I don't think you're enough of a piece of shit to work there and force that option to happen, Jack.
Besides the playable races we had in Guild Wars 2 and droided up Quagans we talked already, my sources confirmed Tengu and Kodans to be playable as well.
Of course, you need to get the furries in.
Though I have much less information on them than on previous 6. I was led to believe Tengu are more modeled after those we see in Kanta in End of Dragons, including the fluffy ones, and that Koda have variants modeled after multiple different bear species, but as I said...
Honestly, the bears should be playable. The bears and the frogs should be playable races in Guild Wars 2. I don't know why they're not.
Previously, I have only minimal information about these two races. There's even less I got about.
Also the script. Definitely. A script should honestly be, if you're playing a script character, it's just 3 script standing on each other's shoulders in a big fucking trench coat, pretending to be one person.
Skrit, only that they
Especially since their whole lore thing with the Skrit is that they get smarter the more of them that are together. So I estimate the average intelligence of the Guild Wars 2 player at the level of 3 Skrit standing on each other's shoulders, trying to get tickets to a movie or get onto a roller coaster that's too tall for them.
they exist. Nothing about whether they're playable
Fun fact, they tried to make Coden playable in Janthia expansion, but they couldn't manage it with their current resources. So what you're telling me is they bitched out. They could have managed it, they just bitched out.
or not. And some easy to implement potential candidates like Largos and Awakened weren't mentioned to me once so far by my trusty contracts. My assumption is that they aren't considered, at least for the base game. But that's all the leaks I have for now. There are some more regarding game mechanics and stuff, but they seem too uncertain, so I'll get back to them once something more concrete drops. Once again, I quickly bring up my sources.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
And with that
Fucking knew it.
out of the way,
I saw that
a big
coming.
sign of gratitude to all the generous supporters,
I fucking
continuously considering my dubious quality
I saw that shit coming.
content worth their money. You're all truly welcome.
I knew he was going to
Shitposting
use
will
that clip.
continue until morale improves.
Then there's going to be shit posting forever.
And Crabface, out.
Okay. Okay, now that we've got some real information on Guild Wars 3, let's look at the propaganda. Let's look at the shit that someone like Teapot is saying. I don't know how trustworthy of a source Mighty Teapot is, right? I don't know. They had the giant spider mount, but they never released it because arachnophobia. You know, that is perfectly in line with what I would expect from ArenaNet, actually. That's actually the perfect thing to say. I am so unsurprised by that. Genuinely, I'm unsurprised by that. People are such pussies that they can't even look at a fucking spider on a screen. Really? A low poly spider on a screen. That's too much for you. Come now. The fuck is going on with the world? Everyone's too goddamn soft. You know what they used to do with the kids who were scared of spiders? When I was a kid, other kids would show up at school with spiders they'd captured from their house and throw it at them. And they'd be like, exposure therapy, and just throw spiders at him. What the fuck happened? Now we can't even look at them on a fucking screen? Teapot, the guy who streams Guild Wars 2 while alt-tabbing to WoW, making money from both, I can respect that. He's in it for the slop grind. I can respect that too. Okay, let's get some information here. Let's see if there's actual information about Guild Wars 2 here.
Another day, another new MMO dies. New world, Ashes of Creation, Riot MMO back to the drawing board. Is there anything that can save us from playing the same games we've been playing for
Oh look, he alt-tabbed to WoW! Even here!
10 years and not just be a temporary vacation
Even in the video he edited, he couldn't fucking help himself.
before inevitably imploding? Well, actually, yeah, there is. It's Guild Wars 3. Let's get straight to the point here. You might be wondering why I'm talking about a game that hasn't even been announced yet, and you'd be right to wonder. So let's talk about exactly why.
Hey, Rose, tell us your fuck, marry, kill for, Final Fantasy cat girls, ESO cat girls, Guild Wars cat girls.
There's cat girls in Guild Wars 2? Oh, I suppose that's the char. Ew. Ooh, that's a rough one. Jesus. Mary has got to be down to, sorry, Final Fantasy. The cat girls in Final Fantasy have it. They look delicate. They look easy to beat up. They look easy to abuse. You know, you tell them, make me a sandwich. They don't really respond. You fucking hit them once. They start crying. You say, did I say cry or make me a sandwich? Jab him again. Give him the Irish sunglasses. That's got to be the Mary choice. Kill? Oof, that's rough. Shit, that's rough. I'd kill both of them and fuck myself. I would rather jack off. I would rather shit in my hands and clap multiple times a day than fuck either an ESO catgirl or a char. Killing a char can't be easy. Just poison the catnip. It's done.
Why Guild Wars 3 is likely to be announced this year, and why I think a full release is probably within 2 to 3 years. The most important thing to get out of the way is to simply talk about what's happening at ArenaNet, the studio that develops the Guild Wars franchise.
Bans are happening at ArenaNet. That's what's happening at ArenaNet.
First of all, ArenaNet has been hiring for an unannounced Unreal Engine project as far back as 2021, so this has been cooking for a long time, which is a good thing if we want a game soon, because, well, MMOs take a long time to develop. Guild Wars 2 itself...
But just hoping the new villain doesn't suck hard by the end. Felt really interesting by the start of the story. Yeah, they're probably going to fuck that up again. I trust ArenaNet with endings to stories, particularly after the Zaitan fight, as much as I trust a politician with my money. It's not going to end well.
Took about 6 years. Now, at the time, a few job listings didn't really stir up a huge amount of discussion. It was mostly assumed to be some kind of companion game, not a full-fledged MMO at all. However, the job listings continued to pile up, and over time became more specific, from a simple Unreal project to a...
You know what, actually, you're right, there's a cleanse. Every class does have cleanse to deal with poison. You know how you deal with a catgirl in Guild Wars 2? Is you run crying and screaming to the ArenaNet moderation team, and you say that the catgirl said something mildly funny, and they'll get deleted instantly. There you go. Problem solved. That's how you kill them.
Unreal MMO in an existing fantasy IP, and then, more recently, the listing that has really got people thinking just outright confirms that the unannounced project is an MMO set in the Guild Wars universe. I wonder what on earth that could be.
So, yeah, that definitely sounds like it's going to be Guild Wars 3.
So yeah, it is a near
Or it's Guild Wars Immortal and you're all going to be playing on phones.
certainty that Guild Wars 3, or whatever they're going to call it, is currently in development, and likely fairly deep into development at that. However, that alone wouldn't get me fully locked in on Guild Wars 3 being pretty close. The actual elephant in the room is that the next Guild Wars 2 expansion has not been confirmed at all, despite very public speculation from the community that, well, there isn't one in development right now.
That might be because they're either creatively bankrupt and don't know what to do with the next expansion, or they're keeping it under wraps and they don't care about it, or they are actually focusing on Guild Wars 3 and they're looking to put Guild Wars 2 into a final state. There's too many outcomes there to decide what that actually means.
To be clear, I'm not saying that ArenaNet hasn't dropped the expansion name, storyline, trailer, and so on. That wouldn't make any sense. The current expansion...
Notice how he didn't show the full advertising. He only highlighted parts of it. Does the full advertising change it? Or are the highlighted parts the only parts you really need to know?
Isn't over yet. I'm specifically pointing out that the next expansion hasn't been confirmed to exist. For contrast here, the current expansion, Visions of Eternity, was confirmed all the way back in December 2023. Now, I should say that the circumstances there were different. The game had just shifted from a new yearly expansion model, and well,
They might have also been trying to scrape together player bases like they were trying to keep the community around and keep them in a happy state. It depends on whether they did something that pissed everyone off, or whether at the point in time where they announced Visions of Eternity, whether the current story that people were working through, they really fucking hated it, and they were trying to farm goodwill, and that's why they announced it early.
some anxieties that the game might flop over dead, so the studio very much wanted to assure the player base that the game had a long future ahead of it. But there have been no such assurances for what's happening after this expansion, and because of the rampant speculation about the future of the game, the same anxieties are very much back. And it will be a completely trivial thing for the studio to simply say, yeah, there is another expansion.
I don't want Guild Wars 3, I want them to fix up Guild Wars 2. Too bad! You're gonna get Guild Wars Mobile, and you're gonna like it. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. The next Guild Wars 2 expansion wasn't announced before the final update of the current expansion for the last few expansions, as far as I know. So that might just be changing shit in the background. They might just be changing processes in the background of how they do things. They might have, I mean, let's be honest, Guild Wars 2...
How did you manage to get more viewers on YouTube after getting banned on Twitch?
What? I don't actually know how many viewers I have. I don't look at the number. I don't know what the fucking number is. I severely doubt that I have more viewers. I severely fucking doubt that.
Development, and that's it. And bear in mind...
What was I going to say? Fuck, you pulled me off track. Also, what's up, 8X? God, fuck, you pulled me off track. I was going to say something. And now it's gone. It's gone. It's fucking evaporated. Congratulations, you fucking ripped that thought straight out of my head.
Guild Wars 2 expansions work is that they are essentially back-to-back. When one ends, which will be in August approximately, about 3 months later, the next one will drop, which is really not a long time away. So
my viewbot's running, I fucking hope not.
Sooner or later, we will be finding out what's cooking. The combination of the job listings and the lack of Guild Wars 2 expansion confirmation, in my opinion, makes it extremely likely that there is no current Guild Wars 2 expansion in development, and that Guild Wars 3 will be announced.
I just gotta say, those little mushrooms have an ass on them, goddamn.
Sometime this year, likely after the finale of Visions of Eternity, and the next year for Guild Wars 2 will serve as a bridge year while 3 is finished. Interestingly, the Guild Wars franchise even has a system.
The real question is, how many people would actually stop playing Guild Wars 2 to play Guild Wars 3? People love the shit out of Guild Wars 2. I suppose that question is kind of answered by the idea of how many people stopped playing Guild Wars to start playing Guild Wars 2. And if they can transition that over, or whether they're looking for an entirely new player base to start playing Guild Wars 3. Because if they do the same pivot that they did between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I would expect that they're going to do the same thing again.
You're currently sitting at approximately 125, up from your average of 60, 70 on Twitch.
Up from 6, 7? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. People are probably trying to figure out Guild Wars 3 alongside me. That's probably why.
To connect games together, called the Hall of Monuments, where achievements in Guild Wars 1 will unlock cosmetics and special titles in Guild Wars 2. I think it's probable that Guild Wars 2 will have the same system, which will then take...
Wait, you get unique rewards in Guild Wars 2 based off of what you did in Guild Wars 1, so you will get a switch over. That does make sense. They would be fucking stupid to not do that for Guild Wars 3. I bet that high-level players who've burned themselves out on Guild Wars 2 would fucking love Guild Wars 3 because they're probably tired of the same gameplay loop. They've been playing it forever. They've done a bunch of completionist content. They've got a bunch of titles and rewards and shit, and that's going to transition over to Guild Wars 3. You know, Guild Wars is transitioning. So that would mean they'd be able to push their old player base into the new, the new game that they've made, and also give them rewards to stick around. And if the game is good enough, but still enjoyable enough, they would stick around in Guild Wars 3 versus Guild Wars 2, but still jump back to Guild Wars 2 every now and then.
The place of the missing Guild Wars 2 expansion. Basically a victory lap for the game that will task players with completing everything.
I think, actually, I think that the big thing with Guild Wars 3 is gonna be how good is the new player experience? How good is it? Because if they learned all their lessons of exactly what not to fucking do from the core gameplay experience of Guild Wars 2, they can make Guild Wars 3 into a real fucking banger of a game that gets all their old players over and also gets a new community in at the same time. Too bad I won't be able to play it.
Thing to get some fun unlocks in the next game. There is actually some precedent for ArenaNet leaning into systems like this, by the way. In a year...
Also, it very heavily depends on how much NCSoft is able to pressure them into putting pay-to-win into Guild Wars 3. I think that's going to be a huge factor as well. Because the dick of Damocles hangs over the ArenaNet moderation, like the ArenaNet team in general, because NCSoft is their publisher. And if NCSoft is the guys in control, because they're an Asian-run company, they're going to want as much pay-to-win slop in there as possible. And based on the way we've seen Asian MMOs run, if they make Guild Wars 3 into a free-to-play game, they're gonna over-monetize the shit out of it.
Long content drought, ArenaNet ran...
Gotta go now. Good night. Yeah, good night. Go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. If there's anything you need to do in your life, go do it. It's more important than the stream. ArenaNet not announcing the next expansion early is the status quo. Confirming future expansions before the current last patch is the outlier. Confirming future expansions before the current last patch is the outlier. So that's the gap in knowledge. That's where people are getting the idea that Guild Wars 3 is coming.
And something called Season of the Dragons, which rewarded players for playing through the entire game from start to finish while waiting for an expansion to...
Isn't NCSoft the majority owner? I think they are. However, can you imagine how pissed off NCSoft is at Guild Wars 2 for being profitable almost all the time, being a game that people fall in love with, and it doesn't run like an Asian MMO? Can you imagine how fucking mad all the decision makers at NCSoft are that Guild Wars 2 keeps on winning? They've got to be fucking furious that every new project they put out dies in a month. And this old piece of shit, from their perspective, just keeps on trucking. I think they're pissed about that. I don't think they like that because it makes them look bad.
To launch. Oh look, it's breaking news time. During the editing for this video, something rather interesting happened.
Oh, disgusting. Look at this. Look how disgusting this is. This is nowhere near enough zoomy slop to keep me paying attention.
NCSoft, the parent company of ArenaNet, filed the trademark for Mistbound. And
should read what Wizard just said. What did Wizard say? Wizard, type it again. Wait. NCSoft has zero... There we go. I saw it. Hold on. Let me actually read that. NCSoft has zero patience left for ANET's antics, and based on what they've done before, I actually think NCSoft's influence will be positive. Ever since Yoon started wrangling them, the stories have improved. Maybe, but this is the great Satan themselves. This is NCSoft. These are the people behind Throne and Liberty. These are the people who keep on over-monetizing the shit out of every single MMORPG out there. I don't think there is such a thing as reigning in NCSoft. I think NCSoft doesn't give a fuck about games, they give a fuck about profit. That's all they care about. There he goes again. Every night. Not really, because if you look at their financials, they are fine with many projects dying, because they make them for insta short-term gain. That's more concerning. That's even more concerning, because what if they're doing the same thing for Guild Wars 3 then? What if the entire point for Guild Wars 3 is to make a piece of shit that makes them enough money that when it dies in a month, they don't give a fuck about it anymore?
Because this typically happens before some kind of announcement from ArenaNet, I do want to quickly comment on it. I think it's fairly unlikely that Guild Wars 3 would have a subtitle, so I don't think that this is Guild Wars 3. I also don't think it's a Guild Wars 2 expansion, or at least not in the same way we would expect it now.
I just had a brain fart.
Later, motherfucker.
Thanks for the follow, Paulie. What if this is all a blindside? What if there is no Guild Wars 3, and what they're doing is they're trying to shift the entire Guild Wars 2 game over to a new engine. Because we know that Guild Wars 2 is filled with spaghetti code. We know that Guild Wars 2 is filled with abandoned ideas. What if all of this is a bait and switch, and they're just taking Guild Wars 2 and they're switching over to a new engine and getting rid of all the slop that they've kind of shit-canned? No shots, 0% chance. You don't think that's a possibility? I don't know. I've seen some real fucking stupid decisions made by publishing studios. We took a look at Sony yesterday. I don't know. We've seen some dumbass decisions by these stupid motherfuckers. I think that there's still maybe a 5% chance that happens. So Zaitan in 1080p. You might actually get the full Zaitan fight.
If this is some kind
What if it's Guild Wars 2 reforged? But they fixed up all the fuck-ups that they did along the way. What if it's that, with a new engine, and they're using Unreal Engine now? And they're doing what Blizzard did, where they outsource it to some Vietnamese company who's going to actually do all the real work. Imagine if they rewrote Icebrood Saga. Cope. Maybe that's Cope. It's just an idea I'm throwing out there. I would be unsurprised to find another publisher, another game studio making a fucking retarded decision with MMOs again. That's all I'm saying. We've seen a ton of them. I wouldn't be shocked if it happened all over again.
kind of Guild Wars 2 release, I'd expect it to be different, likely a bridge between Guild Wars 2 and 3, like I mentioned previously. The reason I think that is because if they have been planning an expansion all along, they would have just said so to quell all of the uncertainty. However, if they are cooking something...
You idiots want a remaster of Guild Wars 2? No, I'm not saying the people want a remaster of Guild Wars 2. I'm saying that if they make a really fucking stupid decision, they would remaster Guild Wars 2. No one wanted a remaster of fucking Warcraft 3. They just wanted the game left alone. No one wanted Blizzard to update the engine for Battle for Azeroth, but they did. I don't know. This is like actually a really hard thing to think of, because obviously the people who worked on Guild Wars 2, who made the game, are not brain dead idiots, right? The people actually making the game are not fucking retarded. They did a good job with Guild Wars 2. But my concern is that the people making the game are not the people making decisions about the game. That's my concern. Why? Only reason NCSoft would allow it if the new engine makes more assets for the shop. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they make more assets for the shop in a new fancy shiny style that makes your character look super sexy or awesome, and then they can get to sell more skins? Why wouldn't they do that?
For 2 that isn't what we've been getting for the last few years, then it would make sense to keep it a bit under wraps. So as to
Imagine they fix up the rifle mechanist and you can actually change the skins on your fucking robot. Imagine an upgrade to all the graphics. Imagine an upgrade to all the Fashion Wars. Fashion Wars is an end game for Guild Wars 2. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm not saying it's the most likely thing to happen. I'm saying it's a possibility. While 2004 versus 2026 have by far different engines, yes, by far. They've changed it multiple times. Then compare Guild Wars 2 2012 to 2026. So why wouldn't they do an update?
to not set expectations. Some people might say Mistbound is the long-awaited Guild Wars card game, but I don't think so. ArenaNet may have called the Guild Wars 1 relaunch Reforged, but I find it hard to believe that they'd name a card game Mistbound when Riftbound exists. But
they did it once already. They've done it once already. So the pattern of behavior is established already. There's a chance they do it again. It might be a card game. He might be dodging this, but it might be a card game.
Stranger things have happened, so who knows? Regardless, the Mistbound thing is a very interesting curveball, and quite an exciting one at that. It doesn't change my perspective really on the timeline for Guild Wars 3, if anything, it accelerates it. If Mistbound is some kind of connection between Guild Wars 2 and 3, then it's entirely possible that both may end up getting announced before Visions of Eternity is even over, because they can't announce a tie-in expansion without announcing the next game too. It's funny, there are actually quite a lot of good opportunities to drop a new title over the next few months, and I will be very much paying attention to all of them to see what happens. Exciting times. All right, so we're on.
Jeff can't give the people what they want. He cranked out Highborn as the next big FPS shooter. Jeff doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Board with Guild Wars 3 existing, but why won't it just...
What if Mistbound is a pure PvP game? You know what? I think that would actually be exceptional. I think that would be fucking brilliant. But that's because I'm a PvP slop enjoyer. I love PvP, but I like that idea. But if I think about the widest player base of Guild Wars 2, I think that would be really irritating to the main player base. So I don't think that's a possibility.
Burn brightly before landing in the foundry of failed creations like the rest of the new MMOs? Well, I think the best way to answer that question is to look at why all of the recent failed MMO projects actually failed. To be frank, there is one word to describe Ashes of Creation and New World: amateur.
No, that's not the word. That's not the word. There's two words. You can't put them in the same category like that. That is an outsider perspective. This here is retarded. And this one here is scam. Two words for each one. They're not amateur. Because the scam that Steven Sheriff pulled was not amateur. That's for fucking sure. He got a whole bunch of people to buy into that shit. A ton of people. And then he wasted that money on Magic the Gathering cards.
These projects primarily failed, in my opinion, thanks to a lack of experience in the MMO genre, leading to
Wait, I prefer Guild Wars 3 over Guild Wars Remastered. I wouldn't be surprised if most people would prefer that. But Guild Wars 3 is a risky bet. I don't know if NCSoft would bank that without predatory monetization. I think you're right about that. I think the big deciding factor is actually how over monetized is it going to be. That's actually the real scary question here. Is if there is a Guild Wars 3 in the works, how over monetized, how much control does NCSoft have over this? How much are they going to fuck this up? Or is it just a case of, nah, they've done a good job with Guild Wars 2, let them cook. Let them cook. And yes, you missed the totally legit Guild Wars 3 leaks. You missed that, Barrendo.
Poor decisions, and then impossible to recover situations. That's quite charitable to Ashes, but you get the point. New World did a full 180 from PvP to PvE and released a completely unfinished game, which immediately and permanently ruined its reputation.
Yes, under the direction of that fucking book salesman who was in charge of the game, who got then fired after he'd fucked up everything.
And while it could have recovered and...
Completely different situation, completely different scenario, because New World was building from scratch, whereas Guild Wars 2 is already an established franchise. They had massive success with Guild Wars. They had massive success with Guild Wars 2. They had somewhat success with Reforged. They're already established. They already know how the game works. So I don't think that comparison works out really well. Because New World is just, it's Amazon. It's completely different. They fuck up everything they touch.
Tragically was in a fairly good state shortly before its shutdown announcement. Ultimately, the devs just spent so much time wrangling the engine and figuring out a regular content plan that the game never had a chance to fully recover before, presumably, the money ran out.
Yeah, they fucked up the launch. Also, never forget that New World promised. They promised that New World would be around for the next 10 years. They promised us that. That bare minimum, this game was going to be around until like 2031. And then they lied. You could make Ashes by yourself, buy the animation and texture packs. I believe someone's already doing that. There's probably 7 different Kickstarter projects doing exactly that. If it's purely PvP, it's dead on arrival. Look at New World. That was the main problem with the game, designed as basically pure PvP from the start. No, the problem with New World was they designed it for like 7 years to be PvP. And then in the last 2 to 3 years of development, they pivoted towards a theme park style MMO because some dumbass, the exact dumbass who was a book salesman who was in charge of this, who told the devs that if you want to make any changes, they have to run through me and you have to write a 3-page long document for any single change you want to make from the direction I want to take it in. That's why I say it's completely different. I don't think if they built a game that was pure PvP, ground up, I think they would have a niche player base that continued to go back to it. But I don't think that long term that it would last. And we already know that the Guild Wars 2 player base is primarily PvE. It's not even fucking close. It's not even close. The PvE community in Guild Wars 2 outweighs the PvP community like a fat bitch outweighs the chihuahua that she's got on the couch next to her any day of the week. It's not even close.
Ashes was in some senses similar, but infinitely more extreme. The most overscoped and overdue project since Star Citizen, led by a guy who thought releasing a battle royale version of the game was a...
But what was the early life of the book salesman? He didn't have an early life. He was spawned from the pits of hell. Much like an Urukai. There was no early life. He just like existed. He was dug out of the ground and Amazon put him in charge.
A good idea. I think that says it all. Clown Fiesta doesn't even begin to do it justice. There are many videos explaining exactly what went down with Intrepid and Ashes of Creation, and I leave it as an exercise to the viewer if you want to dive down that rabbit hole. My point,
it's not worth it. It's all the same video. Just watch one of them and you got the idea.
in explaining this is to contrast both of those failed projects with ArenaNet. ArenaNet has a very long history in the MMO industry and has not one but 2 highly successful and critically acclaimed MMOs, Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2.
The more I think about it, the more I don't count Guild Wars 1 as actually an MMO.
I think it's particularly exciting to note that Guild Wars 1, which entered maintenance mode during the Guild Wars 2 era, actually very recently restarted development with a successful semi-relaunch thing called Guild Wars Reforged. Yeah, at least one Reforged title worked out well. Incidentally, the restart...
How many % below 0 are the chances that I get to play Guild Wars 3? I'm never going to be able to play it. Never. Give it 2 decades and the blessing of God to change how ArenaNet moderation works, and somehow getting to the size of Kripparrian, and then maybe we'll talk. So never.
Starting of Guild Wars 1 development is very much an indication that Guild Wars 2 development will not be stopping even in a Guild Wars 3 reality.
Am I IP banned? Yes. And blocked on Twitter. And blocked from Guild Wars Reforged Twitter. And sent a bunch of lies and bullshit that they told me in emails that I've saved. And shit talked on Reddit.
It won't be the main focus anymore, which will of course reduce content output, but I think ArenaNet's goal is very much to run all 3 games at the same time, as all 3 will likely serve somewhat different audiences in addition to the overlap. This does seem to be a bit of an industry trend too. RuneScape and World of Warcraft are the 2 examples that come to mind, where the developers run multiple versions of the game that are very distinct from one another so that players can play the one that they prefer. Another advantage to this strategy is also that you can bridge content release gaps in each game with content from others, which encourages players to engage.
Doesn't your IP change? I could do an IP change, but then what's the point? What's the fucking point? They'll just track me down and ban me again. And knowing the aggressive nature of their legal team and how fucking shitty they are to the people who are partners, what the fuck do you think they'll do to me? Some unemployed third-worlding piece of shit who's dodging bans. What the fuck do you think they would do to me? They would come after me legally and fucking destroy everything. I think I may also be hardware banned. Potentially. But I can't confirm that.
With multiple titles within the same ecosystem, so it's a bit of a win-win for everyone involved. We got slightly derailed there, but I think
do one final massive review of EOD as a final fuck you. I can't even do that because I can't play the game, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to try and dodge their ban. I'm not going to give them more ammunition to use against me. That would be the dumbest thing I could do.
It's safe to say that ArenaNet are pretty good at making these games. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 are both long-running and very good. Additionally, and perhaps more importantly, ArenaNet have had a lot of time to learn from the journey of developing two full-grown MMOs over 20 years. I mentioned development and content planning as a key mistake that New World in particular made, and amusingly, it's also the main mistake ArenaNet made with Guild Wars 2. In fact, I think Guild Wars 2 would almost certainly be significantly more popular than it is today if they had launched with a better development strategy.
Yes, and they could at any given point in time go back and fix the new player experience, but they never will.
Instead of having to flip between a few different models, which led to major content drought, content quality, and multiple game mode support issues. Trust me, it wasn't a good time. The point is, ArenaNet are definitely aware of that blunder, and I think it will likely be one of their key focus points when planning out a strategy for Guild Wars 3. And there's a good reason to think that they have a plan too. The current yearly Guild Wars 2 expansion model, combined with releasing on Steam, has proven to be both stable and maintainable while also being extremely profitable for ArenaNet, leading to a strong...
And that's exactly why I say that NCSoft's probably pissed the fuck off by this, because it doesn't work under the Asian models of games.
...recovery in the game after quite a rough patch in the game's history. I'd very much expect a similar model to come into play right from the start of Guild Wars 3. On top of this, because ArenaNet already have multiple live games generating revenue for the studio, they don't need to do a new world and release the game long before it's ready. They have the funding to continue to develop the game and make sure it's finished, even if they do want to switch things up a little bit. Personally, I'd want to see a full roadmap and content plan for at least a year already in place by the time the game launches.
I don't think they should do that. I think that would be a bad idea. I think it would be a really bad idea if they are working on Guild Wars 3 to give an entire roadmap and content plan. I think because that means that locks you into certain promises and decisions that you are giving to your players. And if you can't follow through or something goes wrong, then people hate you even fucking more. I think, genuinely, I think that they're making the right decision by shutting the fuck up and not announcing it whatsoever until it's ready. I think giving roadmaps is such a fucking terrible idea because it locks you into certain design paths. It forces your scope down a certain trajectory. And if people fucking hate something, then you're screwed.
Something I think is more or less mandatory for any serious new MMO project. It's not enough just to make a splash. You have to convince players that your game isn't going anywhere and is therefore worth investing some time into, even over the games they're currently playing.
Thanks for the follow, Jack. Oh, there's your name. Jack Sexit Guy. Thanks for the follow.
Which is no mean feat. The current MMOs all have their audiences and they are very good at serving them.
And Toby.
Moving on from general incompetence, something else that prevents many newer MMOs from taking off is, to put it mildly, anti-consumer business practice. Because MMOs are expensive to develop and run, or simply out of standard greed, it's pretty common for projects to be infected with the vile filth that is pay-to-win, loot boxes, battle passes, or whatever ultra-aggressive slop microtransactions happen to be popular that day.
He's right, and this is the biggest hurdle for Guild Wars 3. If there is a Guild Wars 3 in the works, this is going to be the biggest fucking battle that ArenaNet has to fight against NCSoft. Because if the Guild Wars 3 team knows better than NCSoft about the decision, and NCSoft overrules them because they are the publisher and the owner of it, then Guild Wars 3 is going to go down the shitter the same as Throne and Liberty, the same as all other NCSoft products keep on fucking doing. Guild Wars 2 is pay to win. It is. It is. The difference is Guild Wars 2 is like a 1 out of 10 on the pay-to-win scale. If Guild Wars 3 ends up being a 5 out of 10, it's going to piss people the fuck off. Right? people who play Guild Wars 2 don't give a fuck about the pay to win because it's so unnoticeable by comparison to any Asian MMO, to any other MMO out there that's doing this shit constantly. If they made Guild Wars 3 and it was way more monetized than Guild Wars 2, I think it would destroy any goodwill that the community has towards them. It would upset people drastically. And then they would have to spin up a bot farm for Reddit and for Twitter, and they'd need to make a bunch of AI posts where they have AIs arguing with people as to why exactly it's not pay to win and why everything that they're doing for Guild Wars 3 is actually perfectly acceptable, and then the game crashes anyway.
This isn't necessarily a death sentence per se, but it does limit the scale of the game's audience significantly. MMO players don't tend to take kindly to this type of monetization.
Would people be okay with a subscription model? In 2026? That's a hard one to answer. That's a really hard one to answer. I think everyone has been so mind raped by the idea of getting a game for free and then paying for shit inside of the game that the idea of a sub fee would actively piss people off. I think if people had to pay like $15 a month, that would upset them more than if they got the game for free, bought the expansions, maybe bought the base game, and then bought something in a cash shop. Because the subscription model feels forced, whereas the cash shop would feel optional by comparison. So I don't think a sub model would be the right way to go, just purely from like a business standpoint. Fuck subs, everything else has a sub fee. I think that's also a good point, Cyro. I think people are experiencing subscription fatigue because everything in your life, in the wider universe, is moving towards a subscription model. Cars, your fucking washing machine, every single streaming service, every single app, every single thing you touch has a monthly sub fee. Another monthly sub fee would just piss people off and turn them off of the game, I think. Guild Wars 3 roadmap, first month targets, increase pay to win and acceptance, ban Rose, increase pay to win again, Sue Rose. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. That sounds about right, but no, don't worry, I won't be able to touch it.
So any game that has or introduces it will have zero hope of ever being the next actually good, actually popular MMO that we're looking for. On that note, I have good news. Guild Wars 1 and 2 are quite well known, notorious even, for being some of the most consumer-friendly MMOs out there, operating on a...
Except when you say something. Except when you make a funny haha. Let's not forget that. There's a reason why all of you fuckers who are part of the ArenaNet partnership team keep on making the same slop, and why you're losing your fucking minds over Guild Wars 3. Because you're like, oh, finally, I can make content that's not a guide video. That's why they're doing this right now.
Non-subscription fee, buy-to-play model. And while it's true that you can, of course, buy gold, cosmetics, and convenience items, the games thankfully do not have any elements that could be reasonably described as pay-to-win. I do have to mention that Guild Wars 2 does have loot boxes, and well, they are loot boxes, so even though you can just farm gold and buy almost everything in them, they are still loot boxes, which more or less define anti-consumer practice, but they are one of the most criticized parts of the game's monetization structure, and they've got Arena in some hot water a couple of times, so I'd actually...
And you still want it. It's got gambling mechanics. That's right. You know what the most fun part about Guild Wars 2 content is that I've noticed this. I've gone down this rabbit hole in my spare time. Every time you show the Black Lion chests and people opening that, for some reason, the Guild Wars 2 player base flips their fucking shit. They hate you. They're like, how dare you? How dare you show this? They get so fucking mad over people showing the Black Lion chests. It's like this pure knee-jerk response. It's beautiful. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they've managed to do this, but every single video I've seen when it comes down to that always has comments on it, always has people shitting their pants over the fact that people are focusing on the Black Lion chests. They lose their mind, and they'll say things like, to be fair, they have to find another way to, there's a server cost, and we need to maintenance, and they need to develop the, and they find every fucking excuse under the sun. Something about the, I don't know what it is, but something specific about Black Lion chest sets the hardcore, like the deeply invested Guild Wars 2 player base on fucking edge.
You'd be pretty surprised if they actually made a return in Guild Wars 3.
White Lion chest is okay though. Yeah, no, that one's fine. As long as the chest comes with a pointy hood on top of it.
Let me cope. What I'm trying to get at here is that Guild Wars 3 will almost certainly be a very consumer-friendly game, operating similarly to Guild Wars 1 and 2. ArenaNet as a studio are very well known for holding high ethical standards when it comes to business practice.
A little bit too high, in my opinion.
And as a mildly amusing side story, one of the major issues in Guild Wars 2's development was that they were giving a lot of their new content away for free, as long as you logged in while it was current. As you can imagine, that wasn't a very good idea for the bottom line, but I think it does shine a light on how ArenaNet don't want to nickel and dime their player base. Perhaps
maybe ArenaNet doesn't. But NCSoft sure as fuck does.
Perhaps even too much for their own good. It's a little outside the scope of this video to talk about what I think Guild Wars 3 will be in detail. So
Wait, I don't mind the chests, but of course they are a predatory system. Most mentally stable Guild Wars 2 take is what you've just given, Greven. You are outside, you are an outlier on that statistical chart. From all the comments I've seen, you are 1 in a billion.
to make sure I'm not talking forever, and that I've got more content for later, I'll be brief. Guild Wars 3 is likely going to be a full action combat horizontal progression MMO, releasing on console and PC with a heavy open world exploration focus.
Okay, so this is all speculation now.
PvP is unlikely to be a heavy focus because they tried that with Guild Wars 1 and 2, and it really didn't work out super hot.
Yes, I severely doubt the chances of it being PvP are very fucking low.
Put it like this, I'll be very happy if the game has any significant PvP features in it. The reason I think full action is for a few reasons. ArenaNet love making more action-style combat. You can see this as far back as Guild Wars 1 actually, which even then didn't have a global cooldown and was much more animation and cast time oriented than other games at the time. And this is massively increased in Guild Wars 2, which very much amped up the action, so I think it's a natural progression.
Everyone still plays a tab target, let's be honest. The amount of people using the Fortnite mode in Guild Wars 2, that's a narrow ass slice of the pie. I don't know if they're gonna divorce themselves entirely from the idea of tab targeted systems. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think if they went full action combat, Grandpa is gonna be really mad. The 50-year-old player base of Guild Wars 2 is gonna be very upset. I think that'll be too fast for Grandpa to keep up with. Then again, one of the most appealing parts of New World was its full action combat system, and you could see the hunger for that in the fact that they got 1 million players at launch. My guess is full action combat, so that might be a thing. They might go full action combat. They might do something similar to ESO, but with less floaty combat that feels more impactful. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because the people actually deving the game know what the fuck they're doing. They've actually got some competence.
Also, it's going to be multi-platform. Multiple job listings mention the unannounced project being multi-platform, meaning console is a near certainty. And well, action combat and consoles.
Yeah, of course it's going to be on console. That would be fucking stupid. I think their tester for console was releasing console support for Guild Wars 2.
Kind of go hand in hand. As long as I get an interface that makes sense for PC and isn't entirely console first, I'm happy. The reason I think Guild Wars 3 will have an open world, exploration focus, and horizontal progression is because those are simply the ArenaNet trademarks at this point. It's how Guild Wars differentiates itself from other titles, and it's found great success in doing so. So there's an almost 0% chance they actually deviate from that formula too much. I think it's possible that progression is a little slower and more complex than in Guild Wars 2, because
It'll need to be. At launch, progression will have to be very slow. It'll have to feel rewarding. You'll have to feel engaged with the world. They don't want to make the same fuck up that they did with the core gameplay experience of Guild Wars 2. They've probably learned a bunch of lessons from that. I would be astounded that if a Guild Wars 3 released, that it wasn't either an immediate banger out of the gate or just an over-monetized pile of shit. One or the other. Maybe both.
I do think a weakness.
But Guild Wars 3 will be a flop if itemization design stays the same, if everything drops the same trash salvage. Why even do the content in the first place? Each encounter should drop. But you can get people into the cash shop by doing that. What are you talking about? Flood the bags, and then you can pay for more slots. Don't worry, it's just the same as Path of Exile.
Of the game is that itemization isn't as interesting as it perhaps could be, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, gear and items hold zero interest in Guild Wars 2. It's all about how good the gear looks.
Of course. While we're on the topic of what is a Guild Wars 3, I want to briefly address the Unreal in the room. I think game engines tend to get a bad rep when horribly optimized or just plain badly made games.
No. Game engines get a lot of shit when you see a video game that is doing its trailer or it's doing an advertisement, and instead of focusing on the gameplay, instead of focusing on the game itself, instead of focusing on the story, the lore, the world, you're instead putting in your trailer made with Unreal Engine. That is a key indicator. That is a red flag. You could make a game with Unreal, never mention that it's made with Unreal, not put it in any of the marketing, and you'll be golden. Because that means you've got enough other interesting shit in your game to keep people around. The problem is when you are advertising your game by saying, made with Unreal, that means you don't have enough interesting shit in your fucking game, and you're trying to fill space.
Publicly using them, leading to players thinking that the engine itself is inherently problematic. Unity is a very good example of this. And while it's true that every game engine likely has strengths, weaknesses, and a whole array of foibles and quirks, I don't think Unreal Engine will be an issue. Quick reminder that Valorant, Arc Raiders, Throne and Liberty, Marvel Rivals, and Omega award-winning Clair Obscur are all built in Unreal.
And how many of them marketed their game on, we made this in Unreal Engine? How many of them use that marketing? Versus, here's a trailer of some really cool shit we made. Here's a trailer of our gameplay. Here's a trailer of our story. Most of these games, if not all of them, barring this piece of shit in the corner here, barring that, were like, oh, Unreal. No, they focused on their gameplay. They just happened to make it in Unreal. And that was their back end. E33 was on Unreal, yes. And if I go look at at the trailer of E33 right now, right? No, okay, take me back to General Apple. Sure, why not?
Okay, I mean, I can take one. Okay,
let's take a look at this, right? Tell me when exactly you see them spam out, we made this with Unreal Engine.
Rated M for mature.
We'll 2x this. Do you not notice in the first 20 seconds? Not once did they mention Unreal Engine 5.
Fighting to change things.
For those who come after. Right?
So I was used to losing people.
Yeah, me too.
Still no mention of Unreal Engine 5. Is it anywhere here? No? No mention? No mention? No mention? Did they put it at the end here? Zero fucking mention of Unreal Engine 5. Oh, great, an Unreal Engine 5 defender. I'm not defending Unreal Engine 5. I'm saying that Unreal Engine 5 is used as a key indicator to tell whether a game's going to be good or not. Because if they are focusing on telling you what engine they built it in, as opposed to what's in the fucking game, that's when there's a red flag. That's when there's a red flag that comes up. If you saw a bunch of games that started marketing their game on, we made this in Unity, we made this in RPG Maker, as opposed to telling you what's in the fucking game, that's when the problems come up. E33 was a good optimization-wise too. It ran okay on my PC. That's already good. I have yet to play it. I still plan to play it in the future.
They all mostly work. Throne and Liberty, funnily enough, is a particularly apt example to bring up because, similar to Guild Wars 2, it features very high player counts and remains incredibly performant at the same time.
It has Unreal Engine. No, it didn't. Did it? Where? Mature rating.
Mature.
Sandfall Kepler. Where?
Only going to make things worse.
Where?
For everyone.
If what I'm talking about is when it comes to Unreal Engine 5, the games that are going to be dog shit is right here at the beginning. Right here at the beginning of their trailer, you would see this big thing here saying Unreal Engine 5 right here, and then they'd mention it again here, and then they'd mention it again here, and they say, by the way guys, we made this in Unreal Engine 5. There are so many fucking slop games made in Unreal Engine 5 because they don't have anything in it. That's why they keep mentioning UE5. They keep mentioning it because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do they even put it here at the end? Where is it? I don't see it.
Absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but she'll never paint again.
I don't see UE5. Small print. Sandfall, Kepler, blah, blah. Really? Really? The small fucking print? Really? Not plastered across the entire fucking video. I don't even see it here. Office, blah, 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 Epic Games. I mean, them mentioning Epic Games is probably a bad idea. Kepler, blah, 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 Valve Corporation, US, Sony Entertainment. I still don't see it anywhere. I still don't see it. Personally didn't enjoy E33. I haven't played it. I'm yet to play it. I'll figure it out.
Same time. There is also an idea that some engines make games all look the same, but that's very clearly not the case. You can just look at the list of games on the Unreal website. Developers can make the game look exactly how they want it to.
Doesn't fucking matter. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck about the engine. I give a fuck about the game made from the engine.
At the end of the day, a game engine is simply a tool. If it's used well, the end result will be good.
Exactly. It's like imagine looking at a Picasso and instead of it being a fucking painting, it says made with paintbrushes. You'd be like, what the fuck? Why do I care?
If it's not used well, the result will be uninspired slop. It's a sort of reverse survivorship bias. You'll only notice the engine being a problem when it's used badly. When everything is working well, you don't notice the engine at all. In conclusion, I'm very confident Guild Wars 3 is coming soon, and also that it will be a good game. To wrap things up, here's my predicted timeline.
That Sonic guy's still here. Yes, I unbanned him at the beginning of the stream. He hasn't made an appearance today. It's real unfortunate. I feel like him and Orion, who was here earlier, could really connect on a deep spiritual level with one another.
For Guild Wars 3. August 2026, Guild Wars 2 Visions of Eternity is going to wrap up, and then very shortly after, Guild Wars 3 will be announced. Winter 2026, at some point, a Hall of Monument style game bridge will be added to Guild Wars 2 to link to Guild Wars 3. 2027, we're going to have, I think, a lot of details released about Guild Wars 3.
This is all speculation. the real question is here, do people trust Guild Wars 2 enough to do a game bridge if that's what they're going for? Would a game bridge between Guild Wars 2 work? Keeping in mind that they have a history of fucking up stories. Not really. It might be, honestly, I think it might be smarter if you're going to do Guild Wars 3 to either base it in the past at some point in time between Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2, or maybe even further back in the past, or to base it way in the future and just not bother with a bridge at all.
Probably some beta weekends. There was kind of a similar thing during Guild Wars 2's pre-release, so
J Pimpy fan, thanks for the follow.
I think we'll see that again. And then, of course, the big prediction. I think it will be an early to mid 2028 release. It could be late 2027 if you really enjoy Copium, though.
2 years. Any chances that ANET leaked to Teapot Guild Wars 3 things? Well, if they did, he's keeping quiet about it, and he wouldn't leak that to the public because he'd get sent a cease and desist almost instantaneously from them. So maybe, but I don't think so. 2-year dev cycle from now. But they're still making hiring posts. I think this is the most optimistic timeline we can imagine. I think, Gallant, I think you're right. I think 2030 is a more realistic timeline than what we're seeing right now.
There are a lot more things that I want to talk about when it comes to speculating about Guild Wars.
Every year we see Guild Wars 3 cope from dying content channels instead of waiting when an expansion announcement comes out. Of course you do. Of course you do. This is the safest content that they can fucking make without drawing the fucking eye of Sauron that is the ANET moderation team and getting sent a fucking cease and desist. This is fucking birthday cake to these motherfuckers. Of course they're making these videos. Give it 3 months, they'll be making more because they're so fucking tired of shitting out patch note videos. Of giving their fucking milk toast takes on everything. Of course you're getting this now. Duh. This is the closest they can come to being creative when it comes to content. Because ArenaNet will shit down their throat if they try anything. They're already like 5 years in dev. Are they? Then why are they still hiring? Why are they still hiring now? Are they 5 years in dev? Or are they 3 years in dev and they spent the first 2 years building the idea and deciding whether they were or weren't going to do it? It's impossible to tell the development cycle. It's impossible to tell when they actually started deving and when they didn't. Pretty sure they have been working on Guild Wars 3 for a while. Just depends on what capacity. It might be. I don't think 2028 is the year it comes out. That's just my personal take. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. You still hire during ongoing dev? Yes, you do. But not for critical positions. It depends how critical those positions are. It depends how much they're outsourcing. It depends on NCSoft's direction of it. It depends on whether NCSoft decides to change the direction of things. Development cycles, particularly for MMORPGs, when it comes down to Western development particularly, it is more expensive, it is more difficult, it takes a longer timeline. You can't just put a bunch of Asians in a sweatshop and crank out Throne and Liberty in a week. I think that this is going to be a longer development cycle than you would see out of other MMOs, particularly because they have to get it right. I think that rushing would be an idiotic idea. I would rather them take much longer to release the game than them shit out a game that's just not ready for people. And I think that they're bright enough to know that. I think that they know that they can't shit out this game in a half-baked state. That's why I think it'll take longer.
Wars 3, from the combat system to game modes to progression systems, and also what the future of Guild Wars 2 looks like. Those, though, are topics for another time, but I'll do my best to cover every question mark that I can find. While you're waiting for that, if you want more details, then I'd highly recommend joining the Guild Wars 3 Discord and subreddit. There are some very diligent people there who have been...
That's smart, getting ahead of the trends so that he can dominate the game and be at the top of the charts. That's big brain. He'll still be alt-tabbing to WoW, though.
...been collecting every single breadcrumb of information that exists, and it's all laid out in glorious detail for you to absorb. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned. It's going to be a very interesting year for MMOs ahead of us. I'll see you next time. Like, comment, subscribe.
Okay, fairly decent video, fairly decent. A lot of speculation towards the end there. Some decent proof. I think this has convinced me. I think this has convinced me that they probably are working on a Guild Wars 3. I think that, like, I'm just trying to think about this from the most logical standpoint right now, right? A mobile game would piss off the community. A small PvP game built in Unreal Engine 5 would piss off the community. Slowing down development of Guild Wars 2 for no reason at all would piss off the community. It has to be Guild Wars 3. It still makes the most sense for them to do Guild Wars 3. You guys don't have phones? Yeah, no, how dare you not have phones? Don't you understand the importance of the mobile market? Not rushing game development like what Heartbound did. Listen, how dare you insult our Lord and Savior Pirate Software? Don't you know how important that man is? Also, he's not ArenaNet. Though he may get hired for it. He may get hired for it. Maybe. Now, there are other Guild Wars 3 takes that I want to hear. I'm fairly convinced, based on Teapot's video, that it makes the most sense for them to be focusing on Guild Wars 3. It'll make them the most money. It'll have the most information. It makes the most logical sense that Guild Wars 3 is what they're aiming at. They've got an established player base. They've got people who love the game. They've got people who focus on the game. They've got people who don't care about the monetization practices in the background. It has to be Guild Wars 3. I don't see another way around that. If they, like, God, after all the baiting with Guild Wars 3, can you imagine how pissed off people would be, actually? If it just turned out that they did Guild Wars 2 Reforged. People would lose their fucking minds. People would be so upset. They have brand power. They do have brand power, even though they fuck up their marketing all the time. Guild Wars 2 Reforged would be awesome. You say that. But I think everyone else would be pissed off. I think they have it just makes so much sense that it has to be Guild Wars 3. Because they've got a player base to pull from. They've got a good history of a game that works really well. They're one of the great survivors from the age of death that MMOs went through. People still love the game. People still play the game. People still bitch endlessly about the parts about the game that they don't like, but they still come back and play the game. It has to be Guild Wars 3. It has to be. Guild Wars 3 equals Overwatch 2. Ooh, they might. That's a possibility, but I think it would irritate the player base if they took Guild Wars 2 and upgraded it to Guild Wars 3 and made it the same game. I think that they've learned their lesson from watching everyone else as well. They should throw a curveball, name it Guild Wars 4, and tell everyone they missed 3. No, you know what they should do is they should make Guild Wars 4. And then tell everyone, just completely fucking mind-wipe people, and be like, no, we made Guild Wars 3. What are you guys talking about? And just continually mention that they loved Guild Wars 3 and that the community loved Guild Wars 3, but no one can find Guild Wars 3 ever. That's like that prank people used to do at school, where they would get 3 goats, and they would spray paint the numbers 1, 2, and 4 on the goats and then let them on the school property, and the entire day the security would be looking for goat 3 and just never fucking find it. They might do that. All right, we'll take now that we've got some perspective, we'll take a little bit of a breather. We'll take a look at the SKG stuff. Then we'll do some more Guild Wars 3 copium. That's what we'll take a look at next. Because I actually give a shit about SKG. I want to see where it's going. I want to see what's happening. We'll learn this shit from Slopula itself. Goats, I live in a third world country. What the fuck did you expect? Yeah, these are the kinds of pranks we pulled at school. What, you can't buy goats? Come on. Everyone can buy goats. We once had a guy fill the bathrooms at our school with cages of chickens, right? And then he tied a string from the cages because it had like a pin thing. So he tied a bunch of strings to the cage pins and then tied it to the inside of the door of the bathroom. So the next guy who opened the door, it pulled the pins and chickens just went fucking everywhere in the bathroom. We did stupid shit like this throughout school all the time.
Gamers have been celebrating. Loads of people believe that Stop Killing Games just defeated
now
the
let's learn about
biggest
SKG.
games industry lobby in the US, with them of course being the ESA. It's the sort of thing where the ESA are on the side of the games industry, which means they're often not on the side.
Imagine a Guild Wars 3 trailer where Braham and Timey die. I will watch that every day of my life if that happens. And that's why it's never happening. Timey will be the main character of Guild Wars 3. That's what I expect. Timey is going to be that little leukemia rat that just never dies through the power of plot armor. Fuck Timey. What a tiny piece of shit. Joko should have murdered that little shit. Joko had fucking Timey dead to rights. Joko had that little shit in her fridge, beating the fuck out of her. Joko should have killed her.
Of us, the game's customers. But it's actually more than that, because this
Let's
is
see what
seemingly
SKG is
the
going on.
third time that the ESA have lost this bill. So, does that mean that games are now safe from being deleted? Of course, not quite. So, despite what you may have heard, the fight is very much not over. The bill that Stop Killing Games just won at committee has actually already been changed, and the scrutiny is only going to get more intense. Today, though, I'm going to catch you up with the entire situation and the amendments that came in after the news initially broke.
You know, to think that this all started off with one fucking YouTuber who just made a petition and now all of a sudden we're getting SKG saved by everyone is fucking insane to think about. It's like the one time that a petition actually did something, which is nuts. I think Ross Scott has done such a favor for the gaming industry that it's going to have like an echoing effect for decades to come. That man has become our Jesus. He has become video game Jesus. And he's bold enough to be video game Jesus. Ain't will never kill anyone but Norn Mommy. Yes, they hate the Norn. I don't know what happened when it came to Guild Wars 2, but someone on that dev team who was a writer got turned down by a bunch of tall bitches in high school. And he was so fucking ready to murder all of them in his fantasy game. He was so ready to take it back. Bro, fuck content creation. Just write stories from your country and sell them for movie rights. That would never work. Because Hollywood and movies don't give a fuck about any African stories. They don't give a shit about that at all. There are like a million fucking stories. There's a million fucking fantasy fairy tales and shit that come out of Africa, and Hollywood will do none of them because they're like, ugh, dirty Africans, ugh, ugh. No, let's just put black people in European stories instead. That's much easier. That way we can shit on both cultures at the same time. They'll never do that. Why does Balila always run out of breath at the end of his sentences? He's drowning under the massive pile of money that he's made off of YouTube, that's why.
So, where are we and what's going on? Well, California's State Assembly is where we are, and what's going on is Assemblyman Chris Ward filed the Protect Our Games Act in February. Stop Killing Games advised in this act, and now they're backing it as an organization. Now, the bill is basically...
I don't trust it. The fact that California's making a law, I don't trust it. I don't know, but maybe that's just because I've seen the kind of laws that happen in the US and the kind of bullshit that they pull. I don't trust it. This part of SKG, I just do not trust. I feel like somehow This is like the monkey paw curling and the fingers going down and some evil shit's coming down the pipeline later. That's how I feel about that.
Basically working its way towards becoming a law. Now, what would it do if it was a law? Well, it would apply to any digital game available for purchase on...
I remember I had a kid's book about African myths and a very cool painterly illustration. Granted, I don't live in the US. Yeah, well, that's why you've got that, is because you don't live in the US. There's like a million fucking... You don't even understand, right? You don't understand how many fairy tales and stories and shit come out of Africa. There's a ton of them, and none of them will see the light of fucking day. Because it's seen as, why would anyone give a fuck about it? How is religion and folklore in Africa might have something interesting for a movie? Okay, well, I'll tell you my favorite one, right? So I'll tell you two of them. I'll give you a quick breather here. I'll tell you two of my favorite stories that have come out of Africa, right? One of them is a story that I grew up learning when I was a kid, right? Because a black woman helped raise me, so I got to hear a bunch of African fairy tales, right? First West African lore and story about the creation myth and the gods, right? So you have an African pantheon of gods, right? The main guy, the main creator god, is like a dude, and everyone else is like his family members. And the second god to him is a trickster god, he's like a little shit, and he likes fucking with the other gods, right? Creator god decides he's gonna create part of Earth, and he's like making all these animals and shit, and then he's gonna host a banquet, and he's gonna bring everyone to the banquet so he can show off what he's made. So he does that, and everyone's all, wow, that's so impressive, you're such a good creator god. Oh, you're so amazing. And his little brother, who's the trickster god, is like, yeah, sure, that's cool, bro. But we all know you can do this. This is not you trying. You're being a pussy. We know that you're a creator god. We know you could do this any day of the fucking week. Stop being a bitch. How's about you push yourself? How's about you do something actually creative? And so he goes, all right, bet. I'll do something fucking insane. And so the creator god goes off to his workshop, and he's thinking about it, and he's figuring it out, and he's like manufacturing this creature that's like none other. And he comes up with human beings, right? And he like gives them free will, and he gives them decisions that they can make, and they work where they've got like they're smarter than everything else, and so they're figuring things out, and they know tools, and then he puts them on Earth, and then he brings them back to another banquet, and everyone is so impressed, everyone is so amazed, and his little brother's like, yeah, I know what's coming, I pushed him. And so his little bro goes to him, and he's like, hey buddy, why don't you check in on your creation real quick? And then the creator god is like, you know what? I haven't checked in on them. Let me check in on them. He checks in on the humans. He watches them for a day. One single day, he watches human beings and the way they behave. And immediately, he becomes an irredeemable alcoholic. He refuses to create anything ever again. He wants nothing to do with all of his creations ever again. And he just wants to drink and try and forget. He just never wants to see that. He's just like, oh, fuck, this is disgusting. What's wrong with these things? And he just never touches humanity ever again. And he's like in heaven. He's basically like African Zeus, and he's sitting there, and all he gives a fuck about is drinking and trying to forget what he's done. He just doesn't give a shit anymore. And his little brother starts like fucking with human beings because he's like, finally, I got something good out of this. Finally, something interesting's happening. And he's just an irredeemable alcoholic. That's one of them, like my favorite fucking creation myths. It's a West African one. That's like I believe it was Babalu Aya was the name of the creation god. He just fucking he watches humans for a day, and he's like, fuck, what did I do? He just hates himself constantly for that. Second one was a fairy tale, right? Of a tribe that like sits out in like the middle of Africa. They live like on the plains. In the distance there's a mountain, and in the past there was a chieftain who was like the great grandfather of the chieftains, and he tried to slay a dragon, and he didn't manage to kill the dragon, but what he did was he managed to chop the wings off of the dragon, which was this like huge scaled beast, so it could never fly away again. And everyone thought that he died in the attempt, and so did the dragon, right? Generations later, there's a chieftain who's got like a bunch of kids. He's got, I think it was 3 brothers and 1 daughter, and 1 sister, right? So the chieftain starts noticing that like weird shit's happening in their land. Like all of a sudden there's earthquakes, the mountain in the distance is suddenly fucking smoking, there's lava coming out of it, and they finally come to the realization, oh shit, great-great-grandpa didn't manage to kill the dragon. That fucking thing's alive. So first brother steps up to the plate and he's like, yo, I'm gonna go and kill that dragon. And I'm going to claim chieftain for myself. I'm going to be a fucking hero. But the problem is the eldest brother's a pussy, right? So he doesn't go and kill the dragon. He actually just disappears for a week, fucks off, comes back, and then lies to everyone and says, okay, I killed the dragon. And everything's quiet for a little while, so everyone believes him. Then, the mountain fucking starts erupting again. And they're like, you lying little shit. You piece of shit. You didn't fucking do anything. So, second brother, who's actually got some balls, right? He gets his shit together. And he's like, I'm going to go kill the dragon. I'm going to go after it. He goes after the dragon. He doesn't even get to the dragon. On the journey towards it, he dies. Because he didn't plan his way to get there. He didn't have the survival skills he needed. He was brave, but he was an idiot. Right? Third brother, he's a strategist. He's a thinker. He knows what the fuck to do. But he's also, he's not high constitution. He's got like low constitution. He's really, really fucking bad at this. But his sister is. Like his sister's better than him at this shit, right? She's got the survival skills. She actually paid attention to their dad when he was giving them lessons about how to survive and how to fight and all of that shit. So the little brother and the sister decide to team up and they go after the dragon, right? And they realize you can't fight a dragon like you fight a person, right? You can't just stab it with a stick and it's gonna die. That's not gonna fucking work. So they come up with this plan. They get to the dragon and they figure out a way to collapse the mountain on top of the dragon and kill it and also get the fuck out of there, right? So the smallest brother comes up with the plan and the sister executes on the plan of knocking out shit to make sure that the dragon kills itself. They get back to the tribe and the chieftain's like, who killed the dragon? Which one of you two fuckers killed the dragon? Little brother, being who he is, he's like, my sister did it. I told her what to do and she just did it. So they want to make the sister the new like chieftain of the tribe. And she says, I can't be the chieftain. I can't do that. That's not me. It should go to my little brother. Right? Because he's the one who came up with the plan. He was the strategist. He figured shit out. I executed. And the whole moral of it, and so the little brother becomes the chieftain. They go through in a whole period of enlightenment. Their tribe grows and everything's happy forever and ever after, blah, 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 right? And the entire moral of the story is that everything has its place in life, right? Don't try and make things do things that are not their place, right? The strategist should be the chieftain because he's smarter and he knows what he's doing and he can plan around a bunch of bullshit. The people who can execute on action should be listening to the chieftain. And the whole idea is everyone has their place in life. You have to find your place and stop trying to be something you're not, right? A lion doesn't start trying to fucking swim in the ocean. A shark doesn't start trying to climb trees. That's the whole moral of the story. Think about how easy of a story that would be to make into a movie for Hollywood for kids or an animation or some shit. Yeah, you could even lean into all of the feminist bullshit and blah, 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 and all of that stuff and crank out, you know, whatever fucking slop you wanted, and it would still work as a story. There was a written language in Africa. No, there wasn't. They told stories to each other nonstop. That's how it worked. They didn't write shit down. This is Africa, not the Middle East. They didn't carve shit into stone. In Polish myths, they kill the dragon by filling the sheep with sulfur. The dragon eats the sheep, gets thirsty, drinks enough water to kill itself. Well, there you go. That's the smart way to do things, right? So you've got all these fairy tales that come out of Africa. They're never going to see the light of fucking day. None of them will. Because the only thing that Hollywood is interested in doing is taking European fairy tales, wiping out the white people who built those fairy tales, taking black people, ignoring the entire African culture that got them to where they are, and then slotting them into where the white people were. That's the only interest they have. But that's enough of a side tangent. Now we're going to watch Jimmy's SKG video. Let's focus on this. Let's actually focus on the SKG video. There's your little bedtime story if you're going to go to bed. Just for you, Mortal John. That's how that worked. I thought the Egyptians were black. No, they weren't. And if you ask a Central African, were the Egyptians black? They'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? Nuh-uh. Those people were involved with the Romans and the Hellenic Greeks. That is not me. I am here. I am here. This is my spot. They fucking hate that shit. But everyone in America has this weird thing where, because like a lot of Africans who got taken over by on the boats and shit lost their culture, so they have to try and figure out where they were. So they try and replace shit where they weren't actually involved. It's real weird. Africa, same as America pre-Columbus, was a shithole. Imagine in 2026 still slaughtering virgins to the sun god or hunting enemies. They still do that today, Albert. And you're right, it was a shithole. It was an irredeemable shithole of wartime and people doing the most brutal, vicious shit to each other imaginable. It was hell on earth. And you lived to the ripe old age of 15 if you were lucky. And you didn't get a spear through your fucking throat. Welcome to the old world. When you said a lion doesn't swim and a croc doesn't climb, I laughed because they can do those things. They just don't think it's worth it. But that's the point, right? It's not worth it. Everything has its place. And what I'm saying is a lion doesn't go into the ocean and try and be a shark. And a shark doesn't start climbing trees in the middle of Africa. Everything has its place that it's supposed to slot into. That's supposed to be the moral or the fables fucking output of that entire story. The point is, do the thing that's valuable, and the thing you can do, don't try be something else. What about a sea bear? I don't know what the fuck a sea bear is. Anyway, let's watch the SKG video. We're getting fucking sidetracked here.
On or after January 1st, 2027, so next year. Developers would have to give a 60-day warning before any service support ends for a game.
Are we not talking about Guild Wars? We will be back to talking about Guild Wars. Jimmy just... look, Jimmy posted a link to this. I want to see what this is about. I need to figure this shit out. I like what SKG has done. I'm interested in SKG. I want to know where the fuck we are.
After that point, they would need to offer players one of three options. Those options are a version of the game that works without the developer systems, a patch that will allow the existing game to keep working, or a full refund. Now, there's some things that are not in scope of this law, and that is free-to-play and subscription-based games, which I guess does make some sense. But any other server-dependent game would still have to provide, quote, ordinary use of core features that are, quote, consistent with reasonable expectations of a purchaser. And of course, what those reasonable expectations are, you know, open to interpretation. So, that, what I've just read out to you, is how the bill read at committee. But I'll need you to hold that thought because, well, there's a vote that it just won. But the question is, what vote? Now, the group helping us keep the show on the road today is our sponsor, Rocket Money. Forget about where it is.
Never mind.
Thanks to them for supporting the channel.
Get that right.
Okay,
get
here's
that
the main thrust
the
of the
fuck
story
out of here.
and the major vote. But after that, there are amendments that really do impact how this law would even work. So, first things first, though. On the 14th of May, the bill underwent the third committee stage in the Assembly. Now, that meant that it had already passed the privacy and consumer protection as well as the judiciary reviews.
SKG won't change anything, assuming it even comes to pass. Well, apparently it's passing and going into law in 2027, early 2027, so I suppose we'll see.
So, it obviously didn't interfere with any existing laws or breach consumer rights. That's good stuff. Now, the latest review was the Appropriations Committee, which is a very American process of government where before any money is spent, it's got to be approved for that specific purpose. And obviously, if it doesn't get approved, then, well, you know, no money. Obviously a problem. Now, the committee analyzed the bill and they worked out the fiscal impact of the bill. Now, this also includes whether the Department of Justice would have to hire staff to investigate and prosecute cases. So, I suppose much like how Charlie Kelly is a specialist in bird law, hey, if you're a gamer, you wanna do some legal stuff, you could become a game lawyer and you could fight this. But to be more serious,
God fucking Jesus, imagine how nightmarish it is to love video games and you make your job all the documentation around video games and legalese shit and never be able to play a video game again because you're too fucking busy.
This stuff actually
That sounds
does
like
cost
hell.
money, and it's asking things like whether the trial costs would be super high. Of course, you're looking at about $1,000 an hour to operate a courtroom. Now, in both cases, they were found to be, quote, an unknown but potentially moderate amount. And that's good news for us. It basically means it's not enough for it to be a problem, and because of that, the committee passed it with amendments. So then, that seems like good news, but you may have remembered from the top of the video something about the ESA being involved and the ESA losing. Let's cover that. To get a handle on this, we reached out to Stop Killing Games, and their Deputy Director of Community and Outreach, Pavel Zhalchak, I believe that's how you pronounce his surname. Well, according to him, the ESA is basically doing what they always do. So, the ESA, aka the Entertainment Software Association, is basically pulling the same moves in the US that the Video Games Europe group used in Europe. They are opposing AB 1921, which is the Protect Our Games Act, which can be shortened to the POG Act.
Did they have to call it that? They just had to turn it into a fucking meme. Fuck.
It's a little factoid, not particularly relevant though. But what they are doing is they're using the same old tactics, right? So Pavel was responding to an ABC 10 segment on the bill's progress, where the ESA basically gave a statement after being asked for comment on it. And basically, they don't agree with the bill at all. They think that it mixes rights between ownership and licenses, which I'm sure many of you will have your own thoughts about.
So basically, they're trying to squirm their way out of the shit. They're trying to make sure that they can get around it no matter what happens.
They cite problems for developers. They suggested in the worst case examples that the bill would hit, well, various game creators disproportionately. Now, much of this was repeated in a thing called a floor alert, which is basically just a letter to lawmakers urging a no vote. Now, because Stop Killing Games are involved with this bill, they got hold of that. They made it public, and Stop Killing Games founder Ross Scott, well, went through it line by line, and it makes for lovely reading. But this type of thing is nothing new. The ESA produced this floor alert.
They will make up every fucking excuse under the sun to not do anything. These pieces of shit will do everything in their power to make sure that this doesn't happen. I know that for a fact. And the scariest part about SKG is that what happens next is they're gonna try and find a way around this. If any of this goes into law, they will squirm their way around this and try and find every loophole they can.
Because the bill was almost certain to pass the Appropriations Committee, so what they were doing was just laying out the groundwork for how they would oppose it in the next stage. And that's because at every stage the ESA has been a registered opponent. So in that way, Stop Killing Games' posts about how they've, quote, won against the ESA in California are correct. They've now won 3 times. They've won at each committee. And those committees are roughly 15 minutes of back and forth between legislators and, their witness each time. And pretty much every point the ESA made to the media was already on the table at these hearings. But what Stop Killing Games have basically done is publicize them. Now, that
so basically they made them look like shit.
Of course makes a lot of sense. They're an advocacy group pushing this kind of thing forward.
That's genius. That's actually genius. Making sure that as many people as possible can see what pieces of shit they're acting like. That's how you get people on your side.
And getting it into the conversation is absolutely, well, kind of what they're supposed to do. But obviously when reporting a story like this, it's important to, go look at the original thing. So we took a look at the footage and...
I got an alarm going off. Give me a second. I've got an Africa moment happening here. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. No, it's the same fucking guy. Yeah, look, I don't know what you guys are doing. Like, he just keeps fucking coming back. No. No, look, this is like the third night in a row. Yeah. But I mean, look, he doesn't seem as manic right now, but I mean, he's probably gonna get back to that fucking state at some point in time. Well, look, he's not up the telephone pole right now, but I mean, you know what he did last time? You know what's gonna happen if my neighbor gets home. Yeah. Yeah, look, you guys need to come up with like a longer term solution because this fucking guy's gonna keep coming back no matter what you do. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah, bye. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bye. Alright. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Same fucking guy is back. Same goddamn fucking guy is back. The same fucking crazy homeless guy who keeps coming back here. I don't know why he keeps coming back here. I don't know what he thinks he's gonna get out of this. Fucking whack job of a human being. Hopefully security will deal with him. Hopefully they'll take him somewhere else as opposed to just keeping on bringing him back. Fucking, I don't know what he wants. I don't know what this fucking guy wants. Like, I've offered him money. I've offered him food. And he just doesn't want that. He just wants to be a fucking whack job. He just wants to be a fucking insane person. You're Brazilian. No, I'm not. His Fent and crack withdrawal. Okay, no, you guys are arguing with each other. Never mind. Okay. Does YouTube have a point? Gambling system like Twitch. Feel like betting on what Africa moment happens next will be fun. I'm trying to set up a point system, but it's a lot more complex than I thought it was initially. I've genuinely thought about deving out a piece of software that makes a channel point system that is independent of all platforms so that people who multi-stream can use a point system, but I'm still trying to figure out how that all works because I don't know web dev. I don't know netcode that well. I'm like a script kiddie. I'm trying to put it all together by myself. What time do you actually sleep, considering you're always up at night, or do you do a series of small naps throughout? So I do what's known as biphasic sleep, right? I sleep twice in every given day. So I'll sleep. So after stream, I'll go sleep. I'll pass out for like 3 hours. Then I'll wake up. I'll take my kid to whatever thing she's doing, whether that's like swimming or hanging out with other kids and stuff. Then I'll get back home. I'll do some work, and then I'll pass out. I'll get another 3 hours or so of sleep, and then I just keep going. It's just standard practice. That's the thing that just works best with my timeline. I used to have to do that for the job that I used to have, and now it's just become habit. The fuck was that noise? Never heard that noise before. What the hell was that?
Content policy violation. A crazy African homeless person climbing a telephone pole in the middle of the night on the streets of Joburg, South Africa.
I don't know how you find that fucking that image. I don't know how you even did that. But yeah, basically, I actually genuinely wonder if I should shut the fuck up about the wacky shit that actually happens outside my house. I wonder if that's actually getting the streams demonetized. I wonder. You might be onto something there. Demered is there. I don't think Demered leaves his house, let's be honest. He's not going to leave his fucking house. What the fuck was that? Fuck me. I'm glad you guys can fucking laugh about this. But this is fucking stressful that this wacky fucking homeless guy. I've offered him money, I've offered him food, I've offered him clothing, and he wants none of it. He doesn't give a fuck. He don't give no shits about any of that. He wants to climb the telephone pole and try and electrocute himself every now and then. Or try and get into someone's goddamn house. Do you have a mute button? I thought I pressed it. No, I was kind of in a rush. I think... Yeah, no, I didn't press it. Fuck. All right. Anyway, let's continue with SKG.
Really what you see is a fairly good-natured conversation. The bill's proponent, Chris Ward,
Tangia
repeatedly
did
talks
not
about
like my
wanting to
prompt.
work through...
Good night, folks.
Tangia did not like your prompt. But it showed your prompt. Lou, it showed your prompt. So good night, Lou. Go get some rest.
Through the opposition's concerns. Like, as an example, he even suggests...
The homeless Giga Chad versus Virgin Home. Yeah, next he's going to call me a housey. He's going to come up with some fucking derogatory term for people who have a house.
That he's actually okay with.
Offer him a nice apartment in the shape of a coffin around... See, my neighbor's going to fucking offer that to him soon if this keeps happening.
With the idea of this being...
It didn't do the image. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yeah, I'll replay it. Hold on. Give me a second. See? There's the image. It's right there.
A crazy African homeless person climbing a telephone pole in the middle of the night on the streets of Joburg, South Africa.
That's the okay, I thought that was the actual image. No, the AI was like, no, fuck you, I'm not doing that. Okay, that's what you mean. Okay, that's some context. Okay, it just fucking put an angry orange there and was like, fuck you, I'm not making that image. You can suck my dick. Tangia was like, nah, not today, fam. Anyway, fuck, we're getting so far off track here. Jesus.
Something with a bit of a time limit so that perhaps a game that's a decade old might not be subject to the law. Really, what we see in the footage is what regular legislative action looks like. It's not the most exciting thing in the universe. It's just negotiation and scrutiny of legislation that ultimately, of course, could be worth many, many, many millions of dollars. Because, of course, there's many ways this could go that could end up being quite expensive for the people involved. Now,
he should have written an extremely dark-skinned Caucasian man. Yeah, you could probably manipulate the AI if you tried hard enough.
Let's take more of a forward look in this. So, what we've just seen here was the final committee of the State Assembly. Now, from here, it then passes to the floor of the Assembly, which is basically where the whole...
Did you try cotton chip works on abos? We don't have abos. We have different kinds of homeless people down here. We have witchcraft ones. Maybe if I went out there in a Sangoma outfit and like cast a magic spell on him, maybe then he'd go away.
House will vote on it, and where other politicians can request amendments. And once that's done, then the whole process starts again with California's Senate. So, with the Senate, there will be committees and then a full vote. If it's amended...
Does this get killed at the Senate level? A Sangoma... Oh, the Sangoma is the local word for witch doctor in South Africa. You can actually get a degree as a witch doctor in my country. I'm not joking. It's a recognized path of degree is becoming a witch doctor. It's called a Sangoma. Sangoma.
Amended in one house, but not amended in the other, then there'll be a vote on reconciling the differences. So very much the process is not over. There could be months and months of scrutiny. But the thing is, it does actually move fast, and that's why it's now time to talk about an amendment. The amendment then. So, 4 days after the committee vote, the bill was actually amended. This happened on its second reading, which was the 18th of May. And what happened is the scope language changed. And this does quite matter. So, the bill that passed appropriations applied to any digital game available for purchase. Available for purchase being the operative. On or after January 1st, 2027. Now, the amended bill has changed that a little bit, where it applies to games, quote, first available for purchase or re-released for purchase on or after that date. And that is a real narrowing of scope. The initial committee version would have captured legacy games that just happened to be on sale after...
Yeah, that would have been impossible. They needed to change that scope. You couldn't go back and retroactively apply this law. That would be bullshit.
The deadline. But this new amended version essentially is only capturing new releases and intentional re-releases. It would mean that the existing back catalog stays out of the scope of this law, which, if you're a big diehard and you really, really want a maximalist interpretation of this applied, this would really be quite a loss for your cause. But if you're more thinking about pragmatic progress, which I will admit I am, I think that this is probably a good thing in getting a realistic and workable bill passed. But I know a narrowing of scope could be disappointing, so how about we check in with, well, what Stop Killing Games themselves is pushing for. To orient ourselves on this, we can take a look at the global
There he is. Video game Jesus.
efforts, and specifically on the EU Citizens Initiative. So, within the last year, Stop Killing Games' public position on the EU Citizens Initiative has actually been that they're not asking for any retroactive action. And here's the direct quote from them. Just to be clear, Stop Killing Games is not retroactive, even if we wanted it to be. It would apply mostly to future games if passed. So in one sense then, the May 18th Amendment moves the bill closer to that original framing. A game like, say, Anthem, already pulled...
Who'd have thought it took 2 seconds of Googling and yep, your chat is repeating talking points from the transatlantic slave trade from the 1700s. Okay. And? Why does that affect you on a personal level? Who gives a shit? If anything, I'm just here to see you fucking get angry at each other. It's pretty funny watching you argue at each other. Who cares? Who cares if someone else believes something different than you? Do you think arguing with them is going to change their mind? Or do you think they're going to bait you and see how angry they can make you? Like I said, this is not a stream where I fucking get mad at people for their opinions and ban them. The only ban that happens here is on Demared for democracy. Who gives a shit? Who cares? You're probably banned from Guild Wars 2 because your chat is retarded. Nope, I'm banned from Guild Wars 2 because I made an absurdist joke outside of the game on Twitch that ArenaNet then went and got me permabanned off of Twitch with. So no, it's not because of my chat. And they had it out for me from day one. From my first video that got 300,000 views that I did on Guild Wars 2. They were looking for a reason. Tell them about apartheid. Real nice and simple. Bunch of British people came over here, fought a war with the Afrikaners. They won by setting people on fire on a bunch of railroad tracks and going scorched earth. They then instituted apartheid on a bunch of people. Then a bunch of brutal shit happened to a bunch of black people in the country. There was a whole bunch of shit that happened after that. Eventually apartheid was repealed, and ever since apartheid has happened, the country has gone to a burning pile of shit because the new government that is black learned from the old government that was white that when it's our turn, you got to turn everyone else against the race that you hate. So it used to be racism against black people. Now it's racism against white people because no one learned the fucking lesson. They just decided, I'm going to get mine now, and I'm going to destroy the new generations and fuck them up and get them to fight each other. There you go. I could tell them all about apartheid. Guess what happened? We've got more race laws against whites in this country now than we ever had under apartheid. And guess what? The black government learned from the white government, because what they realized is that they can make a bunch of racist laws, right? They don't actually have to help any of the black people in the country. They just have to be black themselves and then immediately steal all the money and send it to their families because all their family members are black. All the black people still in the country suffer like shit. All the white people now suffer as well, and nothing gets better. It just keeps getting worse. There you go. Allowing retards like you to blatantly be racist means he's okay with it. No, I'm not okay with it. I don't care. I do not care. Oh no, how fucking terrible. Oh no. Guess what? My country didn't get better after apartheid ended. It got worse. Because it was down on the same fucking backslide. And the only thing that happened was the races switched around. Tell them about apartheid. I just told them about apartheid. What the fuck are you talking about? I just told you about it. Also, apartheid happened 1/3 of a century ago. Have you tried painting yourself black? I don't feel like getting murdered on the fucking street. Thank you very much. I just told them about it. There you go. At least you still have Wakanda. We don't have shit. We don't have a goddamn thing. Everyone suffers now. Because there's a bunch of communist retards running the fucking country. There you go. Blacks historically suffered more. Your race has far more public achievements and more funding. No, they don't. No, they don't. And I know this because I live here, because my ancestors lived here. Guess what happened under the white apartheid government? A bunch of whites in politics made a bunch of fucking money, threw out all the blacks, and then the blacks got really fucking mad about that and wanted equality. The government didn't like that, started shooting a bunch of people. The blacks resorted to terrorism and killing old people and butchering them in the street. You want to talk about the innocence of black people in my country? You know what happened? Do you know what the blacks used to do during apartheid in my country? Go talk to the Indians. Go talk to the Arabs in the country at the time, who were also under apartheid. There were race laws against people who were non-white, all non-white people, right? Where they had a curfew. They had to be home at night. And guess what? Black people had to be all indoors by 8 o'clock. Indians had to be indoors by 10 o'clock. If black people went out onto the street and found Indians out past 8 o'clock, they used to cut their heads off and leave them on the doorstep of all the Indians. And that had no effect on the white people. So they didn't give a fuck until it started happening to them. Congratulations, everyone's self-interested, everyone's fucking manipulating shit. Guess what? The whole human race is a bunch of piles of shit. Who founded South Africa? The Dutch. The Dutch founded South Africa. The Bantu tribes then came along later after the Dutch founded South Africa, after moving south because they were in a bunch of tribal warfare and got pushed south. When they got here, they then killed off the Khoisan. They then enslaved the Khoisan. Then they got to the Dutch. Guess what the Dutch did? What was the first thing the Dutch did? They started buying land from the Africans wherever they set up things as they moved further north. Who's Leopold? Not a South African. I love how you're pulling up other nations now. Guess what? Leopold was a fucking disgusting animal who used to chop the limbs off of people, not in South Africa. Congratulations. You're now dodging to another country. Guess what? The entire human race is full of fucking animals, regardless of race. You mean your bordering nation, so not South Africa. You mean not South Africa. Not my nation. You're now dodging to another nation that's not my nation. What was Leopold again? I believe he was Belgian. King Leopold III, Belgian, I believe. Also, wait, hold on. King Leopold III, Congo. Let's just look this up. Look at that. Look at that. Not even a bordering nation. You had to go to Central Africa for that. You dodged. You dodged. You know, there's this thing, right, where there's historical guilt that you're supposed to feel. Guess what? The whites were fucking animals back then because they had the power, they had the guns, they had the ability, so they acted like fucking animals. Guess what? Now, the black people have the power, they have control of the politics, they have control of it, and guess what they're doing? They're acting like animals. Welcome to the human race. Everyone did it. Everyone does it. It happens today. You're going to Leopold in the fucking Congo to make your point. I'm down here, buddy. Right down here. And guess what? I wasn't killing fucking black people in the street. I wasn't fucking shooting blacks. I wasn't doing none of that shit. My ancestors were even too fucking lazy to do that. They weren't even shooting blacks. They were too busy gambling their money away and losing a fucking family fortune at the time. This thing where you're supposed to collectively feel guilt as an entire race, like you're responsible for everyone else, is complete bullshit. It's complete horseshit. That kind of thinking is exactly why blacks end up hating whites in America. Because what's the thing that blacks learn when they're in America? Your ancestors were slaves. You were nothing but a piece of farming equipment. You should hate everyone. Those whites who are all long dead, you should go kill everyone who had nothing to do with that. Yeah. It's fucking stupid. But Rose, you live there. But he lived there for a while and read more, hence he knows things about South Africa more than you. I've lived here. I learned the history of this nation. I know everything about it because we had to study this shit. No one said you were killing black people. You did. Because you brought up every other thing. And you're like, talk about apartheid. Talk about apartheid. The thing that happened. Do you know how long apartheid was when I was born? 2 years. I was a 2-year-old when it ended. So what the fuck does that have to do with me? The same as some crazy fucking guy who is murdering people in Africa right now has nothing to do with some black in America. Guess what? People are animals. People are fucking animals, and when they've got the advantage over someone else, they will take that advantage. They will do that every single fucking time. Because your chat is a bunch of racist. So now you're defaulting to a label, right? Now you're labeling everyone else except yourself as a racist because someone else said something you didn't like. That's derivative. That's non-useful information. I can tell you about the history of South Africa. I have no fucking problem with telling you how fucking brutal the whites were to the blacks because they were. You think it was nice being a black person under apartheid? Fuck no. The problem is apartheid ended and their lives didn't get better, they got worse. Because the government that was black used black as an excuse to not help the people, but to help themselves. And that's going to keep on happening. It's going to keep on happening until the human race dies or the sun expands and swallows the earth. It's going to keep happening. And it's going to be the same thing over and over and over again. Do you know what happens? Here, let me give you a modern day example, right? Do you think that, here, Callum, this is a real question for you. Do you think there's a concept such as all black people are on the same side? Do you think that concept exists? Do you think that there's this shared idea of African unity? No, good. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, right? If you want to understand human beings, think about it first on an individualist level, right? People are self-interested. They care about themselves first, then they care about their family, then they care about the people they know, then they care about everyone else, right? Blacks have been murdering each other for a very long fucking time before the whites got here. That's just the status quo. How do you think the blacks got to America? They were sold by tribesmen into slavery for shiny rocks and guns that the white boys brought across to Africa. Blacks were selling blacks into slavery. Do you know why? Because the blacks who won the wars were self-interested. They cared about their own power. Hey, guess what? The whites did the same thing. The Asians did the same thing. Everyone across the fucking globe does the same thing. Who gives a fuck if someone wants to be racist? Let them. Who cares? I would prefer to live in a world where we don't do this thing where we fucking tiptoe around things. So you have whites, they just took all their shit while they did. Not in Africa. Well, not in South Africa, at least. What happened in South Africa, you should look up the Battle of Blood River, right? So when the Dutch came across the Bantu tribes initially, what happened historically was they found out that the Bantu tribes had started newly establishing themselves in certain areas. The Dutch sent envoys to them, and they said, hey, can we buy this land from you? Can we give you something? You guys set the price, you tell us what you want, and we will give it to you. Then they said, okay, we want 5,000 cows. We want this much resources. We want your grain. We want your guns. We want this. They said, cool, great. They gave them all of those resources. The tribes then left. The Dutch set themselves up. And then months later, once the Bantu tribes had organized themselves, they came back and tried to fucking murder them because they never planned on honoring that deal in the first place. The first contact between the Dutch and the Bantu tribes was not war, it was trade. And the Bantu tribes were the ones who went back on the trade. Now, does this make white people all nice and fucking innocent, sweet little boys? Absolutely fucking not. Because you know what they brought when they brought to South Africa? They brought slaves. The slaves weren't black, they were Malaysian. That's where the term Cape Malay comes from. That's why there's an entire group of people who live down here on the Western Cape who are called the Cape Malay people, otherwise more commonly termed the colored people, because they have their own identity, their own culture, their own history, because that's where they came from. Guess what? Everyone was self-interested. Everyone who had power over someone else was going to kill someone else. Is Israel a race? No. But Israel is a group of people who are going to use the power that they have to get whatever the fuck they want. Just like America does. Just like Asia does. Just like Africa does. If someone's got power and someone else doesn't, they're going to use that against someone else. This is not a race thing. This is a humanity problem. Me, Hassan, and Callum versus you and your strongest racist on Discord. That wouldn't work, Orion. First of all, because Hassan is too busy electrocuting his dog. So it'd have to be you and Callum. Also, isn't Hassan getting in legal trouble now? Doesn't he have to deal with the American legal system because he went to Cuba and sucked a bunch of communist dick over there? I'm here to laugh. I don't give a fuck about all of this shit. I'm here to have a good shit and a giggle. If people want to be racist and say funny shit because they think it's funny, even though it's racist, good for them. I see no limits on comedy. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and ban people. You want to have the opposing viewpoint? It's not funny though. Yes, it is. It's absolutely funny. It's hilarious. They're just being racist losers. Just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean other people don't. One of the funniest jokes I've ever heard came out of one of the top comedians when he said we should donate money to Africa so that they can buy mosquito nets so we can help out those poor, starving African mosquitoes and stop them dying from AIDS. That shit's funny. You should be able to make racist jokes in all directions. White, black, Asian, doesn't matter. Against everyone. What's funny about colonialism? Well, there's very many funny things about colonialism. Do you understand human history is a wide breadth subject? And you cannot change history, and trying to correct it in a modern day just creates more problems, as opposed to getting rid of these systems and replacing them with something better. Because being racist in the other direction doesn't fix the racism that happened before. We should be able to laugh at that shit. Here, let me give you a colonialist joke, right? Yeah, I'll give you a colonialist one, right? So, Dutchman comes over here. Colonialism's being set up. They decide, you know what? We're going to start up a special needs school. And we're gonna help out these poor Africans. We're gonna teach them some shit. So they all get into a school, and it's all the special needs kids. And he's got like a fucking Down syndrome kid in there. And they're all in the Down syndrome class learning together, and they're on the 5th floor. And little Frikkie, he's the Down syndrome, and he's like, teacher, I need to go to the bathroom. Teacher, please, let me go to the bathroom. Teacher, being exhausted, being a special needs student back in the day, it's not that easy. It's like, okay, you know what, you little fucking Dutchman, go to the bathroom. While he's in the bathroom, someone sets the classroom on fire. Everyone's burning. Whole building's on fire. All the kids are screaming. Little Frikkie's, he's at the bottom of the window. He looks up to the 6-story building, and he yells, Teacher, throw them down. I can catch them. So, teacher picks up little white retard, grabs him, throws him out the window. Frikkie's like down there, he's trying to catch him, misses, splat, first one gone. Teacher, try again, I can get the next one. Teacher picks up another white kid, another white retard, throws him out the window. Frikkie actually catches him. Teacher's like, oh fuck, okay, he can actually do this. Holy shit, we're getting somewhere. Picks up one of the retarded black kids, throws him out the window. Frikkie looks up, opens his hands, lets the kid hit the floor. He then looks up at his teacher on the 6th floor and goes, Teacher, don't throw the burnt ones. It's too late for them. The point of history is to laugh at the shit that happened. You have to laugh because there's no changing what happened. Continuing on this trend where we don't fucking laugh at each other, where we don't have a good time, is just fucking stupid. Just have a shit and a giggle, have a good time, enjoy the fact that you don't live in a day and age where most people aren't trying to fucking murder each other all the time. Just have a good time. That's all you gotta do. Go outside, enjoy life. If you're living in a first world country, no one's killing each other with fucking machetes in the street. That's a win. 99.9% of human history is just people fucking killing each other non-stop, brutally. And for the small sliver of time that we live in now, it's better than it's ever fucking been. And getting mad about words is not going to change that. And now Jimmy's baiting you. But now we're getting off track. Let's get back on task here. I'm fucking wasting time with this shit. We're fucking wasting time with this. Right, back on track. Where were we? SKG.
From sale was always going to escape.
I've fucking missed out on half of this shit because of this argument in chat.
And so too with any legacy game that just happens to be sitting on a digital storefront. The question now is what will count as a re-release, and I think that's where the next fight will likely be. Now remember, Stop Killing Games all kicked off whenever The Crew became unplayable after its servers turned off. That scared Ubisoft, who announced an offline mode for The Crew 2 in September 2024 and then shipped it in October 2025. It basically took them a year to get the thing running. Now, if a developer has a server-connected game that is, say, hitting the market on or after January 2nd, 2027, then they, of course, don't have a year to build that functionality. They would need to be thinking about this now, even if it wasn't a constraint that existed or that they thought may have existed whenever development of their game started. Now, The Crew 2 also makes the re-release question quite concrete. Let me explain, right? It's not in scope today. The game was first...
Imagine being this devoted to defending the honor of bloodthirsty Ooga Boogas. Guess what? Everyone's fucking bloodthirsty. Everyone is. Just to varying degrees.
Sold in 2018, and it's kind of just been maintained since. But what if Ubisoft ships a Switch port of the game in, say, 2028? Maybe a definitive edition, maybe a paid expansion that sells separately. Well, currently the bill does not define what a re-release is. And that could end up being the next question. And it's decisions like what counts as a re-release that basically allows for an out-of-scope game to rather suddenly become an in-scope game, and for that to kind of just happen overnight, which will have obvious implications for the developers. And that's because once a game is in scope, the second question kicks in. And that question is, what does ordinary use actually mean? Because as I'm sure you can imagine, that's a bit of a woolly thing. Now, for this, the only definition that would matter is, of course, the law. So, ordinary use of core features, quote, consistent with reasonable expectations of a purchaser. That's what we have to go off, and how you interpret that is basically why lawyers get paid. So if the Crew 2's offline mode is missing multiplayer and some of its user-generated content features, well, does it still meet the, quote, reasonable expectations of someone who bought the game to play it online? Right now we don't know, but if that was to come back into scope for this law, then Ubisoft, well, they may have a case to answer and a fairly hefty penalty to pay if they can't win. Though there are, of course...
I don't think they'll pay it. I don't think that Ubisoft is going to pay this. I think Ubisoft is going to do everything they can to not pay this or to reduce it or keep it in litigation for as long as possible.
The three things that the bill says a company would have to do should their
or they'll go bankrupt before they have to pay this
game fall in scope. And, well, one of those is refunds. And Stop Killing Games are not pretending that the refund option is anything other than a worst-case scenario. I mean, we've seen it play out recently. Concord, for all of its faults, did give everyone refunds. And the only reason they couldn't give people a 60-day warning was that the game only lasted 14 days. So for a in-scope game that fails the, quote, reasonable expectation test, well, that refund would be the only legally available option, and my god, opening up refunds could be extremely expensive for some of these companies. Now again, this is not...
They won't do it. They'll find a way out of it. They'll find a way out of refunds. They'll make sure that never happens.
Not just about new games that get to design for compliance from the start. And it's not just AAA games. It would be every server-based game that launches or gets re-released in California from January 1st, 2027 onward. And, well, California is literally one of the world's largest economies. Stuff that goes down there truly does matter. And taken in concert with the stuff going on in the EU, you could certainly see, well, you can see the legal position here kind of moving in a direction that the likes of the ESA and the companies that they represent, and well, just that they would not really be too pleased about. But of course, that's only if it passes in its current form. And we've covered a lot here, but you're probably wondering, like, what is my takeaway from this video? What is the state of things? Well, don't worry, we've got a fairly clear roadmap of what's going to be following next, so let's go do that. Given that this is all legal, there are, of course, many steps left in the whole legislative.
You know, I'm lost in this video. I've been pulled off a track for far too long. I'm gonna need to watch this on a different day. I'm completely fucking lost in this. I've got a question for you guys. I got a real simple question. Why do you think that arguing with other people online would ever change their opinion? Why do you think labeling people racist and screaming at people is ever gonna do anything except get them to bait each other? Why would people do anything else but bait each other and come here for a shit and a giggle and try and set you off? It won't, that's pretty clear. So then why are you doing it? Why bother? Is it for the love of the game? Because at least that I can respect. I just love knowing they are molding at the fact that they can't change my opinion. You're never going to change people's opinion. Arguing with people online is a masturbatory act, right? You're not changing people's minds. You're not going to get people to be different. You're not going to get people to alter their perspective because they're fully grown adults and you have to leave them to figure it out for themselves, regardless of what conclusion they come to. Why bother? I'm here for a shit and a giggle. I'm here for a good time. I would hope, regardless of who someone is, what political opinions they hold, what opinions they hold, they're also here for a shit and a giggle. I see there being no limits whatsoever on comedy, on anything like that. There should be no limits on doing funny shit. And there should be no limits on being able to say what you want. Barring, obviously, incitement to violence where you try and do everything to goad people into killing other people. People should be able to say whatever the fuck they feel. And I'm not going to sit here and ban people over that. So why bother? Why bother? I'm curious. Why fucking bother? You aren't the arbiter of what is funny and not funny. No one is. People get to decide that for themselves. They've got to find what works for them, what they like and what they don't like. People have to decide that for themselves. The only problem comes in when people decide that they're going to wield some power over someone else and ruin their fucking life because they disagreed with something or felt offended. I can tell, I fucking don't miss it. That's why I'm asking this, Allah. I hate it. It's boring to me. It's dull. It's bland. It doesn't fix anything. No one is trying to ruin lives. It's a YouTube chat. No one's trying to ruin lives until they do. Until people decide to contact a person's place of employment. Until people try to dox people. Until people decide, I've got power over you, so I'm going to ban you from certain things. Because I didn't like the way you spoke. People love doing that shit. Usually I avoid online arguments, but sometimes for me it's cathartic. That I can respect, at least, Barando. If you're doing it for the love of the game to inflame other people because you get a shit and a giggle out of that, that I can expect. That I can respect. That's fine. But why bother with all the political shit? Why bother coming into a place where I don't give a fuck what your personal political take is. You're allowed to hold whatever take you want. Aside from baiting people for a laugh, what's the point? What's the fucking point? If anything, you should just shrug your shoulders and be like, alright, not for me. Because I have to be right and they're wrong. That's the most real fucking take. I agree, but hold that energy for other people too, not just the ones who don't appreciate racism. I hold that energy for everyone. That's why I have a laugh at everything. That's why I laugh at white people. That's why I laugh at black people. That's why I make jokes about Asians, everyone. There is no one above humor. I hold that same opinion for everyone. I get bored and fucking tired and exhausted and fatigued from all this Trump shit. I get tired from all the fucking, the Kamala shit, all the Hassan shit, all the Asmongold shit. It's boring. It's tiresome to me most of the time. The single value I see out of all of politics is laughing at people. Because it's really, really funny to see this shit. Because platforms need to keep bad human urges from surfacing ever. Yeah, and that leads to a worse world. Only people who are banned in your chat are people who disagree with the retarded race. Oh, really? Okay. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Let's see. People who are banned in my chat. People who are you. So you've said a bunch of shit, I haven't banned you. Let's take a look at the people who are banned currently on my channel. Where is it? There is one guy who is banned. And he's a guy I dealt with a few years ago who tried to steal my entire YouTube channel by getting me to click on a link because I got upset. There you go. That's the person who's banned. That and a few bots over on Kick who kept on trying to get me to buy view bots. So that point doesn't make sense. At all. The only other person who gets banned in my chat because I think it's really, really funny is Demered. And every stream I unban him, hoping he comes back so I can have another shit and a giggle. So no one's banned, so what the fuck are you talking about? I don't do that shit. I don't play these games. The only games I play is for fucking entertainment. Wasn't Orion banned? Nope. Orion was never banned. I've never banned Orion. Why would I bother? Where the fuck do you even get the idea that Orion was banned? If you can fucking find it on all the streams I've done, I'd love to see it, because I have no memory of fucking ever banning a guy called Orion. The only ever time I've seen other names on this list was when fucking YouTube came along and used their AI moderation piece of shit tool and banned people on my behalf, which I fucking hated. That pissed me off. I don't fuck with that. I don't care. Let people hold whatever fucking opinion they want. I'll have a laugh at it. Can you ask Callum to explain why he's telling me, a black guy, that I'm allowed to like? Why is he trying to institute online slavery again? You see? Now Jimmy's baiting you. That's a beautiful bait. I shouldn't have read that out loud. I should have let that sit there and see if he responded. Oh, wait, shit. Wait, you don't even see my... What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, you're talking to someone else. I think that guy popped up twice so far. Both times he raged and left after 5 minutes. Which guy? See, Orion's perfectly fine. He's right on this. I went to work. Orion had shit to do. Orion had a life to live. Good for him. Good for him. I'm glad that he's got a job. That's a good thing to have. Be a part of society and to contribute to something. I don't bother with the ban shit. I don't play those fucking games. And I'll tell you why. It makes for a worse world. It makes for a bunch of fucking echo chambers. It makes for a bunch of losers who sit in a fucking bubble and are too scared to see words that they dislike or might make them emotionally upset. It's stupid. It's retarded. It's dumb as fuck. The only time I've 100% seen Rose ban someone was on Twitch for trying to sell him view bosses. I used to ban people. Granted, I used to ban people on Twitch for trying to sell me view bosses. I do the same on Kick. Every single time I've seen a bot pop up, but that problem got solved on Kick because they have this thing where an account has to be older than a day, and I just set that feature and then no longer needed to worry about it. Well, I think Iconic actually set that feature for me. I can't remember. I ban bots. That's the one thing I won't tolerate is pieces of shit who try to sell me bots. And there's a few streams somewhere back in the past where what I did was I sat in Discord trying to act like an African warlord trying to sell them children. Because I decided I felt like fucking with them. That's the only time I care about bans, is getting rid of botting pieces of shit. I may or may not... No, I don't want bots. Fuck bots. I did... Fuck off. Fuck off with that. I don't ban anyone. Yeah, and Iconic doesn't bother banning anyone because Iconic loves... He does this shit for the love of the game. Iconic loves having his shit in a giggle. You can DM Iconic. You can talk to him about what we did to a bunch of fucking Germans back in the day in New World. We had the best fucking time fucking with him. It was the funniest shit ever. I still remember that fondly. Because Iconic's in it for the love of the game as well. There's no point in banning people. So you ban people that like dominated. What? Like dominated? What does that even mean, Carol? Also, why did that get AI modded? I still wonder how Panda is doing. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's moved on with his life. He probably doesn't even remember. But we had a good time with him. So you ban people that like being dominated. I don't know what the fuck that even means. I'm not even sure what the fuck that means. YouTube AI moderating is cooked. It's fucking irritating as shit. I hate the fact that AI is now this thing, and it's present on Kick, and it's present on Twitch, and it's present on fucking YouTube, and it decides bans for me, and it blocks messages. It's irritating as shit. I hate it. I fucking hate it. That irritates me way more than anyone's fucking personal political opinion ever could. I fucking despise that shit. What did you do to the German soldiers of the SS Waffen? Well, what we did was we beat the fuck out of a few of them. Then they called in reinforcements. Then we beat the fuck out of the reinforcements. And then when the entire SS force showed up, that's when we decided to book it the fuck out of there. And New World had this wonderful feature called VoIP. So we got to fuck with them. We also fucked with some Brazilians as well. We had a great time with them as well. I remember those PvP nights as well. Oh, it was fucking beautiful. I loved it. I loved it. Let's focus back on the gaming. I agree, Filter. I think it's enough for this shit. I got pulled off of track when it came to SKG there. Sorry about that, Jimmy. There was too much distraction going on. Let's get back on figuring out Guild Wars 3, and then we'll figure out whether it's going to be Final Fantasy or ESO. Let's go back to that. I think that's more valuable than any of this political horse shit and any of these people fucking yelling at each other. You were questing, I was killing. That's true. You were killing people, and then I had to join you after you were murdering people. I remember. Yeah, you were out there fucking butchering people left and right. You really pissed them off. I don't think there's enough time for that. There's always enough time for that. I like the history lesson, though. Well, you're welcome. That's just human history is literally just if someone has an advantage over someone else, they're going to kill them. They're going to fucking do whatever they can because people are generally self-interested. That's how the world works. I miss the old hatchet build. I miss the stagger that the hatchet had. It was such a mistake to remove the hatchet stagger. Holy shit, they could have made that such a good system, but instead they just deleted the entire fucking thing. What a bad decision that was. Right, back onto Guild Wars 3. Let's see what Caffeinated Dad thinks about Guild Wars 3. Let's see where he's going with this.
This kind of question, this thought, we'll say, of what Guild Wars 3 would look like. And I think it's all but, confirmed that Guild Wars 3 is on its way, that it's something that they plan on doing. And I think everyone I know is excited. I'm going to lose my shit. Like, it's going to be a great time. It's going to be so much fun. How would it differ from that of, what do you call it? Like Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2? And truth be told, and this is going to be controversial. This is going to be, someone's going to be upset about this. I think it would be phenomenal if Guild Wars, 3 were an action RPG like Guild Wars 1.
Ooh. I disagree. I don't think it should be an ARPG. I don't think they should go back to Guild Wars 1. I think the formula is outdated. I think if Guild Wars 1 was that good, it would be outpacing Guild Wars 2, which it's not. I think reverting the formula would be a bad idea. I think they need to go forward, not backwards.
I know that would make a lot of people mad, and they'll be like, "Oh my goodness, what do you mean? Like, how could you do that? Like, that's terrible." Blah blah blah. Like there could be so much, we'll say like commentary about that. However, I do want to highlight
Guild Wars 1 is much better than Guild Wars 2. To you, Faith, you prefer Guild Wars 1. However, a larger majority of people prefer Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 1. And if ArenaNet's going to dev out Guild Wars 3, they need to think about the widest player base that they can get who's going to like it. So it may very well come out that Guild Wars 3 is a game that you end up fucking hating, but a bunch of other people actually like.
By the way, I do really want to highlight how good an action RPG like Guild Wars 1 is. It already is. I mean, we're seeing it with a kind of like a resurgence with Reforged. Reforged came out and it's like phenomenal. People love it. They're having a great time. Now,
widest player base, so Roblox. Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes. The biggest problem with Guild Wars 2 currently is there's no one under the age of 500 years old who's playing the game. The player base is aging. They need a new player base because one day all the old fucks are going to fart and turn into dust. They need new players along with their old players. They can't just keep relying on the old players. I wouldn't judge something is good or bad based on popularity, but it's hard to go with something else. So you can't. So wide spectrum, Barando, right? Good or bad becomes a personal decision that you make. Popularity is something that you have to rely on if you're a game studio because you make more money if your game is more popular. It's like a second order effect, right? So they're going to care about what's going to get them the most players and what's going to make them the most popular. Personal takes, some people might hate it. They might fucking despise it. But if it's more popular than it is hated, that means that they're going in the right direction for what they need to do as a business. I saw someone saying that the reason Guild Wars Reforged was brought back to life was so they could check if current player base would like this type of gameplay style so that they can do the same in Guild Wars 3. That's why it won't work. Bunch of returning players, all-time peak of 5,634. That's why I think going back on the formula to Guild Wars 1 is a bad idea. Guild Wars 1 was an actual game you had to put thought into. I know, because I played a dervish in Guild Wars 1. I know, you had to think about it. And that's exactly a reason why it wouldn't work, is because it kicks people's asses. It fucks them up. Most people aren't, they're not in it for that. They're not in it for that hardcore fucking experience when it comes to that. Most people want to live on easy street most of the time. It would be a fucking, I would love it. I would love a Guild Wars 3 that is fucking hard, that is harsh on you, the same way that Guild Wars Reforged is, or Guild Wars 1 is. But it's not going to happen. That would be a bad idea. Mind you, there's probably more people that play on the launcher. Sure. And there's also more people who play Guild Wars 2 on the launcher. But look at the difference. Based on Steam alone, there's definitely more people who are playing Guild Wars 2 on the launcher than there are people who are playing Guild Wars 1 on the launcher. And the people who know this information are going to be the people at ArenaNet, and they're going to know what direction they need to take things in. I'm almost certain that they know for a fact that they can't go back to Guild Wars 1. I would be astounded if they did.
Imagine if they did it in, an update, like it's updated.
Action Combat MMOs just unlost, Black Desert Online. That's up there. Action Combat's a real bitch because you got to get it right. And it's really hard to get right. Action Combat MMOs don't last because they keep fucking up the Action Combat.
To be
also ESO, which is pseudo Action Combat, but still Action Combat-y enough.
That of Guild Wars 2 quality, or even better graphics and things like that. Imagine how cool that would be.
I personally think that would be awesome. I think that would be fucking fantastic, but they won't do it.
And I think it would do phenomenal. Holy crap, would it do amazing. Do I even have the quest? I didn't even get the quest. What am I doing? You know what? I think I know where to go anyway. And I know there's going to be some people who are immediately like, what about the MMO? I think as long as they do similar, going from Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars, or Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, as long as they do something similar, I think that they would have a very easy time explaining that. Like, and I mean that in the sense of, like, you know, what's the carryover? All the people who have Guild Wars or content and stuff from Guild Wars 1 got the Hall of Monuments where they could get certain bonuses in Guild Wars 2. Okay.
This is exactly what I was talking about. That would be fucking stupid if they didn't
that
do
makes
that.
Sense. Cool.
They'll definitely do that.
Do it. Damn, these ice hit hard. But I think it would do even better if they brought that a step further from Guild Wars 2. Like, if you say that you got full legendaries.
Good night, Max.
Right? You got full legendaries in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 3, you know, you get to carry over a certain amount of legendaries, or you get to carry over, you know, something specific that would be like, okay, you know what? This proves that you went ahead and you had X, Y, and Z. You know, like, you did all this, you know, good for you. Bam, there you go. Like, I think that that would be amazing. Truth be
I don't see a reason why they wouldn't do that.
Told. I think that that would be a fair way to have those efforts given over by players so that they don't feel like they wasted their time.
I think it would be fucking insane of them to not do that for Guild Wars 3. They have to do that.
And that is something very, very important. And you know, in all the conversations that I've had with the people over at ArenaNet and all the different things that I have done just in my tenure playing the game and being a part of this community, I have no doubt that I have faith. Let me say, I have faith that ArenaNet won't do something that would overall damage the efforts of the players moving from one game to another.
Yeah. My guess is cosmetics too. Yes. Yeah. I think they'll probably have to shift over cosmetics. God, cosmetics is a kind of a hard one, because what you want if you've got a new game is you want new cosmetics in the game, and if everyone's got the old ones that they love, then there's less of a reason for people to buy the new stuff unless they've done something new. Fuck, they could either be like predatory pieces of shit about this and do this the way that EA does with the Sims, where they release the new Sims and make you work through the same DLCs that they had for the old games, but in a newer way to get you to buy more shit. Or they could shift them over. Or they could do a thing where they shift some of them over, but not all of them. They might not do cosmetics. They might not do that.
You know, like, I really don't think that they would ever do something like that. And I think anything that they do is going to be very well done. I think it's going to be very well translated. Now, again, if they did Guild Wars 3, an action RPG set after the Dragon Saga, I mean, come on, guys. I would be down. Like, even thinking about it, it's like, has me excited. Like, I think that would be a good time. That would be such a good game. And I don't know. I think it's because they've established themselves in the MMO market. They've been around for so long, and they've done a fantastic job. And it's kind of like what kind of play do you do? Do you double down on the MMO? You know, because if they do double down on the MMO and they make Guild Wars 3 into an MMO, it's like at that point, you know, okay, now you're double dipping. It's like, what's the point of playing Guild Wars 2, right? If, you know, Guild Wars 3 is more popular.
Well, I mean, you could make the same argument for the existence of RuneScape 3 versus old school RuneScape, but people still play both of those. I don't see a problem with them double dipping. I think they could fix all of the problems that they had in Guild Wars 2 for Guild Wars 3, have both games up, and still have people play both. I mean, they're already kind of doing that. That's why Guild Wars still exists. That's why people still play Guild Wars.
It's like you're already kind of dividing the fan base, so to speak. That would be my major concern. And even if they did, which I don't know necessarily if that's something that would be a consideration for them, even if they did, I still feel like there's going to be other people. Oh, okay, I already completed that quest. I can just go do Ice Caves of Sorrow. Even if they did that, and even if they went that particular route, I don't know. I don't know necessarily if I would sit there and I would say that it would be competing markets, because again, Guild Wars Reforged is still around. Guild Wars 1, I should say, is still around, and it's still doing phenomenal. A lot of people really, really enjoy the game. I enjoy the game.
So do I. Just can't play it.
I actually have a big video coming out here soon on it. So it's up for interpretation. Let me go ahead and say. It's up for a lot of interpretation, and it's a lot of, we'll say, how is this? What's going to be the best way forward?
It's speculation. The word you're looking for is speculation.
I know that they're not going to do anything except play an established IP. They're going to do something. They have to. And that's basically what they've confirmed. And I think everyone's targeting it to be here for Guild Wars, the Guild Wars network. But I don't know. I would imagine that Guild Wars 3 would do amazingly well. I think I would be the most excited about Guild Wars 3 if it were an action RPG, team-based action RPG like Guild Wars 1 is. I honestly,
I don't think they'll do that though.
I can't tell you how how excited I would be and how much I would play the hell out of this game. Made by the same kind of.
Hold on. I don't think Guild Wars 2 will die, but people who think Guild Wars 2 can run as well on maintenance and low pop as Guild Wars 1 are coping. As a live service game, it definitely couldn't, but they could slow down content, and what they could do is slowly shuttle players. They could put Guild Wars 2 into a kind of finalized state and slowly shuttle people over to Guild Wars 3, because Guild Wars 2 has been around for a long time. It's been out there for over a decade. There's no way that there's not a ton of players who are feeling fatigue. I've said this before, and I still think this is true. Guild Wars 2 is the MMO that people play as the waiting room for a new MMO that's going to blow their fucking dick off. And the problem with that is that no new MMO has actually showed up to do that. So if Guild Wars 3 is that game, then a lot of people are going to switch over because they've already played the shit out of Guild Wars 2.
The team, same kind of developers for the next generation, I think, and his replayability would be there, and it'd be a lot of fun. There's difficulty. I don't know. I would be excited. Now, if you want to, I actually recently played through the Guild Wars campaign, the entire Guild Wars Reforged campaign from start to finish, to earn the Fiery Dragon Sword, and you can see that video here. As always, stay caffeinated, folks.
Okay. Decent take. That was okay. Nothing really new, just more speculation. Please give me something else. Please tell me that you've got some piece of information. I don't need more speculation. I don't need to watch the third fucking video on Guild Wars 3 that is the exact same as every other one, because you're all cranking out the same thing because you're all ArenaNet partners and they limit what you can and can't say. Please give me something new.
Guild Wars 3 is closer than you really think. MMOs typically take 5 to 7 years to develop, and Guild Wars 3 has been in development for just about 4 years, maybe a little longer, maybe a little shorter. With a pipeline of 5 to 7 years, and the amount of money being invested into a project like this by NCSoft, that means it's a lot closer. A 2026, heck, maybe even a 2027 release date is realistic, and we finally get to explore the next chapter of one of the best MMOs on this planet. Now, I know a lot of people choose to believe that they never really mentioned that this is false information, Guild Wars 3 was never confirmed, but Guild Wars 3 was mentioned by word. It was translated and transcribed, and it was officially confirmed that Guild Wars 3 is in development. I'm going to read the exact statement right here. Originally, NC had 6 studios in the United States, and the work was done to organize the 6, integrate them into one ArenaNet. Although additional costs were incurred in the process, it ultimately resulted in a competitive ArenaNet. We then fast forward. ArenaNet has a meaningful IP called Guild Wars, and after Guild Wars 2, they're currently working on Guild Wars 3. Looking at this process, we have considerable competitiveness.
So we have some confirmation here. We have at least some confirmation here. This is translated, so this is like very tentative, but at least we got some fucking information.
So it is not completely profitable. I believe that it has increased its competitiveness. This is in regards to World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV and so many other games like floundering in the recent years, especially when this was told online. Then you have the South Korean website Inven fully transcribed the whole investor meeting as spotted by Massively OP, and as it turned out, acting chairman Park Byung-moo specifically mentioned Guild Wars 3, so it is official. Now that we've confirmed that Guild Wars 3...
The problem with translations is you never know what's real and what's not. It could be a mistranslation. Unless they said the words Guild Wars 3 like that, then it's kind of hard to get around. But I'm going to take that as confirmation purely because that first video with Teapot, the more I watch that, the more I see there's no reason why they shouldn't be making Guild Wars 3. There genuinely shouldn't be one.
It's actually real. It's not made up. It's not fan hype. There's no mystery behind it. It's officially coming. How do we know it's coming soon? This is where we come to Colin Johansson, and he is the studio director for the entirety of ArenaNet as of right now. From 2012 to 2016, he was the game director, and he left the company for 5 years. But he did return in 2021. And since 2021, there has been a lot more hirings than people are aware of. And I'm going to showcase all of this thanks to a very special Reddit user.
Thank God he's actually showing us information.
Reddit user Hendrika on the Guild Wars 3 subreddit. It's not a very big subreddit because a lot of people still...
Wait, other translations said a possible Guild Wars 3. I think that's enough confirmation, just purely on the fact that what the fuck would they be working on if not Guild Wars 3? I don't see another argument that can be made. It has to be Guild Wars 3. What the fuck else could they work on? Card game, but that would piss people off. A bridge, a weird piece of expansion content for Guild Wars 2, that would piss people off. A Guild Wars 2 dating app, yeah, no, that'll definitely work out well because those people never leave their fucking homes.
Still choose to believe that Guild Wars 3 is not coming. Went and gathered a compilation, did a full-on Excel spreadsheet showcasing every single new employee, new hiring, new job listing, specifically Unreal Engine listing. Now, this is a very long read-up and write-up, and I'm not going to copy word for word everything he said here. I'm going to share my own insights, but I do want to thank him and give him a genuine shout-out. This was really well done, and it's very helpful to prove that Guild Wars 3 is a lot closer than anybody wants to admit. So right now, as you guys can see here, on the 2nd of July, Colin Johansson returns to the studio.
Guild Wars City Build, oh god. Oh Christ. A Guild Wars themed MOBA. Oh no, because the MOBA market's doing real fucking well, isn't it? I suppose there's League of Legends and Dota, and that's it. How the fuck are you gonna get Dota players to stop playing Dota? That's just not happening.
Then, next year on February 22nd, End of Dragons is released. They start doing job listings very late 2021 for Unreal Engine, unannounced projects, things of that nature. So assume pre-planning started early 2021, maybe late 2020. Again, we don't know the exact, I'm never going to share the exact.
So 2021, that is 5 years. Okay, so 5 years development cycle. I would say based on crash times, that means initialization date would likely be 2023. So we're probably in 3-year development cycle. We're using a Western studio, not an Asian one. So instead of people like shoving people into an office, making them work their fingers to a bone and then throw themselves out the window onto the suicide nets that bounce them right back into the office. I don't think 2027, maybe 2028 is more accurate than I initially thought. Maybe. But one of the biggest mistakes they could make is rushing development and fucking it up. That would be like the worst thing they could do, is rushing development, not doing things, not polishing things, and then royally screwing it up for themselves. That would be the dumbest thing they could do. I think it's going to be a Destiny Warframe type game, except instead of space, stations and planets, you're visiting floating islands and mists. Potentially.
Exact. But I assume Guild Wars 3 as a project has been thought about, considered, started, scrapped since at least 2018 or 2019. Keep in mind that Guild Wars 2 came out in 2012. We are over 12 years out from Guild Wars 2 as of this moment. I think we're right now 13 years, almost 14, and getting close to that. So now we look at these job listings. Senior Technical Content Designer, Lead Environment World Building Artist, Advanced Social Systems Designer, Senior Technical Sound Designer, Gameplay Animation Engineer, Senior Animation Engineer. Now I'm mostly going to look at Lead and Senior titles because these are the more listable jobs. A lot of like other employees, like for example just regular devs and regular engineers, typically come through recommendations, things of that nature, rather than job listings. So I assume there's more people have been hired in regards to Unreal Engine 4, 5, and other technical skills than the people listed over here. We don't know every single ArenaNet employee, just the ones we can scrape the data for off of job listing. Then we have a lead animator, senior environment artist.
We've seen that people are already pushing Unreal Engine 6, right? Does that change the development cycle? Do they decide to shift development from UE5 to UE6, or do they just stick with UE5? That also needs to be factored in. Because it would be better for them from a pure marketing standpoint if they shifted things over to UE6, assuming that it's going to come out sooner. Because as much as we fucking hate Unreal Engine, as much as people hate the marketing of it, as much as I think it means you're going to have a dog shit game, it is still a marketing element that people are going to lean into.
Art director, narrative systems engineer, senior Unreal gameplay engineer, principal technical artist, senior technical artist, advanced program manager, senior data.
But he's right about the jobs being mostly from recommendations. It's a huge problem with writing and game quality right now. Yeah, that's a massive issue, actually. That might be a really bad fucking red flag. They need new writers. They need people with better ideas. They need people who actually play the MMO as opposed to people who are just on a writing team who got a quick rundown of the lore from a YouTube video. That's a big issue. Guild Wars will be a Content King type game, but the main villain will be Guild Wars mods trying to ban. Well, I'm already banned, so I don't have to worry about it then.
Engineer. Art outsourcing. So not only are they having art teams built into the studio, they're also outsourcing as a whole lead for it. AI engineer, senior AI engineer, advanced software engineer, multiplayer. Advanced VFX, principal VFX, senior director, production. Now we're getting close to 2024. And keep in mind, this is being hiring the entire time since the end of 2021. They're not really hiring a lot of people. And now, March 28th, 2024. This is where Guild Wars 3 was mentioned in the NCSoft shareholder meeting in Korea, where the whole hubbub broke, all the news broke, all the data came out, everybody was like, holy shit, Guild Wars 3 is coming, it's a real game, it's a real project, I can't wait. Then it turns out, it was just a mention, it's not super real, they just started development in 2024, like all these theory crafting came out, and everybody was saying, MMOs take 5 to 7 years, that's a realistic time frame. Which means, forget Guild Wars 3, it's not coming out till, based on this, 2030, 2031, realistically. But that was until, as I said, people started piecing together information that Guild Wars 3 realistically started proper, development mid-2021, very, very early 2022.
If that's true, if it did start that early, there's a real chance that every single expansion that's been put out by Guild Wars since 2021 has been an experiment to see how players respond, see what they like, so that they've got a better idea of what to do for Guild Wars 3.
And throughout all this hiring time, we got the new expansion system, the mini expansion model. For example, Secrets of the Obscure released on August 22nd of 2023. Then on August 20th of 2024, we got Janthia Wild. And then the recent expansion came out very recently as well, which hasn't been added to this list as of now. But that one's also really cool. But as we keep going, you can see all the senior people. Senior cinematic designer, senior tools engineer, senior character artist, senior animator.
And it needs to give their content credit. They never will. They never will. They're in a bubble. They believe that they dominated, and the problem with the moderation team is they think that they're the people who make the game what it is, when what they're doing is they're actually holding Guild Wars back from being the king MMO that it was meant to be.
Producer, music lead, advanced technical designer, outsourcing character artist, contract. So many interesting positions. Head of publishing, senior brand manager. This isn't the amount of employees you hire to make expansion. You don't hire this many senior technical advanced people to make expansions for an old MMO. Guild Wars 2 definitely doesn't make that much profit to create this many jobs, to hire this many people, to fill out this many roles for an expansion-only model. This isn't World of Warcraft. Now, Guild Wars 2 definitely makes money, right? Hand over fist, it's a popular game. People always return to it. Every 2-3 years, people come back because of the horizontal progression. You can never really fall behind in Guild Wars 2. No matter when you come back, you're always relatively caught up. Now, on screen, I have the new expansion, Visions of Eternity, playing. As you guys can see, they've been making more and more expansions, faster and faster, more and more content. Guild Wars 2 is a good MMO. It's a good experience, but it is an outdated game. The amount of roles, the amount of jobs, the amount of openings, just the amount of development happening in Guild Wars 2, it does not justify the employee count. They've recently increased their head count. NCSoft has said they want to globalize and, they just want to make more money. Let's realize what all these companies care about. It's not about us, the players. It's not about you, me, anybody else. They don't give a singular shit about anybody, but profit. And in this context, there's a lot of profit to be made with a brand new MMO. World of Warcraft is about Midnight WoW being good and people being hyped about it. World of Warcraft has a damaged brand and IP. Final Fantasy XIV is stagnating. There's nothing new there.
He says that Final Fantasy XIV is stagnating. But wasn't there that whole Dawn Trail thing that everyone was losing their shit over very recently? Then again, I guess this is an 8-month-old video. So maybe 8 months ago it was stagnating. I'd say it's very obvious Guild Wars 3 development started when all these other studios got merged into ANET, which would be around the content patches. I think maybe that was the formulation stage. By the Excel spreadsheet that he showed, I would assume that real actual development and work started being put into this in 2024. Like prior to then, they were still formulating ideas and looking for direction, and they were doing idea genesis up till then. It looks like they had an idea of where they wanted to go by 2024, and then they started hiring the people to make that happen.
It's still a good expansion. It's still a good MMO. All of these games are good, right? Midnight WoW is hype. The new Final Fantasy XIV expansion will be hype. All of these are fine. But there hasn't been a new Western MMO of a grand scale since effectively Ashes of Creation. We know the right MMO is coming in the future.
Yeah, this video's outdated because he mentioned Ashes of Creation.
But imagine they announced Guild Wars 2 mid-early 2026, and then they drop Guild Wars 2 in 2027. They dropped Guild Wars 3 in 2027, apologies. It's because of all these little things, I am absolutely confident that Guild Wars 3, short of it getting cancelled and rebooted all over again, is realistically coming out in 2027 as a very, very safe estimate. I would honestly not be surprised if it came out in 2026 itself. They've done a lot of time.
I think that's too short of a timeline, particularly considering the fact that development would be happening in a Western studio versus an Asian one. I think Western studio timelines are going to be extended. If 5 to 7 years is the average, I'd say +2 on that. There's typically some stagnant moments between patches, especially because they extended the time between patches this expansion, because they didn't want to fuck up again with their new expansion Evercold, so they put more time into that than the next patch. So Final Fantasy's picking back up, at least when it comes to that. The issue with Final Fantasy is that it's on a 4-month patch cycle, and they drip feed content, and it's not enough to keep people interested. Among other issues, the content has been top tier quality, but not enough. Maybe that's also why they're moving to a seasonal model, Frenchie. Maybe that's exactly why they've moved to a seasonal model, because they know that they can keep people around if they use seasons instead.
And energy into building up a whole studio and giving them resources to break into the Western market, and there honestly has not been a better time than now. WoW isn't really growing. Final Fantasy XIV isn't really growing. Most MMOs that have come out, like Throne and Liberty or other competing MMOs in the genre, haven't really done great. A brand new MMO with an IP as well known as Guild Wars, and Guild Wars is very well known. It might not be very popular, but it's incredibly well known globally, would do numbers. A huge amount of people would come back to start a game, especially a game that is a buy to play, and then, you get to keep playing forever model. In fact, Guild Wars 3 could even be a free to play game with a robust cash up with cosmetics, and it could.
When he says robust, what he means is over monetized to the fucking tits, and I hope that's not the case.
Make way more money than being a buy to play forever game. Subscription models are completely out of the water. I doubt for a second that Guild Wars 3 is going to have any kind of subscription. But there's definitely going to be coming in the near future, and I'm really excited. ArenaNet makes good games. Guild Wars 2 didn't really hit the mark. It didn't become the WoW killer people said it was going to be, but it was still a popular game that has lasted from its launch all the way till now. Now, I do have to give a singular caveat. They could have hired 57 people so far based on this, not counting any contract or anything else, and this could have all just been for Guild Wars 2. But we know Guild Wars 3 is in development. It's been confirmed that it's in development. They've been working on this game. Colin Johansson's return effectively shows that it's a Guild Wars 3 situation, right? And then they confirmed that and all this information. The amount of people they've been hiring just shows that the game is closer than we think. I know this might be copium on my front. I might be like a cope addict saying, oh my god, Guild Wars 3, a new MMO, I can't wait. Because I've played most Guild Wars expansions. I enjoy Guild Wars as an IP and as a game. And I would love for there to be more competition in the scene. Because right now it's just Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft. Every other MMO comes and goes. You get your new...
There's also old school RuneScape. Those old people fucking love that game.
New world return for 2 weeks every, couple of years. Play the game and then move on with your life. Guild Wars 3 shows us a moment, a timeline, a time frame.
But Final Fantasy XIV is growing a lot now. Literally, my data center, you can't make a character on anymore because it's too full. Well, that's a good sign. I wonder if Squeenix at some point would decide to make another MMO on top of Final Fantasy XIV, or whether they just keep updating the formula. The seasonal thing is just a label, a meme to fuck with investors and keep them happy. A season is just an odd and even patch pair, not an actual season. So they're basically just changing their language, is what you're saying. Is there a battle pass that's being strapped to Final Fantasy XIV? That's what's more important to know. Is there a battle pass that's coming? Because that to me, no. Okay. Yep. No. Okay. So we got one yes, one no. Not certain just yet, but they're working on a Final Fantasy 17 already. No telling if it's a new MMO. With the amount of work and development that they've recently put into Final Fantasy 14, it would be very strange to see them launch yet another MMO. I think that they would work on a single-player game, maybe wait a year or two, and then focus on an MMO instead. I think that makes more sense.
All these people getting hired, Guild Wars 3 could be so soon and could effectively give the MMO market a kick it needs to get in the right direction to bring hype and growth back to a dying genre and niche, because that's what the MMO genre is. It's not getting new players. It's not hype.
It's not.
Bleeding out slowly.
He's right.
And I'm not
He's right. MMOs are becoming a niche the same way that RTS games are.
saying Guild Wars 3 is going to change everything. It's not going to be top tier, saves the universe, is holy shit amazing. But as far as MMOs have gone, Guild Wars has left a genuine impact. From dragon riding, which World of Warcraft stole, for example, in Dragonflight, and all the mount systems it has, the unique
World of Warcraft tried to steal that as well.
cosmetics and the PvP.
World of Warcraft stole that as well.
So many things of Guild Wars has been stolen.
And the housing as well.
By other MMOs. And if this IP is this good, so far, imagine what it could do with genuine funding and building with all the things they've learned in Guild Wars 2. And they launch a phenomenal product. But hey, thank you all for watching. Let me know in the comments down below if you think I'm correct, if you think I'm full of shit, if you think I have no idea what I'm saying.
Okay,
you know, I'm
that was
completely
decent.
wrong.
That was decent. At least we got some fundamental information behind that. At least we got some idea of what the fuck he was talking about. That's good to know. That's good to know. That was good. That was decent. Right. Now, on to the last part of today. Right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a poll in chat. Right. There's one other thing I wanted to do today. And it's going to be a battle between ESO and Final Fantasy. Because after experiencing the ESO dungeons yesterday... Fucking... Don't full screen that. After experiencing the ESO dungeons yesterday, I gotta say I was having a good fucking time. As fucking insane and fast and crazy as it was a really, really good experience to go through that. It was better than I expected. Guild Wars 2 dungeons by comparison were dog shit. ESO dungeons kept me engaged in a way that I didn't expect them to. Seasons in Final Fantasy 14 will work like a battle pass where you gain points for completing content and you get stuff for free. It's not a real battle pass where you have to buy it. Okay, so it's more a label than it is an actual battle pass. From what I saw about Final Fantasy Battle Pass is that they want to make it so that you can do what you want to get the gear. Okay, so it's the key. Okay, so the Final Fantasy Battle Pass is more to keep people around. Right? It's more to keep people on track and like keep them coming back to the game more than it is let me sell you something. That's what I understand for what you say. It's more about let's keep our players around and keep them interested by changing the language while we also keep the shareholders happy. We'll get more details about this come late July. Okay, so very soon. Very soon, at least. That's fucking fantastic. Now, let me put a poll in chat. Right. This is an important one. What I'm trying to figure out here is it better to focus on Final Fantasy or ESO? And I'm going to be honest. My first instinct is to still keep playing both. My first thought is I need to keep playing both of them because I'm not going to actually understand what the fuck is going on. I'm not going to have enough information until I play more of each game. The scary part about ESO when it came to the dungeons is you can use it to skip through the rest of the content and you're not actually going to see a lot of it. Whereas Final Fantasy is very hand-holdy, they give you tutorials, dungeons work slower, you have to work as a group, there's a lot more level scaling versus fucking blast your way through that shit, get to level 50, get to the max level, and fucking do your shit as quickly as possible. That's where the real game starts. I think the hard part about this is I like both more than I expected to. I expected to have like a clear winner when it came to this. Let me just... Okay. There we go. Let me just put that in chat. Start a poll. There we go. So I think I need to try and figure out how to make a decision. No, not yes, no. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Final Fantasy 14.